A bird's eye view shows a city at night. The city lights illuminate the lake below. Outside a 2-story suburban home, the front door opens to reveal a young teenage girl. She walks out wearing a blue sweater and jeans. She runs down her front steps, and we get a close-up view of her putting in her earphones and sliding her phone into her pocket. She runs off into a park, which is filled with trees. She suddenly stops when something grabs her attention. She slowly walks past trees, and we see a brilliant white light in the distance. The girl walks slowly towards it. As she gets closer, she notices a book floating in the air. She stops for a moment and looks perplexed. She continues onward, slowly making her way towards the glowing, floating book. The book has mysterious symbols on it. Curious, the girl reaches her hand out to touch the book and gets zapped backward and falls unconscious. Her phone screen is still illuminated in her pocket. Sometime later, the girl is laying in her bed. She wakes and notices someone is there.
Who are you?
You shouldn't be able to see me,
Of course I can see you.
but I'm invisible to humans.
You're right in front of me.
She gets out of her bed.
What are you doing in my room?
I
Well,
brought you home from the park?
The other girl has blonde hair and wears a dress.
that's right. There was this book hanging in midair. It was so weird. Did you see it?
Yes.
The blonde-haired girl nods.
I touched it, and then zap. Oh, lucky you found me. I could still be lying there.
Yes. Lucky.
Thanks. How did you get in here?
Your window was open?
Who are you?
I should go.
Well, listen, my dad's a cop, so you better tell me what you're doing in my room before I have you arrested.
The blonde girl grows wings, shrinks, and flies out the open window. The girl runs over to her window, gazing up at the night sky as golden light streaks across it. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Shipp Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Suka Koshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Weddle, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Salmers. The title shimmers into view, the Bureau of Magical Things, 8 hours earlier. In a school gym, the girl, Kyra, is playing basketball. Her friend cheers her on as she gets a basket. The game ends with the home team losing 33-34. Kyra looks disappointed. Later outside the school, Kyra talks with her friend, Matilda.
I really thought we had him this time.
You couldn't have played any harder.
That's just it. We have to if we're going to beat them.
Bad luck, Kyra. That's 4 losses in a row.
It was only 1 point.
Denial. That's a sure sign that nothing's wrong.
Peter, do you have any idea how annoying you are?
Absolutely. It's a skill honed through the years of practice.
Go practice on someone else then.
Inside a shop, the owner stamps a book. The stamp reads, Maxwell's Bookshop.
Happy reading.
He gives the book to a female customer and they exit the shop. Maxwell walks over to his shop front door, changes the sign from open to closed, and brings down paper blinds. Holding a red book, he taps it with his other hand. He puts the book down on the front counter and he makes his way into the back of the shop. He opens double doors with shutters, revealing a bare wall ahead of him. He passes through the wall into a hidden library. A magical ladder greets him.
Ah, ladder! I've got a list for you. I'll be needing Boyle's Bestiary, And the third volume of the Encyclopedia of Incantations and Spells. Oh, and a little book of teacher's jokes.
The latter turns as if to shake its head.
I'll have to keep the class amused.
It heads off. A girl appears, sending papers flying. She searches for a book.
Foundation Magic Level 1, Foundation Magic Level 2, Compendium of Toadstools. Theory and Practice of Conjuring.
The book from earlier. Maxwell approaches.
Maxwell!
Imogen, you're either very early for your next class or extremely late for the one you missed last month.
I thought I'd come in early and,
Yes?
tidy up. I know how busy you must be, what with the bookshop and all.
That's very considerate of you.
Happy to help.
Good. These shelves haven't been cleaned in over a decade.
He blows dust off a book.
Well, you can get a few rows done before class.
Imogen takes the book from Maxwell. She waits for him to leave, then sets the book down on top of others. At a cafe with Kyra, Matilda, and Peter, they hold juices.
As I see it, the defensive game is strong, but your offense needs work.
Oh, is that your opinion, is it?
Don't get snippy, Matilda. I'm just trying to offer some constructive criticisms.
You expect us to take criticism from a guy who believes in UFOs?
Not UFOs, visitors from the multiverse. Given that there are an infinite number of universes surrounding us, it's inevitable that we will have visitors.
Whatever.
Maybe you can give them sports advice.
Hey, what's your dress size, Peter?
Huh?
We'll get your uniform and you can join the team. Maybe then you'd realize how irritating your criticism is.
I think a dress would work on me. I've got good legs.
All yours. I'm just leaving.
Thanks.
The boy appears in the library.
Didn't see you at dinner. Good night.
Golden party, sis. Those dudes sure love to dance.
Last time I looked, Dara, this was a library, not a cafe.
He sits at a table with his juice.
Sorry, Professor.
Has anyone seen Lily?
We had a tooth run last night. Maybe she slept in.
Transforming teeth into coins must really take it out of you fairies.
Actually, it's a complex transference process. Only our species can perform.
Ooh, the fairy's feisty.
Can we please get started?
Sorry I'm late, Professor Maxwell. Don't worry, Lily Pilly. Everyone knows fairies aren't built for speed.
That's a commonly held misconception. Fairies, in fact, broke the transatlantic record in the last 2 flying marathons.
Like that matters.
Next Wednesday's test. I've made it today instead.
What? Seriously?
You mean you haven't all prepared for it by now? Just kidding. It is next Wednesday.
I'm ready, Professor.
No surprises there.
I need a bit more time. Me too.
Could you give us any hints about the test?
I find reading the textbook helps. The Theory and Practice of Conjuring. Row 10, shelf 5.
As well as that.
Maxwell makes a rubber duck appear.
Cute ducky.
Does that mean the test is about ducks?
No, Dara. The hint is...
The duck blows fire at Lily. She moves back in her seat.
Be prepared.
At home in her room, Kyra plays guitar and sings.
Wouldn't it be so good to be? Wouldn't it feel so right? Couldn't you be the one for me? Holding me
A pin board is on her wall, showing various photos. There's also a quote that reads, "Just imagine." Another reads, "Dream happy." A shelf features a silver trophy and more family photos.
I don't know if it's right, I don't know if it's wrong. Wouldn't it be so good to be? Wouldn't it feel so right? Couldn't you be the one for me? Dad! Dad, you've burned it again!
Kyra runs to the kitchen and waves a towel to clear the smoke. Her dad enters.
Sorry, love. Late from a night shift.
That coffee's from yesterday.
He dumps the coffee in the sink.
Actually, I think that's from last week. Now, there's pizza for dinner.
In the freezer, yep, I'm on it. I'll put it in the oven after my run.
Chloe, you know it ain't like you running after dark.
Be fine. I won't be back late.
Be careful.
Bye.
Her dad kisses her on the cheek and leaves. Now back in the library. Lily appears. She walks over to a bookstand where she opens a book to a page. She uses her wand to extract fairy dust from it, her wand giving off a brilliant glow. Now back at Kyra's. She exits her house like she did in the beginning of the episode. Back in the library, Imogen appears. Her entrance causes papers to scatter. She stealthily makes her way through aisles. She picks up a book to uncover the conjuring book she hid earlier. In another part of the library, Lily hears a noise. She stops extracting fairy dust from the book and goes to investigate.
Hello?
She peers down aisles as she searches.
Hello?
Imogen hides behind a wall.
Who's there? Hello?
Lily finds Imogen.
Imogen? You can't take a book out of the library?
Imogen disappears, and Lily does the same shortly after. In the park at night, Lily chases Imogen in her fairy form. Imogen runs, holding the book under her arm. Lily shoots at it, causing it to fall to the ground. Imogen runs back to pick up the book, and the two of them use their magic to play tug-of-war for it. Meanwhile, Kyra stops and sees the floating book. We now see Lily and Imogen in plain view. Kyra doesn't see them. She walks over towards the floating book. She touches it, causing her to get thrown backwards like before. The book falls to the ground once again. Imogen picks up the book, runs off with it, and vanishes into thin air. Lily in her fairy form floats over to Kyra, who is unconscious. In the morning, Kyra is asleep in her bed. She wears the same clothes she had on the night before. Her dad comes in to wake her, holding a breakfast tray.
You okay?
What? Why?
It looks like you didn't even bother getting undressed.
Guess I was so tired I fell asleep.
You better watch that. Can't have you falling asleep in the middle of a game.
So funny, Dad. Not.
I'll see you after work.
You going in again?
Not me, you. Saturday, remember? Dog walking?
Later, Kyra walks two dogs. One of them has black and white fur. The other's is orange.
Take it easy, fellas. I'm stretching my arms.
Kyra walks alongside a big lake. She sees the boy from earlier, but he has pointed ears. Kyra gazes at him curiously as she walks past. He stares back in her direction. Kyra looks back, but he's no longer there. Now, she walks down a path towards the park. She remembers touching the book. Looking uneasy, she walks over to see a burn mark on the ground. She ties the dogs to a tree and bends down to look at it. A dog speaks to her.
Well, look at that. Someone thinks she's a dog. Who is she kidding?
Is that you?
Uh-oh. I think she can hear me.
I can hear you.
Sorry about the joke.
Why can I hear what you're thinking?
I don't know. Have you changed your diet recently?
Kyra?
Peter approaches with his bike.
What are you doing?
You're not going to believe this. I can hear Doris talking.
Who's Doris?
This dog. Doris, do it again. Come on, Doris. Say something.
Are you making fun of me?
What? No, I'm serious.
So I believe in the multiverse. That's no reason to play some lame joke on me.
He's cute. Is he your boyfriend?
What? No. There. She did it again.
This isn't funny.
Kyra gives the dog a look.
You got any dog treats? I'm hungry.
Back in the library, Imogen appears and returns the book she stole to one of the shelves. Lily catches her.
No one is supposed to take books from the library.
I needed it to study for Wednesday's test.
You were going to keep it till Wednesday so none of us could study and you would get top marks.
I was being resourceful.
Well, your resourcefulness has landed us in a whole lot of trouble. The girl saw me.
Impossible. No human can see us unless we let them.
Well, I didn't let her see me on purpose. We did something to her.
Not my problem.
Peter arrives at the bookshop on his bike. He takes out a small box and walks through the front door. It reads, Rare Books, Modern Books, Collectibles, Vintage Prints, and Comic Books.
Hey, Maxwell. You here? Maxwell?
Maxwell appears behind him.
How do you do that? It freaks me out.
I was a ghost in another life.
He starts to grab the box,
Not so fast.
but Peter pulls it away.
Did it come in?
Maxwell walks behind his counter and pulls out a comic book.
Cool. Return of the Time Nemesis. First edition. How did you find it?
A magician never reveals his secrets. And now my reward?
Maxwell opens the box, finding a pastry inside. Back with Imogen and Lily.
This all happened because you took that book.
No, it happened because you came after me.
Don't you realize how serious this is?
Ugh, just like a fairy to get worked up over nothing.
You can't leave her like this. If she can see us, who knows what else she can do.
Like I said, not my problem.
You're not going anywhere until you fix it.
They both fight with magic. A blast hits the entrance, causing books to fall in the shop.
Whoa! What was that?
Old shop. Bad wiring. I better close up. Call an electrician. Thank you, Peter. Goodbye.
Enjoy the croissant.
Maxwell shows Peter out. He closes the door, changing the sign to closed, then walks into the library to confront Lily and Imogen.
What's going on? I had a customer in there. Well?
We were conducting an experiment.
A conjuring spell.
Yes, a conjuring spell for the test. And
We failed to conjure anything.
that's it. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. We promised not to do it again. Right, Imogen?
Absolutely.
Well, it's a change to see fairies and elves working together. I'll leave you both to savor this rare moment.
Maxwell walks back into his shop.
We still have a problem, no matter whose fault it is.
An elf doesn't clean up a fairy's mess. You deal with it.
I suppose I could. Or I could tell the professor about the book. He doesn't look too kindly on cheating. Who can blame him?
Imogen turns to face Lily.
Fairies can erase memories, right?
Do you know how risky that is? If I tried it and it went wrong, I would be in serious trouble.
You're already in serious trouble. Can you do it or not?
Kyra enters her bedroom and answers a video call from Matilda.
Hey, Kyra.
Hi, Maddie. Can I call you back?
I just need to borrow your blue dress. We're going out for my dad's birthday and I have nothing decent.
Sure, no problem.
Are you okay? You sound a bit odd.
Nope, all good. I swear I hung it up.
Huh. I've seen your room. You never hang anything up.
That's not true. I just take a while to put things away.
She reaches out to grab the dress on the floor, but her fingers glow. The dress floats.
I'll call you back.
Pretty dress.
You again? What's going on? And who are you?
Ever heard of the Tooth Fairy?
Yeah, along with Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. But they're not... I mean, in movies, sure, but you're kidding, right? this is a joke.
I'm Lily, and I'm a fairy. My pointy-eared friend, Imogen, is an elf.
I am not your friend.
Kyra stares at Imogen's pointed ears.
No need to stare.
So you're telling me that magic is real? That there's fairies, elves, unicorns?
Unicorns, get real.
I know it's a lot to take in, Kyra, but magic beings are all around you, keeping you safe.
Safe from what?
Magic. The human world would be in chaos without us.
This is insane!
Are you going to do this? Her being able to see us is giving me the creeps.
Do what? Why are you here?
Last night, in the park, you touched a book of magic.
And it might have affected you just a tiny bit. Has anything odd happened?
Not really. Oh, yeah, my fingers glow and I heard a dog talking.
Animal communication. That's a fairy talent. My mum can do it. You must have absorbed the more dominant fairy magic when you got out.
Hello, glowing fingers? That has elf magic written all over it. Now, hurry up and do the thing.
What thing?
Come on, Lily, do it.
Do what?
Kyra, humans can't ever know that magic exists. If the secret got out, it would upset the balance. This won't hurt a bit. At least I think it won't. If everything goes right.
Now hang on a sec.
Lily moves her wand down Kyra's face. Her eyes close and her head drops.
Did it work?
I think it did.
Imogen waves her hand in front of Kyra.
What was that?
Fairy dust. Supposed to make you forget us.
Must be past its use by date.
Whatever. Try again.
Oh, no, you don't.
Kyra's fingers glow.
Kyra, be careful.
What is this? Don't!
She disappears to find herself in the Arctic. She looks around as she shivers.
Hello? Anyone? Hello, anyone?
The view recedes to show the massive area. End credits. Audio description for this episode, A Magical Mishap, was written and voiced by Kyle Warwick-Matthew. Logos: ZDF, ZDF Enterprises, Network 10, Fulcrum Media Finance, Media Super. Developed with the assistance of Film Victoria, Victoria State Government, Film Victoria Australia. Produced with the assistance of Screen Queensland, Queensland Government. Principal Investor, Australian Government, Screen Australia. No animals were harmed or mistreated in the making of this series. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons, living or dead, are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Ship Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Over black, a black and white UFO forms the Jonathan M. Ship Productions logo. Kyra in the Arctic.
Hello, anyone?
About time. Do you have any idea how long it took me to track your rep?
Please take me home.
Imogen transports Kyra back to her bedroom.
You're all right.
Happy now?
I think my stomach just did a backflip.
It'll pass. It's always like that the first few times you jump.
Where did she go? Isn't the more important question, what are we going to do about her?
Coming in. Thought you might like some choc chip cookies, hot from the oven.
Dad, I can explain.
You don't like my cooking? No, I am getting better. You won't break your teeth on these. I have to go out for a few hours. You'll be okay?
Hi, Dad.
Kyra's dad leaves, not noticing Lily and Imogen.
You didn't see.
You shouldn't be able to either.
And that's the problem. I think you should be banished.
Banished? What did you do to me?
We're not exactly sure.
You resisted the mind wipe, so we don't have any other choice but to banish you.
There must be something else you can do.
I suppose there is one other option.
What?
Lily steps up to wide-eyed Kyra and takes her hand.
Just relax.
Why?
Elsewhere.
How do you do that?
Don't worry, you won't have to get used to it.
I know this place. My friend Peter buys comics here.
Professor Maxwell won't be happy.
Professor Maxwell?
I'm sure you can talk him round. I'm not doing it. Let's toss for it.
Lily enters the bookshop. Maxwell's behind the counter.
Yes, Lily?
How do you do that?
He turns to face Lily.
Each magical aura has a subtle individual odor that I taught myself to detect.
Really?
Mirror.
Lily's reflection.
Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I have a hypothetical question.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say if I told you, hypothetically, that Imogen and I found a human who can do magic?
It's quite a specific hypothetical. It's also impossible, as humans can't do magic.
Well, I'm pretty sure she's human.
She?
Later, Kyra lurks nearby.
So she saw you both.
Clear as day. Plus, her fingers glow and she can communicate with dogs.
I tried a mind wipe, but it didn't work.
Lily, you're not qualified for that level of magic.
I know it was dangerous, but it was all I could think of.
I say we banish her.
No. This is fascinating. We should find out more. What has she told you?
I am right here, you know?
I'm sorry.
Maxwell walks past Kyra and closes the shop.
Come this way.
This way where?
Don't be afraid. You want answers? Hopefully I can give you some.
Lily, Imogen, and Maxwell walk through the bare wall. Kyra starts to follow. She stops, her mouth hanging open.
Sorry.
Wait! How did you...
Lily reaches through the wall, pulling Kyra through into the hidden library on the other side.
What is this place?
This is the Library of Magic.
But how can it be so big?
This place does take a bit of getting used to. I got lost in here once. Took me 2 days to find my way out. Not now, ladder.
Ladder rolls away behind Maxwell.
You talk to a ladder?
If you don't, ladder sulks. So Kyra, is it? Let's see if we can get to the bottom of this. Please, take a seat.
Kyra sits on a couch. Maxwell sits in a chair. Imogen and Lily remain standing.
Question. Were either of your parents magical?
Are you kidding? My stepdad's a cop, and my mum was a phys ed teacher. Most magical thing they ever did was dressing up as a zombie and a witch to my 8th birthday party.
And how do you explain your magical abilities?
Well...
Kyra pauses to think.
It was Imogen's fault. Lily, she took a book from the library.
I borrowed a book. And she came at me with that stick. I just defended myself. It got in the way.
I did not. I saw a book hanging in midair, so I touched it.
That was a serious misuse of magic. What book was it?
The theory and practice of conjuring.
An elementary text. There's nothing special about it.
So, can you help me?
First, I'd like to learn more about your abilities. And that may take a while. It's best that you stay here.
No way.
Kyra.
She stands.
I have no idea what you're capable of. You could end up in serious trouble.
I'll be fine. I won't say a word about this, and we can pretend it never happened. So good.
You can't leave without one of us to take you through.
Kyra walks through the wall, looking surprised.
Just did that?
She exits the shop, finding Peter outside.
Kyra!
Peter! You don't know how happy I am to see you.
So you've been checking out Maxwell's bookshop? Doesn't he have great stuff?
Can we go? Like now?
What?
Please?
They walk off together. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Shipp Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Tsukakoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Weddle, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Salmers. Kyra gazes out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title shimmers into view, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, Magic in the Air. In the library.
That was unexpected.
What are you going to do about her?
I'm not entirely sure. A human with magical powers is unprecedented.
What are you going to do about us? Do you have to tell my dad what happened?
What's to tell? The professor hasn't figured out what's going on yet, so until he does, there's no point in saying anything, right?
But we're still in super big trouble though, aren't we?
Removing books without permission. Improper use of magic that was seen by humans attempting a mind wipe.
We're expelled. I knew it.
We did show great initiative in trying to solve the problem ourselves.
Very true. Well, I look into this further. You'll keep an eye on the girl.
No way. I don't babysit humans.
I'll do it. I'm better with people. Gotta be good at something.
You'll both do it. Aisle 23, ladder.
Maxwell stands on ladder as it rolls away from Imogen and Lily. Kyra walks with Peter.
What do you know about that bookshop?
It sells books.
It's creepy.
It's totally part of his charm. What's up? Kyra.
Listen, that bookshop, it's
Lily appears behind Peter.
not just a bookshop. You walk through the back wall and behind there's...
She frantically shakes her head, putting a finger to her lips. Peter looks around, seeing nothing.
There's what?
What?
What's behind the back wall?
Nothing. There's nothing behind the wall. What are you talking about?
Lilia nods.
What are you looking at? Are you okay?
I have to go.
Kyra and Lily walk off, and Peter answers his phone.
Yeah, Dad. The deliveries, I haven't forgotten. I'm on it.
Maxwell stamps a book just as Peter enters the shop.
Hey, Max.
Ah, the afternoon tea. I'm looking forward to this.
Busy day?
You have no idea.
Maxwell opens the pastry box.
Oh, your father is a virtuoso with pastry.
He takes a bite as Peter walks towards the back wall and presses his hands up against it. Nothing happens.
Can I help?
Just admiring the wall.
Came with the shop. I like it because it holds the roof up.
Right. Enjoy. Thanks a lot, Kyra.
Peter leaves the shop. In Kyra's bedroom. She closes her door. She declines a call from Peter on her phone. Kyra's fingers glow just as she places her phone on her dresser.
What?
She stares at them, looking anxious. She shakes her hand with the glowing fingers, causing various objects to fall onto the floor of her room.
Stop.
Lily appears.
Help. What's happening to me?
Is everything okay? I heard a crash.
Fine, Dad. I just dropped something. All good.
Okay.
From her door, Kyra runs to Lily.
How do I stop this? Calm down. Fear makes it worse. Just take some deep breaths.
She breathes, her fingers no longer glowing.
You shouldn't have walked out today. Professor Maxwell was only trying to help. And he'll have to teach you how to control those fingers before you do some real damage.
I hope he can.
Kyra talks to Maxwell in the library, sitting opposite to each other. Imogen and Lily are also there.
I'm going to stay like this? You're kidding.
I have been known to kid, but not in this case.
Maxwell puts down a book.
Your condition is unprecedented. And as much as I want to help you, there's no simple answer.
Why is this happening to me?
I feel for you, Kyra. It must be a tremendous shock to discover a hidden world all around you.
You got that right. How long has this been going on?
It's taken centuries to convince humans that magic doesn't exist.
Why would you do that? People love magic.
Long ago, humans and magical beings lived side by side. But as human civilization grew, we were forced into the fringes. Our numbers shrank, and we had to retreat into the shadows until we were forgotten. What you've become threatens that.
And we're back to banishment.
Give the girl a chance, Imogen.
He leans towards Kyra as he continues.
You can't tell anyone about what you've seen. Not your parents, your brothers, or your sisters.
My mother died. It's just me and my stepdad. You want me to lie to him? He's a cop. He has a nose for lies.
Well, then, just don't be fully truthful with him.
But You will try and fix me. Get rid of this?
I'll do everything that I can. But in the meantime, you can learn to control your powers.
Kyra gazes off. Later,
Class, today we have a visitor.
Kyra walks into seated students.
Kyra.
Hi.
Ruxy.
She's human.
Not exactly. She's part human, part fairy, and part elf.
A trialing? How did that happen?
It's not exactly clear. Kyra, this is Ruxy. And this is Dara. He's Imogen's brother.
Dara.
Pleased to meet you, Kyra. How long are you going to be here?
I'm not sure.
Not long. Just until Professor Maxwell can turn her back into a human.
Ignore Imogen. She has the looks of an elf, but the manners of a troll.
Kyra's deciding on whether she'll join us. Kyra, please, take a seat.
Kyra sits at the head of the table closest to Dara.
Last time, we were discussing the problem of how to solve height in levitation spells. There were two approaches. Can anybody tell me what they were?
Control the speed of the levitation.
Excellent. And the other?
In the park. A metal throne sits on the ground. Steam rises from it as two boys spot it in the distance.
Where'd that come from? Maybe it's our blind.
The throne shakes, rises, and flies off.
No way. Let's go.
The boys chase after it, discarding a soccer ball. In the library, Kyra sits with Dara.
I've seen you before. Do you ever go to Harvey's?
All the time. Best banana smoothies in the city.
What? I prefer strawberry.
I won't hold that against you.
Kyra smiles.
So how was your date last night? Was it with the tree nymph?
A hologram of the throne appears. Everyone steps closer to it.
Oh, there's something you don't see every day. Could it be? Aisle 15, please, ladder.
What's going on?
This is a random magical outbreak.
Magic occurs randomly?
That's why it's called magic.
Whenever one occurs, the Department of Magical Intervention sends out an alert.
The department?
In the park, the boys search for the throne.
You see it? It's gone.
They run off. In the library, Maxwell opens a book.
Thought I recognized it. Behold, the throne of Kai Caboose.
Typical.
Perhaps you'd like to tell us all about it then, Dara.
Yeah, but maybe you should go ahead just in case he's not the one that I'm thinking of.
Kai Caboose was a Persian king from the first millennium who built a flying throne so that he could travel around his vast kingdom.
Yeah, that's him.
The throne supposedly crashed in China, but was never found. It seems it's finally turned up.
So let's bring that sucker down.
I beg your pardon?
The chair could be dangerous, but right now it's only a level 1 threat.
Dara is correct. It poses minimal risk to humans, and basic magic skills will contain it.
Pretty sure we could handle that.
I don't think so.
You're always saying that the true test of our abilities won't be found in the library.
And that we need to learn how to work together. Some of us more than others.
So, you listen when it suits you. Why am I not surprised? So you want a test? You got it. Seniors only, Ruxy.
Professor!
I'll inform the department.
Yes! So how do we deal with it?
First course of action is to formulate a strategy. Department protocols state the primary concern is public safety. After that, it's containment, and then chase you.
Imogen and Dara transport out.
Sorry, Roxy.
They appear in the park.
Slowpoke.
I'll beat you next time.
You can try.
The throne flies overhead.
I got it.
Lily, I had it! Oh, really? Sorry.
Lily arrives.
Come on, guys, we need to get this done.
First, we need to stop it escaping from the park.
Dara, cast a confinement spell.
And leave it to claim all the glory? I don't think so.
Aren't we supposed to be developing our teamwork?
I'll start with you, dude.
When we catch it, what are we gonna put it in?
How did you forget that?
I can't think of everything.
Kyra walks with Ruxy in the library.
So, the DMI is kind of like a magical police force?
It's because of them we've been able to stay hidden from humans for so long.
And Maxwell trains you to work for this department?
It's what I've always dreamed of. I'm the youngest student ever to gain entrance to Maxwell School.
Imogen returns, picking up a giant vase.
Imogen!
I need a containment vessel.
I think you'll find this easier.
A teapot?
Have the chair fly directly over it and it'll be drawn inside. But so will everything else in the vicinity, so stay well clear.
She accepts a teapot from Maxwell.
Any other problems?
No, we're totally good to go.
Kyra walks to Imogen.
Can I come and watch? This isn't a spectator sport, Kyra. We're taking real risks to keep you humans safe.
In that case, I'd like to help.
You. As if. Stay here with the baby and let the real magical people get on with it.
Imogen transports out, taking Kyra with her. Kyra stumbles.
What are you doing? You never share an elf's rip. I'm sorry. You have no idea what you're doing, so stay out of the way.
Imogen storms off towards Dara and Lily. The throne hits an invisible barrier.
Confinement spell's working. Nothing magical can get out of the park.
We just have to get it into this.
Really?
Maybe we need to think like the chair. If we understand what it wants, we can encourage it to go into the teapot. Only a fairy would say that.
It's simple. We need to bring it lower so we can force it in.
The group duck out of the way as the throne flies overhead.
That was close. Oh, here it comes again.
Did you see that? See what?
Flying chair.
Can you see anything else?
What's better than a flying chair? Contact me, I'd tell someone. You can't. Are you kidding? There could be a reward.
The boys run off.
Here it comes again.
Got this.
Dara shoots a magic rope from his fingers. He tries to reel on the throne.
Some help!
Imogen shoots at it.
Whoa. Not like that!
It pulls Dara forward, and he falls to the ground and gets dragged.
Okay, thanks to me taking an incredible risk, we now know it's tough.
Kyra runs towards the group. Imogen gives a small shrug. In slow motion, Kyra takes a teapot from Imogen. She opens it and throws it at the throne, where it shrinks and gets sucked inside. Kyra, with her hands outstretched, catches the teapot and bumps into Dara. They both fall to the ground.
Nice work.
Thanks.
They smile for a moment, then get to their feet.
Sorry.
You're lucky I took all the fight out of it.
How do you live with yourself?
Kyra, that was amazing. It was nothing, guys. I didn't think about it. I just saw you needed help.
No, we didn't. I had it sorted.
Over here.
Time to go.
They leave, just as the boys return with a man.
It was right over here, flying chair, honest.
The man in the yellow jacket leaves. In the library, Maxwell secures the teapot inside a circular glass enclosure.
How was Kyra able to control the chair when you couldn't?
I told you, I softened it up.
She was lucky.
Actually, I'd say that you were the lucky ones. And yes, Kyra was irresponsible following you. But she did solve the problem.
We just needed a bit more time.
What do you do if you don't have more time? What if that had been a level 3 threat? If today has taught us anything, it's that you all need more training. Not just in the use of your powers, but in the art of teamwork. And as for you, Kyra, what you did was reckless and dangerous.
You can say that again.
But you didn't hesitate to keep our secret, and showed considerable bravery in doing so. It's exactly the type of initiative the DMI needs.
It just felt like the right thing to do.
It was. It's just a pity that you have no interest in magic.
I didn't say that.
Didn't you say you wanted me to fix you?
Well,
Remove your powers, put you back the way that you were?
yes.
And I'll try. Meanwhile, class back to work.
Kyra catches up to Maxwell.
Wait. You're right. I should learn to control my powers.
Don't feel that you have to agree.
No. Like you said, I don't know what I'm capable of.
You'd need to attend class regularly.
Still need to go to my normal school.
And that won't be easy. You'd have to work hard. Magic can be frustrating to master properly.
All right, I understand. I'm in.
I knew you'd want to stay.
And if she can't cut it?
Well, I'm sure it won't come to that. Will it, Kyra?
I won't let you down, Professor.
Kyra returns to the group. She sits with them at the table. End credits. Audio description for this episode, Magic in the Air, was written and voiced by Kyle Warwick Matthew. Logos: ZDF, ZDF Enterprises, Network 10, Fulcrum Media Finance, Media Super. Developed with the assistance of Film Victoria, Victoria State Government, Film Victoria Australia. Produced with the assistance of Screen Queensland, Queensland Government. Principal Investor, Australian Government, Screen Australia. No animals were harmed or mistreated in the making of this series. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons, living or dead, are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Ship Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Over black, a black and white UFO forms the Jonathan M. Ship Productions logo. Students mill about outside River City High. In the gym, Lily watches Kyra shoot hoops. She shoots and misses.
I don't know what you see in this game.
It's fun. Watch.
Kyra starts to run and dribble the ball around the gym, but does so at super speed.
What was that?
Speed's an elf power. That side of you must be getting stronger.
Kyra goes super speed again.
Kyra, be careful.
In slow motion, she dribbles the ball towards the net, super jumps, and makes a basket with a smile.
How cool was that?
Kyra?
Peter's mouth hangs open. Kyra's caught off guard. Outside.
That was freakish. How did you do it?
I've been practicing.
You're always practicing, but I've never seen you do that before.
Lily appears, putting a finger to her lips.
What are you looking at?
Nothing. Have you done your prep for Romeo and Juliet? We really need to get a good mark for that assignment.
I've let my lines, but I sound awful.
Well, I'm sure once you're in costume and feel the part, you'll get better.
Acting's not my thing. Can you ask Matilda to cast someone else?
She's relying on you. Meet you at the hall to rehearse.
I warned you.
It's not my fault. The speed just happened.
So we have to make sure you're not seen when it happens again.
In the library.
You're teaching me invisibility? Why?
Your powers are developing so fast. You almost revealed yourself.
The answer to that is not encouraging her to use her magic even more. Now, can I have some quiet?
Stand in front of this and watch.
Kyra and Lily stand in front of a mirror. Lily uses her wand.
See? I'm gone.
Lily, I can still see you.
A magical being can always see another magical being, even when they're invisible. Look in the mirror.
The mirror shows only Kyra. Imogen sits nearby.
The mirror sees what a human sees?
Exactly.
Lily reappears.
Now you try.
But I don't have a wand. Because you're more elf than fairy, naturally.
And because how a fairy gets a wand is a complicated process. So you'll just have to use these instead. Less elegant, I know.
Kyra waves her fingers, but nothing happens. At the school.
I am not wearing tights.
The 1600s, Peter. What do you think they wore? Jeans?
We could do a modern interpretation.
Not when the assignment says, and I quote, recreate the world of Shakespearean theatre. I'm the director, so try it on.
What if I have a wardrobe malfunction?
What?
What if they tear?
Stop being a wimp.
I'm not. I just don't want to embarrass the audience.
You were not my first choice in getting this role, but Kyra insisted that you get the part. Okay, so we are going to make this a success, right?
But what's soft light through yonder window breaks, it is the east, and Juliet is the sun. See, I'm terrible. get someone else.
No time. You're Romeo. Get used to it. Meet me back here with Kyra at 2. Okay, people.
Focus on your feet and move your way up your body.
Kyra tries again, but her head vanishes.
Or the other way around.
Only her legs are visible.
How do I get my arms and head back?
Reverse the movement.
This is hard.
You'll get it. It just takes time. I was so excited when I finally got it. I could walk along a street and no one could see me. I used to go to the gardens and watch people. Sometimes I'd see lovers. And if they were shy, I'd sprinkle a touch of fairy dust on them, so they'd only have eyes for each other.
Isn't that a bit creepy?
Oh, sometimes love needs a bit of help.
Hi, Peter. What's up?
Have you seen the ridiculous costume Matilda wants me to wear?
You mean for Romeo and Juliet? I didn't think it was that ridiculous.
You knew about it and didn't tell me?
Peter, we're just doing a few scenes. You're only on stage for 10 minutes.
10 minutes of embarrassment that'll be streamed on the school website, scar me for life, and require years of therapy.
All right, I get it. Come over to my place and we'll talk about it. Sorry, school emergency. Gotta go.
Kyra starts to leave.
Romeo and Juliet was my favorite play. I've always dreamed of meeting my own Romeo. Without the tragic ending, of course. So anyway, you need to keep practicing.
I will. Later.
She nods and leaves. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Shipp Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises, Kimisuke Koshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Weddle, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra gazes at her bedroom window at the night sky. A title shimmers into view, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, All the World's a Stage. At Kyra's, her father watches TV. Kyra walks in through the front door.
Something smells good.
Leg of lamb roasted in garlic, honey, and rosemary. These cooking shows make it so easy.
Until you try it and the kitchen catches fire.
Hey, fair go. I haven't done that in ages.
In local news, reports of an armchair taking flight in a local
Kyra turns to watch the TV from the kitchen.
as a rare form of heat mirage.
We must have had about 50 calls about that chair.
Issued a statement a short time ago.
A flying chair? Impossible, obviously. I think it's full, Father.
And it's not going to empty itself. Is it, daughter?
Steve hands Kyra the full black garbage bag. Outside her house, Kyra is about to put out the garbage. Using her reflection in the window, she practices invisibility. She disappears, leaving only her legs visible. Peter arrives moments later, walking past Steve's police car parked out front, and notices Kyra. She wears a smile. The bag floats as Peter arrives through the back gate.
Kyra?
She reappears and drops the bag. In the library, Lily combs her hair.
Don't tell me Kyra cracked invisibility.
No, she's having real trouble.
Of course. She has to use her fingers. That's an elf thing.
Way more practical than fairy ones. Are you offering to help teach her?
Not when I'm trying to cram a year's worth of lessons into half that time.
If Kyra reveals the magical world to humans, there'll be an inquiry. We'll both be in big trouble because it's both our fault she's like this.
Imogen rolls her eyes. In Kyra's room.
1 second I could only see your legs, then the rest of you appeared.
That's crazy. You must have been looking into the sun.
I wasn't. This morning you were so fast on the basketball court, and now you're able to disappear? That's not normal. Normal people don't have bits of them vanish.
Peter, calm down.
I am calm. This is me being calm.
Imogen and Lily appear.
It's not possible. Something's happened to you.
It hasn't. We should get to rehearsal.
No one's leaving until you tell me how you went invisible.
Looks like someone messed up.
Who are you?
He saw you. I warned you to be careful.
I was practicing. It was an accident.
Where'd you come from? Who are you?
I'm an elf. She's a fairy.
A fairy?
Lily's wings appear.
Okay. You're a fairy.
I wasn't going to tell him.
Tell me what?
We can't just leave him like this.
He knows too much.
Too much of what?
Lily, not the mind wipe again.
Mind wipe? Now hang on.
That didn't work on me.
Well, he's not magical like you, so it should work.
Magical like you? Kara, what are they talking about?
You know the mind wipe is dangerous. If anyone finds out, I could get expelled or worse.
You dragged me into this. You fix it.
Are you sure it won't hurt him?
Hurt me?
You won't remember a thing, I hope.
Now wait a sec.
Lily uses her wand to mind wipe Peter. Lily and Imogen disappear.
Peter? Peter?
Peter opens his eyes and looks around in confusion.
What am I doing here?
You came to complain about your costume.
Costume?
For Romeo and Juliet? The English assignment?
Kyra gives him a book called The Tragedy of Romeo and Juliet.
You, didn't see anything odd before, did you?
No.
Matilda wants us to rehearse it too. We should go.
Kyra shows Peter out and turns to see Lily and Imogen.
You sure he's okay?
He's fine. Promise you will never mention this to Professor Maxwell.
Ever.
My lips are sealed.
At the school, everyone is backstage, getting ready for rehearsal. Peter stands in front of a mirror with bright lights. He touches the playbook, which sits on the counter in front of him. He puts on his costume hat and adjusts it. With Kyra and Matilda.
He's just nervous. I'm sure he'll be fine. Besides, who else are you going to get this late?
You know how much work this is going to take? Cue lights and sound!
But soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Arise, fair sun, and kill the envious moon, who is already sick and pale with grief. But thou, her maid, art far more fair than she. Be not her maid, since she is envious. Her vestal livery is but sick and green, and none but fools do wear it. Cast it off. What is my lady? It is my love.
Stage lights turn off.
Well, he's so good now. What happened?
Peter is gone.
Where did he go?
Elsewhere.
Good morrow, fair ladies. 'Tis a fine day, and I would sup with thee. Come be brisk, potboy. I treat them all with your finest beverage. I am betrothed to fair Juliet Capulet. Are thee acquainted with the one I love?
Peter's not backstage.
And he's not in the bathroom either.
Maybe he went for a walk to rehearse on his own?
What for? He was so good. It was like he'd become someone else.
Everyone checks their phone. Pictures of Peter.
Wait, why is he rehearsing at the cafe?
I need to go.
Bring him back.
Oh, speak again, bright angel, for thou art as glorious as this night, being aware my heart.
Your friend is terrific. He really is Romeo.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Kyra walks to Peter.
That's great, Peter, but it's time to get back to rehearsal.
I know thee not, wench.
Peter, enough. Come on.
Kyra takes his hand.
My name is Romeo. Romeo Montague.
He pulls away.
I am Juliet, and we have to go.
Thou art not Juliet. You are but a pale and sickly impostor. Begone.
Kyra is taken aback.
What did you do to him?
Not me, Lily.
Dara approaches him.
Hail, Romeo! Come with me. I know there's a party.
Unhand me, knave. Thou knowst me not. And yet, is it? Yes. It is Tybalt. Fire-eyed fury be my conduct now.
Cool it.
I know thee not, coward. Bring your second. We shall meet at dawn, and I'll run you through.
I don't know what your problem is, but...
You were a Capulet, and as I am a Montague, you would quarrel ere let me be with my Juliet, mistress of my heart.
So, you want to see Juliet?
More than all the stars in the heavens.
Keep an eye on him.
Kyra goes off. Romeo and Dara share a serious look. In a library.
Kyra, how's the invisibility practice?
Will we be seeing less of you?
This is no time for jokes. You made Peter think he's Romeo. For real.
I told you the mind wipe was dangerous, but you insisted.
If I told you to step in front of a charging minotaur, would you?
Wait, Romeo? As in Romeo and Juliet? I love that play.
Me too.
I
can't leave him like this.
Okay, we need to find anything we can on character transference. Ladder, this might take some time.
It can't. Peter's at the cafe challenging Dara to a duel. I tried to get Peter away, but he wouldn't come with me because he doesn't believe I'm Juliet.
Of course not. Romeo only wants to be with Juliet.
So we need to find him another Juliet.
Who?
Imogen and Roxy tilt their heads. Lily's eyes go wide with a smile. Meanwhile,
Mercutio's soul is but a little way above our heads for thine to keep him company.
Right. Why don't you keep me company somewhere else?
Either thou or I, or both, must go with him.
Oh, Romeo! There's someone here to see you.
everyone steps aside to reveal Lily in a blue and yellow dress to resemble Juliet. Romeo stares as fairy dust rains down. He kneels at Juliet's feet.
At last, my Juliet. My dear, my lady, my love.
Thank you. Now what?
Get him out of here. Keep him busy until Roxy finds a solution.
Handsome Romeo, willest thouest comest with me?
I would follow you like day follows night. For you, Juliet, are the sun.
Really?
Whither where we go, my love? To Verona?
Wherever you want, eh?
Lily and Peter as Romeo and Juliet walk off together.
Let's go help Roxy find a way to reverse this.
I got sick of waiting. Where is Peter?
Yeah, he'd, gone by the time I got here.
We can run my lines without him.
The park.
Could we stop for a moment? Someone might be trying to find us.
Yes, your kingsmen who forbid our love. If they see thee and I, no good shall come of it.
I think we'll be safe here.
Romeo lays a blue blanket on the grass.
Then rest with me, my lady, so that I may gaze upon your face. Your eyes sparkle like precious jewels. The color of your cheeks more glorious than the flowers of spring.
Well, thank you. I do take care of my skin.
So rich in beauty you are. You are my one and only love.
So rich in beauty? Really?
You are truly my heart's desire. How can you doubt it, though the mountains be high and the seas storm-tossed? I would follow thee to the ends of the earth.
The library.
I had no idea there were so many spells on reversing magic.
Is there one to reverse time? Then all of this never would have happened.
I found it!
They walk to Roxy's aisle.
A spell to remove personalities transferred from book covers to people.
There really is such a spell.
It seems to get quite a lot of use.
The park.
If I could write the beauty of your eyes, and in fresh numbers, number all your graces.
That is so beautiful. If only I could say something that lovely back.
But you can. The exchange of thy love's faithful vow for mine.
You mean...
Let us never be parted again.
The school.
Swear not by the moon. The inconstant moon that monthly changes in her circled orb. Hence...
Matilda is on her phone.
Maddie!
Sorry, Peter is not answering. Hey, where has he got to?
Maybe he stopped for a snack.
I still don't get it. This morning, his acting was awful, and a couple of hours later, he's a star?
Maybe your directorial approach inspired him.
Well, that's true. So why isn't it working on you?
Imogen appears on stage, signaling Kyra.
I just had an idea where he might be.
Oh, no. I am not losing both of my actors.
Imogen uses her fingers to turn off the stage lights.
Will someone turn the lights back on?
Kyra's gone. Outside.
You're sure you can reverse it?
That's what Roxy said.
Great. Let's find Peter.
You do realize whoever cast the spell has to reverse it.
Not a problem. Why would Lily refuse to turn Peter back?
The park.
Will you follow me throughout the world
I will.
and never leave my side?
Oh, yes. Yes. 1,000 times yes.
Where are they? Lily was meant to be minding Peter.
That might not have been such a good idea.
Why not?
Imogen points to them.
Hey! Romeo!
Why do I have to turn him back? He said he wants to go away with me. He said he loves me.
This isn't real, Lily. Peter doesn't know what he's saying.
It sounded like he did.
Lily, you deserve someone who doesn't need magic to tell you how wonderful you are.
Kyra's right. You want someone who really means it.
Where will I find him?
I don't know, but one day you will. It's just not Peter.
Later in Kyra's room.
For what purpose are we come here? To plight our troth once more.
Once more and forever. Parting is such...
Sweet sorrow? But why must we part, my love? We're here to travel the world.
There is a journey, yes. But you must take it alone. Take this and gaze upon it.
Lily gives him the book.
I know not the meaning of this.
I'll never forget you, my sweet Romeo.
She uses her wand to mind wipe Peter, and the book drops to the floor. Lily disappears, and Kyra puts Peter's glasses on his face before he wakes.
Peter?
How come I'm wearing this?
We decided to rehearse here.
I don't remember that.
That's because you were so into character, you forgot where you were. It's a sign of a true actor.
It is?
Come on. Matilda's waiting for us.
Kyra and Peter exit. At the school.
Okay, places, everybody. And action.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
But soft what light through yonder window breaks. It is the east, and Juliet is the sun.
What are you playing at? Do it like you did it at the cafe.
I never rehearsed at the cafe.
She shows Peter her phone with a picture of him at the cafe.
That can't be me.
Oh, so it's your twin. Can he do the scene?
Did I really do that?
Like I said, you were so in character, you forgot where you were.
Acting is dangerous. I'm done.
Some actors peak early.
Man with washing requesting entry.
In Kyra's room.
Kyra?
Steve enters with a basket of laundry. He places it on the bed, then picks up a plate and mug before exiting, leaving the door open. The view slowly shifts back to Kyra's mirror, where she fully appears with a triumphant smile.
Nailed it.
End credits. Audio description for this episode, All the World's a Stage, was written and voiced by Kyle Warwick-Matthew. Logos, ZDF, ZDF Enterprises, Network 10, Fulcrum Media Finance, Media Super. Developed with the assistance of Film Victoria, Victoria State Government, Film Victoria Australia. Produced with the assistance of Screen Queensland, Queensland Government. Principal Investor, Australian Government, Screen Australia. No animals were harmed or mistreated in the making of this series. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in this program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons living or dead are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Shipp Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Over black, a black and white UFO forms the Jonathan M. Shipp Productions logo. Daytime. Kyra walks 2 dogs in the park. One of the dogs, Doris, speaks to Kyra.
Come on, guys, keep up.
Oh, excuse me. What's the hurry?
I've got a lot to get through today, Doris.
What's more important than a stroll in the sunshine? Oh, what's that smell? Rabbit!
What, so you're a hunting dog now?
It's never too late to learn new tricks. This is why you don't have a boyfriend. You're too judgmental.
That's my reminder. I have to go.
We only just got here.
Come on, things to do, sorry.
I want a refund.
In the library.
Dara, that's my seat.
Change is as good as a holiday, sis.
Just move it, goblin breath.
Kyra enters.
Where have you been? You're late.
I have a very tight schedule.
They sit at a table.
Good grief. That's absolutely amazing.
What, Professor?
You're all here on time. Let's see if we can get some work done without interruption.
A hologram appears and spins.
Except that it's Letterbox Day.
Dara and I did it last time, Professor.
In that case, Lily and Imogen.
If we have to.
And Cara will accompany you.
We don't need her.
Of course you don't. But I'm sure Cara will benefit from seeing the proficiency with which you handle the situation. The information's all in there.
So, break for me and Roxy?
Oh, no. I have something very important for you two.
So, what's the deal with this letterbox?
On the 23rd of every month, anyone who touches the letterbox between 10:59 and 11:03 in the morning gets turned into a dog.
Why leave it? Why not replace it?
The DMI tried, but the box kept coming back.
We don't need that.
A folder.
The job couldn't be simpler. All we have to do is stop anyone from touching the box for 4 minutes.
Kyra answers her phone.
Hey, Maddie.
Is that Kyra?
You know it is.
I'm not so sure. The Kyra I know is supposed to be at basketball practice.
I'm on my way. Sorry, gotta go.
Kyra?
I'd only be in the way. Let me know how it goes.
Kyra leaves through the wall. At River City High in the gym, the team is practicing basketball.
Sorry, Maddie. Got held up. Doing what?
To stay in the comp, every game from now has to be a win. I don't need you distracted.
Got a lot of stuff on at the moment.
What stuff? We get the same homework. We play on the same team. What could you possibly have to do that I don't?
Are we here to talk or play?
Cody.
Kyra takes the ball from a girl, Cody, and makes the basket. They high-five. In the library, Maxwell carries a large chest over to a small table.
You said you had something important for us.
Lost property suitcase. It's important. As you know, lost property is collected in here and registered in the ledger. And the item is matched with the owner.
A sock.
In this case, a Mr. P. Marshall, 12 Newton Parade.
It disappears.
And the item is returned. See if you can empty it before the others return.
Roxy nods and smiles as Maxwell goes off.
This is lame.
No. Reuniting lost things with their owners is like granting a wish. It's fun.
You have a strange sense of fun.
Dara pulls something out of the suitcase and gives it to Roxy.
Pink mobile phone.
Mrs. Alice Hackford, 74 Elm Street.
It disappears. Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Shipp Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland, and ZDF Enterprises, Imogen Rides Ladder, Kimi Sukakoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title appears in gold letters, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, Gone to the Dogs. Behind a white picket fence, a letterbox sign reads 47. Lily and Imogen arrive.
I wish Kyra had been here. I think she would have enjoyed this.
It's obvious where her priorities lie.
All clear. Should be any time now. We're on. Oh, pixie dust. It's Mrs. Spencer. She mustn't touch the box. Stop her. Me? You're the one who needs to work on their people skills. This isn't the time. True, it could take years. Lily, go.
Imogen shoves Lily towards the house.
Mrs. Spencer! My cat is missing. I left the door open and naughty Toby ran out. I think he went into your backyard. Could you please take me in to have a look?
Of course, dear.
Mrs. Spencer leads Lily into her backyard. Imogen notices the postman arriving and uses her fingers to stall his motorcycle. She looks amused. She turns around to see a second one.
Two of them?
The second postman touches the white letterbox. His motorcycle falls over, sending his helmet and papers flying. He's transformed into a small white dog. Lily and Mrs. Spencer exit the house.
I'm sorry he wasn't there.
Toby's my best friend. I don't know what I'd do without him.
I'm sure you'll find him.
She runs down the front steps and notices the dog. It barks and wags its tail.
You have got to be kidding. Imogen, you had one job. There was two postmen. How was I supposed to know? We're gonna get expelled. My parents are gonna disown me. I'm gonna have to live in a cave with trolls. We can fix this. We just have to turn him back. Yes, right. All we have to do is turn a dog back into a postman. Simple.
They turn to look, but the dog is gone.
Where did the dog go?
Meanwhile, in the gym, Matilda to Kyra.
You think you can get past me?
I don't think. I know.
Kyra gets past Matilda and makes the basket.
Do that with every shot from now, and the trophy's ours.
So no pressure then.
Okay, everyone, take a break.
Do we have to?
I could use one.
Can we make it short? I have so much on today.
What is taking up your time? Have you met someone?
What? No.
Come on, spill. Do I know him?
There's nothing to tell.
You sure? Because you seem different.
Can you just let it go? Okay. How about we start again? Cody, Holly, let's go. Come on.
Cody and Holly walk off with Kyra. In the library, Dara and Ruxy are still looking through the suitcase.
One pair of false teeth. How does anyone lose their teeth? We should get extra credit for this.
Mr. Julia Grimes, 3 Helix Crescent.
The words on the ledger glow as the item vanishes. Dara pulls out a large trumpet-like object.
Now this is cool.
Objects around them repeat the same tone. A phone rings, a cuckoo clock chimes, a piano plays.
Dara, don't. That must be Ulrich's horn.
Who?
It makes anything play the same sound as it's playing. It's not a toy. It's a magical object that we need to keep stored here.
She puts it on a shelf. Imogen arrives.
About time. You can take over.
Can't, sorry. We had a problem.
Tell me you didn't.
So a postman turned into a dog. Big deal. We just have to find the dog and turn him back.
You lost the dog too.
I hope you look.
No, you have to stay here. Professor Maxwell can't know. But any ideas on how to change him back when we find him?
Well, if you read the folder, you'd know you need to put him back in front of the letterbox before sunset.
Why sunset?
With this type of magic, if you don't reverse the transformation before then, it becomes permanent.
This day just keeps getting better.
Imogen wears an annoyed expression.
Posty! Here, Posty!
Meanwhile, Lily searches for the dog.
Posty! Here, Posty!
In the gym, the team is still practicing. Kyra, wearing number 13, passes the ball to number 12, Matilda, who makes the basket.
Kyra!
Imogen appears.
Kyra! Sorry.
and Kyra runs over to her.
You can't be here. I need your help. Kind of busy right now.
She pretends to tie her shoe.
Believe me, if I could ask anyone else, I would.
Hey, Kyra!
Matilda throws the ball to Kyra, but it bounces off invisible Imogen. She walks over.
Did you see that?
What?
The ball, it looked like it bounced off something.
But that's impossible. I saw it. I just remembered something. Gotta go.
But now?
Kyra leaves the gym. Matilda looks frustrated. Outside the school,
So you lost the dog. What can I do?
You speak dog.
I've only ever communicated with one dog.
Fine. Get her to find the postman dog. Then you can go back to your silly basket game. It won't take long.
Imogen and Kyra transport away. Meanwhile, Mrs. Spencer approaches her letterbox. Lily runs over to her.
Have you seen my postman?
No. Why?
Well, those are his things. Why would he leave them here?
Bathroom break. Or urgent phone call. Why don't you go inside and I'll wait for him to come back? What are you doing?
I'm looking for my pension check.
No! You can't disturb the mail. I'm sure it's illegal or something. Posty!
What?
Don't touch anything. I'll be right back.
Lily runs off to find the dog in a man's backyard.
Posty! I am so sorry. We didn't mean to do this to you. Come with me and we'll make it all better.
Martha.
Don't worry, Posty. Imogen will be back soon and we'll fix you all up.
Thought you were looking for your cat.
Yes. Well, funny thing. You're so going to laugh at this.
That's my dog.
Are you sure he's yours?
The man takes the dog and hurries off. The old woman takes out her phone and makes a call.
Police, please.
In the library,
Who lost this?
No idea. Put it back, the name might turn up later. The others should be back by now. What are we gonna tell the professor?
Dara duplicates socks.
Imogen and Lily aren't back yet?
They were. Then there was a report of a laundromat washing machine sucking up socks. They went back out to investigate.
Let me know as soon as they get back. The day's getting away from us.
Maxwell and Ladder leave. Ruxy and Dara breathe sighs of relief. Elsewhere with Imogen, Kyra, and Doris.
That's her? Thought we were getting a tracker dog, not this creature.
Tell your friend that she shouldn't judge a book by its cover, because there's plenty I could say about hers.
What did she say?
She said she's happy to help. Doris, we need you to find a missing postman. Can you track his scent if you sniff his things?
I have my standards, you know. There are limits to what I'll stick my nose into.
So you'll do it?
That depends. What's in it for me?
Meanwhile,
What are we gonna do with all these socks?
Sock puppets?
Dara.
Okay. We can send one back with every lost object we return. Think of it as a bonus. Where's Imogen?
I thought she might be here.
She went to look for the dog.
That was a while ago. Should go find her.
I'll go too.
Oh, no. I'm not staying here on my own with the professor.
Kyra, Imogen, and Doris walk along the street.
Oh no. My dad's here.
I didn't know your father was a policeman. Are we doing something illegal?
I don't think so.
You found the dog?
No, this is the dog we're using to find the dog.
Well, that makes sense. I think.
He's cute. So this is your boyfriend?
No.
Why not? If he had a tail, I'd ask him out.
Can we just focus on finding the postman, please?
Sensitive as my nose is, I can't pick up a scent from here.
Stay here.
Kyra walks off with Doris towards Steve, his car parked nearby.
I thought you had basketball practice.
We finished early.
Didn't you do dog walking already?
Doris needs more exercise.
I can still hear you.
What's going on here?
It appears we have a missing postman. Keep her away, Cara. I don't want her messing up the scene.
Doris sniffs the postman's belongings.
Cara!
Sorry, Dad. Bad dog, Doris. Bad dog. Enough?
Yes.
No treats for you today, naughty dog. See you at home, dog.
Well, that was humiliating.
Kyra, wearing a girl power shirt, leaves the scene. In the library,
Have you ever wondered why it's only one sock that disappears? Why don't they go missing in pairs?
I don't care about socks. They should have come back by now. Something else must have gone wrong.
Lily, you're back. Where's Imogen? Still out with the washing machine?
Yep, that's where she is.
And Dara's going to help.
Roxy and Lily both nod.
Nothing else I should know about.
They shake their heads.
Let me know the moment they arrive back.
Meanwhile,
Come on, dog. I could find him faster than you.
Then tell your friend to get down and start sniffing.
What did she say? She thinks she's getting close. If she were a bloodhound instead of Mrs. Sniffles, this would be over.
That's it. I quit.
Doris, no!
I'm not moving until she apologizes.
What's up?
You upset her. She wants you to say sorry. I am not apologizing to a dog.
A dog? I am a full-breed boxer from an impeccable bloodline.
She's our only hope.
Better do it, sis.
Sorry.
Not good enough. I want a proper apology to my face.
She wants you to do it again.
I so want to see this.
She's out of her tiny mind.
And again with the insults. Oh, she's got the manners of a pit bull.
She's not moving until you do.
Imogen gets down on the ground next to Doris.
I'm sorry.
Dara pats her on the head as he passes.
Good dog.
Outside Mrs. Spencer's.
So you noticed the bike and mail satchel abandoned just before midday?
That's what I said.
And before that, you didn't see or hear anything unusual?
There was a girl looking for a lost cat. She was quite odd.
Your baguette and almond croissant, Mrs. Spencer.
Thank you, Peter.
Hey, Sergeant Glenn. What's happening?
A missing postman. Nothing sinister, I'm sure.
Back with Kyra, Imogen, Dara, and Doris.
When we get back, if the professor asks about a washing machine, just let me handle it, okay?
A washing machine? What?
I smell cabbage, coffee grounds, and canine fur, with a hint of postage stamp glue.
She's found him.
About time.
Where?
Not so fast, girlie. We need to agree on my compensation.
I said you could have dog treats.
Oh, please. Like biscuits are gonna cut it now. I want bones.
Okay, bones.
And a foot massage. My paws are killing me.
Fine. Now can you please show us where he is?
Doris leads the group down some steps. They find the dog.
Are you sure that's him?
Yes, but he's more confused than a corgi. He's worried about his postal round, but he also wants to chase cars. Oh, what did you do to him?
Later. Let's get you home. And him back to the letterbox.
In the library,
It's almost sunset. We should be able to help you. Not doing this stupid job.
I'm sure Imogen and Dara have it under control.
Poor postman. What if he has a family? How are they going to feel having to call a dog dad?
Roxy's eyes go wide.
He's behind me, isn't he?
Lily turns around to find Maxwell. Near Mrs. Spencer's,
Oh no. It'll be sunset in 2 minutes. Any ideas?
Lily talks to Maxwell.
Oh, and then I brought the wrong dog back. But Mrs. Spencer thought I was looking for a cat. It wasn't anybody's fault. I mean, how were we meant to know there'd be 2 postmen?
Do you understand what she's saying?
Ah, Dara, can you...
Sorry, no time.
No need to hang around, Peter. There's nothing strange here.
You can't be certain. There was a guy in the States who was abducted out of his milk truck, and a woman who was taken from her lounge room.
Where did you go?
What's that?
Don't worry. I've got this.
Dara plays the trumpet-like instrument to create a distraction. Cars and police sirens blare nearby.
Go!
Kyra runs off with the dog and puts it down near the letterbox. It glows. The dog disappears, and the postman takes its place.
What?
What was that?
I don't know.
He's on all fours, looking around confused.
You right there, mate?
Maxwell addresses the class.
I'm very disappointed in y'all. Would someone care to explain to me how a simple task became a total debacle? Next time you're given a task, if there is a next time, read the file first.
Yes, Professor.
The only one who showed any competence in this sorry affair was a dog. I hope you made her feel appreciated.
Why is it just me walking today? Where's Coco and Digger? Oh, don't tell me you've lost another postman.
We have something for you.
Oh, if I'd known you were throwing me a dinner party, I'd have had a bath and worn my best collar.
And Imogen and Lily have something to say?
Thank you, Doris.
You want something found again? You come see Doris. I'm your dog. But next time, do me a favour.
What?
Don't bring the rude one.
What did she say?
She said, "You're welcome."
End credits. Audio description for this episode, Gone to the Dogs, was written and voiced by Kyle Warwick Matthew. Logos: ZDF, ZDF Enterprises, Network 10, Fulcrum Media Finance, Media Super. Developed with the assistance of Film Victoria, Victoria State Government, Film Victoria Australia. Produced with the assistance of Screen Queensland, Queensland Government. Principal Investor, Australian Government, Screen Australia. No animals were harmed or mistreated in the making of this series. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons living or dead are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Over black, a black and white UFO forms the Jonathan M. Schiff Productions logo. Daytime. Roxy and Lily walk towards the River City Museum.
This is so exciting. I used to love coming to the museum when I was little.
I'm not sure much would have changed.
Well, the exhibits will be different. And the tour guides. Let's just say I'd rather have you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Miss Roxy.
Oh, they're so adorable.
Are you a bit old to take a tour?
You're never too old to be amazed.
I like dinosaurs, and why can't I go as a dinosaur lady? Because you're with the fairy group. Those fairy wings are pathetic. Still think they're adorable? Okay, everyone, in we go.
Roxy and the rest of the group enter the foyer.
When can we see the dinosaurs? Maybe afterwards. Let's see how we feel. You're about to see some pretty amazing things.
If anyone gets scared, they can hold my hand.
You're weird.
They stop. Lily looks around.
All clear.
Is everybody ready?
Yes, Miss Roxy.
Then prepare to be astonished.
One by one, the group walks through a wall into a dark room.
I can't see anything. Behold, the Museum of Magic.
The lights come on.
These are the marvels of the magical world. Most are kept in the Library of Magic, but the ones in here are special.
Wow, look over here. This is awesome.
Gets them every time.
Wow, Wow, look at that. This is new.
It's the cleaner.
Over here. What's so special about it?
Turn it on and it will suck up just about anything.
A giant eyeball scares Kelly the fairy.
It's watching me! It's alright, Kelly. Everything is secure. It might be a bit scary, but it can't hurt you. Who wants to hear some stories?
Rip, then jump. Rip, then jump. What is so hard about it? This is Magic 101.
Give me a chance.
How many do you need?
It's my first time, Imogen. I bet you didn't get it right your first go.
This isn't about me, this is about you.
So you found jumping hard too?
Look, Kyra, just focus. Visualize where you want to go. Picture yourself there.
In Kyra's room,
Right. Got it.
Then rip and jump.
Okay. Kitchen, here I come.
Kyra disappears and falls to the ground outside her kitchen window. Kyra frowns and re-enters her room.
Well,
I'm trying.
She tries again, but ends up on her back patio.
have you been anywhere near the kitchen?
At least I'm getting closer to the house now, okay?
Do you even remember what a kitchen looks like? You know, where you cook food, where you wash dishes.
Stop. You're too funny.
She tries again, but ends up inside her white closet. Imogen opens it to let her out.
Okay, this is way tougher than it should be. But you are talented and you are smart and you can do it.
Thank you.
I was talking to myself.
Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Ship Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises. Imogen rides ladder. Kimi Sukakoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title appears in gold letters. The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, A Night to Remember. Night is spelt with a K. In the museum,
And the magician never knew what it was going to pull out of the hat. Sometimes it was a rabbit, once it was a hippopotamus, and one time the hat pulled the magician inside. That's not scary. So you want to hear something scary, Leah? Better than some stupid hat. Would you like to hear about Sir Zoltan's armor? I never heard of him. Sir Zoltan was a fierce warrior who lived over 700 years ago. This is his armor. Doesn't look very dangerous. He had a sword that rumored to be so sharp that it could cut through anything. But when Sir Zoltan was dying, his sword was stolen. And with his last breath, he swore that he would never rest until we found it. And guess what happened then? What? What? His spirit passed into his suit of armor, and it roamed the world for centuries, causing mayhem. And if anyone or anything got in its path, do you know what would happen?
No. No?
It destroyed them.
You can hold my hand if you like.
Lily takes the girl's hand. Meanwhile, Kyra lands onto her bed.
And here we are again.
If you're not happy teaching me, let Lily do it.
Professor Maxwell wants you to master this as soon as possible. If Lily were here, she'd still be telling you how wonderful the day is. Unless, of course...
What?
We've reached the limits of your abilities. We don't really know what a trialing can or can't do. Maybe you can't jump accurately.
And maybe all I need is a bit more time. And a bit more patience.
Leave it.
Better get it. Could be important.
Kyra leaves her room and answers the door. It's Peter.
Hey, got time to talk?
Is there a problem?
Just wondered about something off you.
Bounce away. Nothing happening here. I can't catch up on later.
She shuts the door in Imogen's face. Peter can't see her. They leave. The museum.
In local news, reports of an armchair taking flight in a local park have been explained by meteorologists as a rare form of heat mirage.
Hello, everyone. My name is Orla, and some of you may recognize me from my television reports.
I do.
To humans, I look just like them, but I'm really an elf, and my real job is working for the Department of Magical Intervention. The DMI captures rogue magical objects and locks them up here so they won't do any harm. If you're lucky, some of you may end up working for the DMI. I hope you do.
A young male elf is spooked and shoots magic at the case holding the suit of armor.
You have to study very hard. But even if you don't end up with the DMI, it's the responsibility of all magical beings to keep magic hidden from humans. So if you see anything strange, report it immediately. Thank you for listening.
Orla's hologram vanishes.
I hope you all understood Orla's message. If you see something, report it.
I have something to report. Isn't that sweet? She got the message.
Now, who wants to hear about the bottomless sandpit?
Miss
Roxy, I have something to report. All right, Callie, what would you like to report?
That's gone.
The suit of armor is no longer in the case.
Everybody stay calm. Gather around me. Where's it gone?
Don't be scared. We know exactly what to do.
What do we do? First thing is to find it before he gets out. Get back in the cabinet, please.
Be careful.
I'm warning you. Get back.
It knocks Roxy's wand away.
Lily?
What?
Now might be a good time to call the DMI.
Elsewhere,
Don't you think there's a lot of weird things happening lately?
Definitely. I mean, you've worn the same shirt 2 days in a row. What's with that?
Seriously. What about that postman who vanished? Where did he go?
Having a break, probably.
He was gone for 6 hours and he has no idea where.
How do you know?
I tracked him down and asked him. He can't remember a thing.
Well, you shouldn't have done that. That's a job for the police.
I asked your dad. He wasn't interested.
You asked Dad about this?
He said I read too many comics. Then there's those car horns and phones going off all at the same time.
Peter,
and the flying chair.
That was a mirage.
So the media was saying. But have you ever heard of fake news?
Peter, I've known you since kindergarten. You've always had an overactive imagination. Remember that time you were convinced you'd seen a tiny flying saucer and you called the Air Force?
So it was a frisbee. Any 8-year-old could have made that mistake. This is different.
Peter checks his phone.
I've got to go to the bookshop. Want to come?
Sure.
In the museum, a balding man and Orla arrive.
Any idea how this happened?
There's signs of magical interference.
Well,
Leah's just a little elf. He didn't mean to. He got scared.
you should have been watching.
I was.
She was doing a really good job, Dad.
We'll discuss this later, Lily. Right now, send the young ones home. I'll issue an alert. We need all the people out searching.
The man grows wings and flies off.
Let me help.
I think you've done enough.
Orla walks away. Meanwhile, the suit of armor roams around the streets of River City. Pedestrians stare at it as it passes. In the library with Imogen and Dara.
Rip, jump. It's simple.
True. And Kara seems pretty smart. Might there be another problem?
You mean me? Are you saying I can't teach someone to jump?
You said it was simple. Why else wouldn't she be getting it?
Because she's part silly human.
Remember, you weren't always the best jumper.
What?
When you were little and Mum was trying to teach you, you ripped and completely disappeared.
I did not. I don't remember that.
Well, finally, after searching the whole neighborhood, we found you at the pet store.
That happened like once.
You kept doing it too. You kept jumping to the pet store. Obsessed with the baby rabbits. Even named one of them Snowflake.
So what? I was a little kid who liked rabbits. It's no big deal.
Oh, Snowflake.
Oh, you are such a hobgoblin.
And you were such an easy Marxist.
A hologram of the suit and armor appears.
That's in the museum. The armor's escaped.
You go. I'll tell the professor.
If you see the armor, report it.
I know.
I mean it, Imogen. Don't be a hero.
Me? Never.
Dara puts down books and exits. In the bookshop,
So Zoltan's armor is loose. The DMI wants everyone searching.
You go, I'll look up.
Imogen leaves. Outside,
I just need to pick up a comic. Coming in?
Be there in a sec. What's going on?
Ah, Peter. Just in time. I'm closing early today. I'll get your comic.
Maxwell goes behind the counter to pull out a comic book.
Here it is. Return of the Time Nemesis number 6. Taking out the trash man. It's one of my favorites.
Thanks, Max.
Peter leaves, and Maxwell closes the shop.
The armor is a serious threat to Kyra.
So how can I help?
You can't even jump. Just stay out of it. It's too dangerous.
But
Peter sees Kyra nearby and follows.
I should have been keeping an eye on them.
Don't be so hard on yourself. It could have happened to anyone.
Yeah, but it happened when I was in charge.
Everybody makes mistakes.
What do you do then?
Apologize. I send flowers too. They always seem to help.
No. What you do is fix what you did wrong.
But that's not what I meant!
Meanwhile, the suit of armor walks past pedestrians who stare at it.
so where is the armor headed?
If we knew that, we'd have found it.
Can't I use magic?
Don't you think we thought of that?
Sorry, just trying to help.
Kyra!
You were followed.
Kyra and Imogen go invisible.
Kyra?
Peter looks around, confused. They reappear as Peter leaves.
You being here is so not helping.
If the suit of armor is as dangerous as you say, don't you need everybody you can get?
Elsewhere, Dara searches for the suit of armor. Peter sees it.
Hi there. Nice armor. Fancy dress party? Yo, Tin Man, wait up. What's all this about?
It stops on the bridge. It turns around and blasts Peter back. It continues on, leaving Peter on the ground, his mouth open. Roxy and Lily meet up.
Did you find it?
No, you?
No. It was seen near the river earlier. And for all that metal, it must be moving pretty fast.
We should let the DMI take care of this, don't you think? Don't you always say to follow the DMI protocols? I'm pretty sure taking on the armor yourself isn't in the protocols.
Have you seen the armor? No. Have you? It was seen near the river earlier.
Kyra, you shouldn't be here.
I tried to get her to leave, but she wouldn't go.
Yeah, Trilings are really stubborn. So, exactly how do you locate a magical object that's on the loose?
Protocol state our first task is to ascertain if the magical item has a specific objective.
Yes, to smash everything up, which is why we should let the DMI handle this.
How'd it get out of the museum anyway?
It wasn't Roxy's fault. It was an accident.
Thanks, Lily.
Kyra pulls up a map on her phone.
So, it started at the museum, and it's been seen near the river. That's almost a straight line. Do you know what else is on that line?
The armor passes under the bridge. Maxwell hears it coming and looks towards the front door. The armor breaks through it.
I know what you've come for, but you can't have it. There's nothing for you here. Go back to the museum. I don't want to resort to violence.
Imogen, Lily, Kyra, and Roxy run towards the shop to see the door broken down. They enter to find Maxwell on the floor.
Are you alright, Professor?
Where's the armor?
Library.
I'm going in. Me too.
Well, what are you gonna do?
I started this. I'm gonna finish it.
Be careful.
Lily, look after Maxwell. And you, stay here.
Imogen and Roxy head towards the back wall.
Are you sure about this? No. But let's do it before I chicken out.
In the library,
If we can catch it in a crossfire, then maybe we can immobilize it. Sounds like a plan.
meanwhile,
I'll get him some water.
Lily walks off.
Kyra.
Maxwell whispers something to Kyra. Back in the library, Imogen and Roxy search for the armor. Imogen holds her fingers out like a gun. In the aisle next to Imogen's, Roxy holds her wand as she searches. The suit of armor walks down the aisle next to her. Imogen continues her search. She passes an aisle, and the armor does the same, but in the opposite direction. In some of the aisles, books are scattered on the floor. She whips around rapidly as she searches, her fingers still pointed in front of her. She nearly bumps into Ruxy, their backs to each other.
I didn't see it. Me either. This place is so big it could be anywhere.
Ruxy shoots at the armor, but it deflects her magic, knocking books off a shelf.
I know why it's here. Seems pretty obvious to me. Maximum damage. What aisle are we in? Aisle 43. Why? I need to find the Book of Finbar. Is this really the time to be reading? You never know what you'll find in a good book.
Kyra runs off. As she pulls out a book, others get pushed out from the other side. The armor is in front of her. Kyra looks horrified. She backs away from it as it approaches. Kyra rips and jumps as it raises its hand. She appears in her kitchen, her father not aware of her arrival. She rips again.
What's Kyra doing? No idea. Anyway, forget her. We have some tin butt to kick.
Ruxy and Imogen stand side by side before making their way into an aisle. In another part of the library, Kyra appears, still holding the book. She puts it down on a small table containing other books and opens it. Flipping to a page, she places one hand on each page. The book emits a brilliant glow as a giant golden sword appears to grow out of the book. Meanwhile, Ruxy and Imogen battle the suit of armor. Their magic deflects off it.
This isn't working. Any other ideas? Hey! Sir Zoltan! Is this what you want?
Kyra holds the sword.
Sir Zoltan's sword.
She kneels down as the armor slowly approaches her.
Don't give it to him, Kyra. He'll destroy everything.
It accepts the sword. It raises the sword above its head.
No!
The sword tip hits the ground, and the armor goes dormant. Everyone looks relieved. Kyra gets to her feet and smiles. In the bookshop,
How did you know it wouldn't take the sword and slice you into kebabs?
When the armor held out its hand, I just knew it wanted its sword.
Still, it was a huge risk.
Professor Maxwell wouldn't have told me to get the sword if the armor was going to hurt me.
Kyra, I didn't mean for you to get the sword out of the book.
You didn't?
I meant for you to get it out of the library.
Oops.
in the museum.
Did you know Maxwell had the sword?
News to me.
Me too.
Sean uses his wand to manifest padlocks onto the case, which now holds the suit of armor and its sword.
Makes you wonder what else he has hidden there in the library.
True. All right. Time for you to do your job.
Peter and Matilda watch a news report.
Reports have come in of a suit of armor on a rampage. I've obtained this exclusive footage.
That is such a cracker.
It's publicity for next month's Medieval Music Festival. So all you lords and ladies out there, come along and enjoy the show.
That's no publicity stunt. That armor threw me and it never even touched me.
You know that's impossible.
All I know is what we just saw is not what happened.
The library.
Thanks for helping get Sir Zoltan safely locked away again.
No problem. It's what friends do when a suit of armor goes on a rampage.
Yeah, but it was my fault to escape the museum. I'm not sure if they'll ever let me work there again.
You kidding? After the way you stood up to that armor, they'll want to promote you from tour guide to security guard.
I'll just be happy to get my old job back.
Where did you go when you jumped?
My kitchen. Made it there at last. Thanks to you.
Imogen walks off as Dara approaches.
What you did today?
It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was. What I was gonna say is that it was stupid and reckless. But it was gutsy. There might be hope for you yet.
End credits. Additional cast. Steve Nation, Orla, Melanie Zanetti, Leo, Javon Bernard, Collie, Ava Taylor, Armor, Darko Tuscan, Wayne Culliam, Nick Torello, Jace Lee, Sean, Nicholas Bell. Credits continue. Audio description for this episode, A Night to Remember, was written and voiced by Kyle Warwick-Matthew. No animals were harmed or mistreated in the making of this series. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons, living or dead, are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Shipp Productions Proprietary Limited. Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited and Screen Australia. Over black, a black and white UFO forms the Jonathan M. Shipp Productions logo. Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Shipp Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises. Imogen rides ladder. Kimi Sukakoshi, Elizabeth Collin, Mia Milnes, Julian Collin, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title appears in gold letters, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, The Test. In the outdoor cafe, Peter talks to Orla the elf.
Hey, you're Orla. I always watch your news reports.
Glad to hear it. If you'd like an autograph photo, call the station.
Can I ask you about that story you did on the suit of armor?
The publicity stunt for the medieval festival. Very clever promotion, don't you think?
Not really. That suit of armor knocked me down and it never even touched me.
I don't think that's possible.
It's like it tasted me or something.
Why don't you contact River City Council? They'll set you straight.
I did. They didn't know anything about a suit of armor. Care to comment?
Regular juice and a blueberry muffin? Can you pay? I was in a hurry and forgot my wallet.
What's the rush?
Oh, you know, people to see, things to do. Wasn't that?
I was telling you what happened with the armor. Who told you the armor was a stunt?
I can't reveal my sources.
Come on, we're not talking international politics. What are you covering up?
It was nice to meet you.
You do fake news, Orla, and I'm gonna prove it.
I suppose that's one way to make an impression.
Kyra enters the bookshop.
Morning, Professor.
Hello, Kyra. You ready for today?
I think so.
It won't be easy. You started out well behind the others.
I know, but I was up all night doing study notes and revising. It's much harder than normal school. I can remember maths formulas and French verbs, but not the difference between a hex and a bewitchment. Or was that an enchantment?
She drops her papers.
Relax. Sounds like you've done more than enough than the rest of the class put together, except Roxy.
They've grown up with this stuff. I haven't. Like you said, I'm playing catch-up.
Magic isn't just about what's up here.
He points to his head.
What you feel in here.
His heart.
And what's that telling you about how you're doing?
My powers are under control.
Hmm?
I can pretty much do all the magic you've taught me.
No argument there. I just want to make sure that you understand what's at stake.
You mean if I fail?
You're trialing, Kyra. You'll face extra scrutiny because of that. Difference is not always welcome in our world.
Don't worry, Professor. I've got this.
Later, in the library.
Today there are two separate tests. Test 1 is about identification and deduction.
It's a piano.
Very good, Imogen. But the test is also about deduction. Your task is to unlock the piano's secret.
He holds a small key and places it atop the piano. He walks away, and the students approach the piano.
There must be magic in it somewhere. Look inside.
Imogen lifts the key cover.
Be careful.
Ooh, scary, a missing key.
She presses a key and the piano starts to play.
Oh, that's a shame. It was such a pretty tune.
No, Lily. We need to find the missing key. Look for books on piano keys.
The students split up to find answers. Imogen, holding a book, rides ladder through the aisles. Roxy opens a book.
Oh no.
What?
This is the ill-tempered piano.
So it has an attitude problem. What's it gonna do, insult us?
This instrument was created to demand attention. When its playing is interrupted, it plays louder and louder until...
Until what?
That's all it says.
That can't be good.
Where do we find a piano key?
Lily places a book atop the piano and manifests a piano key with her wand.
Problem solved.
She places it in the missing key slot. The piano starts to play, but it stops, sending the key flying. The cover slams shut.
I don't like this piano.
I think it feels the same way about you.
The cover opens and the piano starts playing again, only much louder. Everyone covers their ears. Maxwell observes nearby. Meanwhile, Peter rides his food delivery bike and arrives at Kyra's. Steve opens the front door.
Oh, hey, Pete. Kyra's not home yet.
That's cool. I came to talk to you.
Can it wait? I'm heading off to work.
Let's do the Obama last week.
What about it?
The media's saying it's a publicity stunt, but it's a cover-up, and it's not the first. Did you read the email I sent?
We're kind of busy.
You should read it, because the more I look into this, the more weird stuff I find. Look, a lake that turned purple.
On Peter's tablet.
A plague of yellow plastic ducks, and a whole lot more kooky stories.
You're letting your imagination run wild, Pete.
But you're a cop. Your job is to investigate this stuff.
And right now, you're making me late for that job.
Steve gets into his police car and drives off. Nearby, Orla and a man watch Peter as he rides off on his bike. Back in the library, Dara stands in front of the piano in thought. Kyra approaches him, still covering her ears.
I thought this was a group exercise!
I've been thinking!
Ha! There's a first.
The professor said he wants us to unlock the piano's secrets, right?
So?
So I was wondering, maybe we need to find a key.
We already know that!
I mean the other sort of key. For a lock.
So we search for a book about locks and keys.
But what if the key's already visible?
Kyra removes the key from the keyhole below the piano's keys. She places it on top and uses her fingers to turn the key into a piano key. Dara puts the new key into the empty slot, and the piano stops playing, and everyone uncovers their ears. Maxwell slowly applauds.
Good thinking, Dara.
You said the test was about deduction.
Do you even know what that means?
Save it, Imogen. You're going to need all your energy for the second test. This task is about...
Orla appears.
Maxwell,
Orla, what are you doing here?
come to observe today's test. I hope that's not a problem.
Oh, of course not. It's a pleasure to have you here. Meet my students. Imogen, Dara.
I'm such a fan of your work.
Thank you. I believe I've met your parents. They're very generous to the DMI.
And this is Roxy, Lily, and Kyra. I'm sure you all know of Orla McGuire, the DMI's top operative.
I read how you handled that gargoyle that came to life. So cool.
Isn't it sweet? Imogen as a role model.
Actually, Orla and I were in the same class.
Really?
Orla was quite the prodigy.
Seem to remember you were no slouch yourself. I've been waiting to meet you, Kyra. Your appearance in our world has caused some concern.
I promise I'd never do anything to reveal the secret.
Well, I hope that's true.
Kyra smiles nervously.
Our second test, the capture and containment of a magical problem.
Will this be individual assessment?
The DMI relies on teamwork, Imogen.
But individual abilities need to be appreciated too.
Team is only as good as its members. Isn't that right, Professor?
Of course. This time, there'll be no resorting to the library for help.
An hourglass appears.
Ready to slam this?
Bring it on. What do we have to do?
Hang on.
Maxwell jumps Kyra, Roxy, Dara, Lily, and Imogen out of the library.
Where are we? Museum of Magic.
Roxy works here as a tour guide. She's so good with the little kids.
A vacuum cleaner? Probably the most dangerous thing in here. It can suck up almost anything. Enough with the tour. Roxy, you know the museum. What's different? I can't see anything out of place. What's the glove about? They belong to the world's most accomplished spy, Natalia Petrovich. She was highly trained in martial arts. Did she lose a hand? No, why? There's only one glove in here. There should be two. That's the challenge. Find the other glove.
That shouldn't be hard. Just look on the floor.
These gloves can move.
Move. Like on their own.
A glove moves across the floor.
And make it turn invisible.
It appears behind Lily and pulls her hair.
Anything else you didn't tell us? The glove won't stop until all the targets are dispatched.
The group scatters. Peter runs into Matilda on his bike.
Hey, Peter.
Do you realize how much weird stuff happens every day? Now, I know what you're gonna say. I read too many comics, it's all in my head. But it isn't. Every one of these events happened, but was dismissed with some quirky explanation. But something happened to me. I'm a witness, and no one listens to me.
Well, I guess...
What if I had more witnesses? Surely someone else would have had a run-in with that armor. I just have to find them. Thanks, Matilda. You're a genius.
He takes a tablet from her and rides off. He arrives at the cafe and talks to people. Back in the library, Maxwell talks to Orla as they walk through aisles.
Now, Orla, I'm sure you're not here just for my sparkling wit and repartee. If I didn't know any better, I'd be wondering if the DMI had a problem with my teaching.
Of course not. You're doing an excellent job.
And the fact that you've never turned up before and I have a troiling in my class is a complete coincidence.
Where she came from's created much debate in the department. How is it possible she even exists?
It's a mystery. All I know is the day she turned up. She's done her best to be an excellent student ever since. In fact, I consider all my students talented in their own way.
I look forward to seeing the evidence of that.
Meanwhile, the students continue their search for the glove in the museum. An eyeball looks at them.
You nailed it with the piano test. Any thoughts on this one?
Yeah. Don't move. Where did it go? Did anyone see?
How can we catch it if it keeps disappearing?
I guess that's the test.
Spread out. Maybe we can corner it.
The glove grabs Dara's shirt.
Get it off me!
I'm trying. Careful, you'll hit Dara.
He disappears.
And the trialing. Have you noticed anything different about her?
How do you mean?
Has she exhibited any special qualities?
All my students are excellent.
He falls to the ground next to Orla and Maxwell. He gets up and walks away. The museum.
I don't like this.
You think we do? I can't see it.
If we can make it visible, then we can catch it. Any ideas? Do I have to come up with everything? We have to flush it out in the open, then cover it with fairy dust.
Good plan. So, who does the flushing?
I'll do it.
Here, glove. Where are you?
Kyra walks around. The glove passes nearby.
It's time to go home now. Don't you miss your partner? There!
Lily and Roxy shoot at it, but it deflects their attack. They disappear.
So much for the fairy plan.
A good education can't only be measured by success. A student learns just as much, if not more, by their mistakes.
They appear in the library and crash into something.
Your students seem to be learning a great deal then.
In the museum, the glove crawls up the side of a glass case. Imogen signals Kyra and slowly makes her way towards the glove's location. Kyra does the same, but approaches from the other side. They both duck. Kyra nods. Kyra and Imogen spring up and attack the glove. It falls to the ground. Imogen takes it out with another attack. It falls to the floor and goes limp. Later,
You've all made it by the skin of your teeth. But a pass is a pass. Well done. I'm sure you've all benefited from the experience.
That was a tough test, Professor. You'll have to be prepared for a lot more than that to get into the DMI.
I think we've all learned a lesson. So, a thank you to Orla.
I think Imogen was right.
About what?
She suggested individual abilities were important. I agree.
So
I'd like to see what your students are capable of when they're in the field. Let them face a real-world situation with real consequences.
I think they've done enough for today.
Yeah, I'm pooped. Who knew a glove could be so hard to catch?
I don't mean you, Lily. I'm talking about the students who are still in the game. Imogen and Kyra.
I'm up for it.
Not Kyra. It's too soon for her.
The test isn't over until there's a clear winner. I thought you had faith in your students.
It's okay, Professor. I'll give it a shot.
Maxwell nods.
Good hunting.
Orla uses her fingers, making Kyra and Imogen disappear. Elsewhere,
Can you see anything?
Aren't you listening, Kyra? Orla wants to see what we can do individually.
Yeah, but we can still work.
No! You're on your own.
Imogen walks away. Peter rides his bike on a street and gets pulled over by Steve.
Was I speeding, officer? I'm late for a delivery.
I hear you've been harassing local business owners.
I was asking some questions. What's the harm in that?
The harm is that I get people calling me, giving me an earful. Then I have to track you down to read you the riot act.
Do I need a lawyer?
Seriously, Peter, drop it. That armor was just a publicity stunt. End of story.
He drives off. In the library,
You're wrong. Neither of them are ready for this.
We won't know that until the test is over, will we?
Now, what test shall we use?
Shadow Cloud. You can't be serious.
If we don't push them, how will we know what they're capable of?
Orla takes the glass jar holding the dark substance, then disappears.
Telling you, Dad. They know nothing about ordering 24 croissants. Check with Mum if she made the order, but it looks like a prank to me. Wish I knew who it was. I'd make them eat the lot. What do you want me to
Orla
do?
watches Peter nearby. She opens the container, and a pillar of smoke emerges from it. Maxwell appears.
I want it on the record that I do not approve of this. They are not sufficiently experienced enough to handle Shadow Cloud.
They might learn something in trying. So might we.
Shadow Cloud floats in the sky towards the group of students. Imogen shoots at it with her fingers. It vanishes.
See? That is how it's done.
It reappears.
You wouldn't be so sure. You've just made it bigger.
It strikes the ground.
Way better.
If we can't disperse it using magic, then we need to contain it.
How do we contain smoke?
Imogen has an idea.
Thanks.
She jumps.
What did I say?
Kyra looks confused. She runs off and hides behind a bush. Meanwhile, Peter stares at Shadow Cloud in the distance with his mouth open. He slowly approaches it. Orla uses her fingers to manipulate Shadow Cloud, sending it closer to Peter. It is now on top of him. He stares up at it. Kyra uses her fingers to blast Peter away to safety. She runs over to him.
What happened? Are you okay?
I don't know. Something hit me.
Imogen appears with the vacuum.
Did you see it?
See what?
She sucks up Shadow Clone.
This weird-looking cloud of smoke.
No, you must have.
It was right there.
Shadow Cloud is no longer there. Peter walks away. The library.
That test was about following your instincts. Imogen's instinct was to employ a potentially risky strategy to keep magic hidden, whilst dangerously visible. But her risk paid off. That was a textbook example of how to contain an outbreak. Although next time, don't be in such a rush that you forget to go invisible. Hers is the sort of thinking we need at the DMI, because our job is about making difficult choices.
It wasn't right.
Something to say, Kyra?
She stands.
What you did risked my friend's life. I don't care what you're trying to teach us. That was
Everyone looks at Kyra.
irresponsible.
Let's be clear. You chose to help a boy rather than deal with the threat. A threat that could have put the entire human world in danger. At the start of today, you said you would do anything to protect our secret. Clearly...
Orla.
I understand how you feel, Maxwell, but because of her human connection, she will never truly be part of the magical world.
Kyra will stay.
Are you sure you want to do this?
I'm Kyra's teacher. The decision is mine.
I suppose I should have expected this from you.
Orla glares at Maxwell.
Imogen, come see me sometime.
She jumps.
Well, that's enough fun for the day. Class dismissed.
Everyone disperses. Later in the bookshop, the sign switches to closed.
Shouldn't you be getting home?
Why did you stick up for me?
I support all of me students.
No. What did all the mean?
I'm a halfling. My mother, an elf, married my father, who was a human.
How did that work out?
Not well, neither was accepted in the other's world. But they loved each other deeply, and that was enough. The magical world would never truly accept you, Kyra. So you must work twice as hard to prove yourself. Always remember there are eyes on you. You're a rarity, and therefore potentially valuable. Be careful.
I will, Professor. And thanks.
Maxwell opens the door and Kyra walks out. Outside, Kyra slowly walks away from the bookshop, wearing a somber expression. Maxwell watches her with a sad expression and closes the blinds. End credits. Audio description for this episode, The Test, was written and voiced by Kyle Warwick-Matthew. Additional cast: Steve Nation, Orla, Melanie Zanetti, cameraman, Sasha Dulix, glove, Marcus Cunane, script and story producer, Mark Sheriffs, director of photography, Andrew Condor, ACS, SOC, original music, Ricky Edwards and Brett Applin, music supervisors, Pete Dacey and Keith Ridgway, Reform Records. Credits continue. No animals were harmed or mistreated in the making of this series. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons living or dead are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Shipp Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Over black, a black and white UFO forms the Jonathan M. Ship Productions logo. Kyra touches a floating bill. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Ship Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland, NZDF, and ZDF Enterprises, Imogen Rides Ladder, Kimi Sukakoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Somers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title appears in gold letters, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, Fairy for a Day, Night. In the library, Roxy and Lily talk. Lily extracts fairy dust from a book.
Got many teeth to do tonight?
10. You?
3. Don't suppose you feel like swapping, do you?
Why?
I really think I'm in with the chances here to win the prize for the most teeth transformed. But I've got to get my tally into triple figures. I'm so close. And you'd have the night off. Almost.
Sure. Time to play.
You fairies are so lucky. You grant wishes, you help people. Must be such a great feeling.
It is pretty good.
So, what about me?
How do you mean?
I'm a trialing. Part elf, part fairy, part human. What do I do?
You do whatever trilings do.
What's that?
Lily and Roxy look uncertain.
I'm sure there's a book about it.
Maxwell hasn't been able to find anything so far.
Don't worry about it, Kyra. You're special.
I don't feel that special. I'll catch you guys later.
Kyra walks away.
I wish there was something we could do for her.
Sometimes people have to work things out for themselves. Let's go. Our teeth waiting.
You go. I need to check on something. It's okay, Ladder. I know what I want.
Lights glow outside Kyra's house. Inside her bedroom, she sits on her bed as she plays guitar and sings. A lamp softly glows next to her bed.
I know the sea of changing faces now.
In the library, Lily walks down an aisle and pulls out a book. She opens it and points to a page.
I wonder who's there for
The page has illustrations and references to fairy wings.
in my mind. The sun will still shine.
Later, golden light streaks into Kyra's now dark bedroom. She's asleep in bed. Lily appears in her human form. She walks over to Kyra's bed and uses her wand on Kyra. Glowing particles flow from its tip. Lily smiles to herself, morphs back into her fairy form, and flies out Kyra's open window. The curtains billow as she passes. Morning. Kyra wakes to her phone's alarm. Her guitar leans against the foot of her bed. Still under her covers, she feels around for her phone on her nightstand and turns off the alarm. She throws the covers back and slowly gets out of bed. She makes her way over to a full-length mirror. She suddenly grows giant wings.
You okay?
Don't come in! I'm getting dressed.
I heard you cry out.
I, stubbed my toe, that's all.
The wings retract.
You want to lift the basketball?
No, it's okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Steve walks away from her door. Later in the library,
Whose turn is it? Who hasn't shown me how to animate the elephant out of the book yet?
We all have, except Dara.
Perfect. Dara, you're next.
Dara stands as Maxwell opens the giant book to a picture of an elephant.
Now, remember, concentrate and channel your energy.
Come on, bro. You're gonna crush this.
Kyra appears.
This isn't a drop-in center, Kyra.
I know, Professor. I'm sorry I'm late.
You can't just come and go as you please.
Customer. Excuse me. We'll have to pick this up another time.
No rush.
Where have you been?
That is not how I taught you to jump.
I got wings.
Congratulations!
Lily hugs her.
Wings are so old school.
You're just jealous because you don't have them.
Have you tried them?
No, they come and go. Is that how it's supposed to be?
Well, you're trialing. Wing development may be different for you.
I'm so happy. I knew it was the right thing to do.
You did this?
Last night, I zipped in when you were in bed.
You came into my room and magicked me? You could have asked first.
You were asleep. Isn't it exciting? Now you get to explore your fairy side.
Are they permanent?
The spell lasts a day. Then you'll go back to normal.
But in the meantime, they could pop out anytime.
Yes.
Lily! I had to miss basketball practice because I didn't know if they'd appear when I was on the court.
But you're a proper fairy now. Don't you feel special?
You know what I feel? This whole magic thing is messing up my life.
Kyra storms off and takes her seat at the head of the table. Later outside,
What happened to having another go at the animation spell?
How is getting an elephant out of a book ever going to be useful?
If you're having trouble, I can help.
I don't need my sister to help me.
This isn't about you. I don't want to be the only elf in a class full of fairies.
You'll manage.
Nobody has to know. We can practice in the library after dark.
they stop.
Unless you're worried about breaking Maxwell's rules.
Meet you at 7.
Dara walks off. At Kyra's house,
Hi, Dad. I grabbed dinner out, going straight to bed.
I got a call from Doris's owner. You're a no-show for dog walking.
I got so busy this afternoon I couldn't fit it in.
Are you feeling okay?
Just tired. Sorry, can't keep my eyes open. Oh, I better turn in.
her wings appear.
Night.
Night, darling.
She rounds a corner before Steve can notice. In Kyra's room,
Lily, what are you doing here?
I came to see how you're going with the wings.
My dad almost saw them. How much longer will they last?
Well, the spell's good for a few more hours. So I better get you in the air before it wears off.
I don't think so.
You expect me to believe you don't want to try flying?
Out there? For real?
Kyra looks unsure.
So, there's just a few rules you need to know first before I let you loose out there with your wings. We don't want any accidents happening. The most important thing to remember is to watch where you're going. Keep an eye out for power poles, tall trees, kites, balloons, and of course, birds.
Got all that, I think.
And keep a good steady beat with your wings, because you don't want to go too fast. It's very vulgar when you flap them at super speed. Nobody likes a show off. Oh, and if you get caught in a slipstream, it completely ruins your hair.
Never realized there was so much to flying. I thought you just popped your wings and took off.
Oh, well, good flying is like good dancing. It should look effortless. Oh, and also don't fly with your mouth open.
Got it. That's vulgar too, right?
No, you might swallow a bug. The night air is full of them. Okay, so are we ready?
Apart from one thing, how do I make myself...
Imagine it.
Really?
You humans overthink things.
Kyra shrinks and floats.
Whoa! I did it!
See? Easy. Let's fly.
2 streaks of light emerge from Kyra's house.
You're doing great!
A bird's eye view shows the city lights below as Kyra and Lily fly side by side. Kyra smiles, enjoying herself.
This is great!
They fly past the moon. Imogen and Dara in the library.
I don't understand why this is so difficult for you. Focus. Concentrate. You get an elephant.
That's not the problem.
Then what is?
I don't like people seeing me fail.
So don't fail. Or stop worrying what people think.
You mean be more like you?
What's the problem with that?
In Kyra's room,
Whoa! Flying is amazing.
And how about the tooth job? Wasn't that little boy adorable? We'll be so happy when he wakes up.
This was great, Lily. Thanks.
The night's not over.
Are you ready for the next bit?
Haven't we done everything a fairy does?
Not we, you.
In a girl's bedroom.
Shall we put your tooth where the tooth fairy can find it?
Grow up, Mum. There's no such thing as a tooth fairy.
She's going to be very upset when she finds out you think that.
Night, Mum.
Her mom places the glass of water containing the girl's tooth on her nightstand. She flicks off a light and leaves, closing the door on her way out. Lily and Kyra arrive.
I can't do this on my own.
Why not? You've seen what I do. It's the only way to feel like a true fairy.
Lily gives Kyra her wand.
Wave the wand, and the tooth magic will flow out. I'll meet you back at your bedroom. Have fun.
Okay, but what if...
Lily flies away. The girl stirs. Kyra transforms into fairy form and flies over to where the girl's tooth is. Kyra uses Lily's wand to transform the tooth into a coin. Her wings spark as she falls to the floor.
What are you?
You can see me?
From her perspective, Kyra runs into the giant dollhouse.
This can't be happening. On! Work!
Lily arrives in Kyra's bedroom. She walks over to a shelf and admires one of Kyra's trophies. She puts it back, then picks up a framed photo of Kyra and her mom in the girls' room.
Come here. I see you. What are you?
I'm a fairy?
I don't believe in fairies. Anyway, you don't even have wings.
Okay, I'm a half fairy.
There's no such thing. I will know who you are or I'm going to tell my mum.
Wait! I'll tell you what happened to me, but please don't tell your mom. What's your name?
Sally.
Pleased to meet you, Sally. I'm Kyra.
That's not a fair name. I thought you'd be called Snowflake or Petal or Butterfly.
I'm not that kind of fairy.
Concentrate.
If I concentrate any harder, my brain will explode.
Think about the spell. Good. Hold on to it.
In the library, Dara concentrates. A thin outline forms, then fades.
Maybe I can start with something smaller.
Like what? A mouse?
I was thinking even smaller.
A slug?
She rolls her eyes.
The test is to animate an elephant.
I'd like to be in bed before dawn.
In Sally's room, with Kyra sitting in a small chair, she holds a giant red teacup.
So after that night, I had magical powers. And now I'm part elf, part fairy, and part me. And that's turning out to be a real mess.
If you're a fairy, do some magic.
Ooh, I'll need my wand. I dropped it when I fell. It's under the bed.
Sally retrieves Lily's wand.
You can do magic with this.
Oh, careful! Don't break it. Thank you.
Kyra uses the wand on a pink music box.
Wow, you are a fairy.
Sally, what are you doing?
Don't tell her about me, please.
Kyra hides in the dollhouse.
Sweetheart, why aren't you in bed?
The music started. I was turning it off.
Started all by itself, did it?
Kyra raises her eyebrows.
Yes, all by itself.
Go to sleep. Good night, princess.
Her mother kisses her goodnight and leaves. Kyra sighs of relief. Meanwhile, in Kyra's room, Lily bounces a mini basketball off a wall, attempting to get it into the small hoop.
Stupid game.
Still awake?
She drops the ball and jumps into Kyra's bed, hiding under the sheets.
Sweetheart? Can't sleep? Something on your mind?
Mm-mm.
You sure? I'm happy to talk about it.
No. I'm fine.
Okay, well, try and get some sleep. Good night.
Mm-hmm.
She gets out of bed and gazes out the window.
Kyra, where are you?
Sally's room.
Thanks for not telling your mum.
Did your dad mind you being a fairy?
He doesn't know.
Why not?
I hate lying to him, but it's just best that he doesn't.
I wish my dad was here to see you.
Where is he?
A framed photo.
He died.
Sorry. That must be really hard.
Sally nods.
My mum died
When?
3 years ago. I miss her too.
Could you use your magic to bring them back?
No.
Can't you even try?
If I had that kind of magic, I'd use it in a second. I'd give anything to see my mum again, but it's just not possible.
Does it ever get easier? My mum says it will, but I don't know.
It will. Trust me. It just takes time.
What do you remember about your mum?
Well, she made great cupcakes. And she never missed any of my basketball games. Not one. She didn't care if I won or lost, only that I tried my best. And you know what? She used to call me Princess too.
She stifles a smile. Lily appears outside the closed window with a panicked look.
Oh no.
Meanwhile,
I can't do this. Well, it's stupid. What's the point of it?
It's the same point as bringing down a flying chair or bringing down a suit of armor.
They had a point. They were magical threats.
Getting an elephant out of a book isn't.
But it might be one day. You never know. We're training to be prepared for all contingencies. When you get into the DMI...
What if I don't want to get into the DMI?
Just try again.
Why bother? Look, Maxwell's going to ask me to do it for a test, and I'm going to fail.
So you're going to give up then?
I'm not like you, Imogen. I never have been.
Then I'm wasting my time.
as Imogen leaves, Dara angrily swipes books off a table which land on the floor.
What are you doing?
Kyra's in trouble. She was upset, so I used a spell to give her the full fairy experience. And I let her do a tooth job by herself.
You did what?
But the spell's gone wrong, and she's shrunk and a little girl can see her. I have to help her.
What spell was it?
I can't remember.
Which book did you use?
I left it right here.
Dara goes over to the pile on the floor and picks up a book.
Is this it?
Yes.
She tries to open it.
It won't open. Why won't it open? What did you do to it?
But you know what I think?
What?
Even though we've both lost parents, we're still pretty lucky.
How come?
We both still have parents who love us.
Sally dons a smile.
We have to open it.
Lily, stop.
I never meant for this to happen.
Lily's eyes glisten.
Don't cry. Crying's not gonna help.
Sorry.
A tear lands on the book.
Actually, no. Keep crying.
What?
The fairy tears. They're magic.
Dara collects one with his finger. The book unlocks.
That's it. That's the spell.
Elf getting wings? Ugh, what a horrible thought. The magic lasts for a day, blah, blah, blah. Did you read this last bit? It is strongly advised that this spell is not used on other magical beings. Consequences can include permanent miniaturization.
So Kyra can stay shrunk forever?
In Sally's room,
Sally, I really think it's time for me to go.
No, you can live in my doll's house and we can have fun all the time.
What about my dad? He'll wonder where I am.
You can visit him.
I don't want to just visit him. I want to live with him. That's where I belong. Don't be sad. Amazing things are going to happen in your future. I mean, look at me. One day I was an ordinary girl. And now, I'm a fairy.
Kyra uses Lily's wand.
That's so beautiful. You're such an amazing fairy, Kyra.
Lily knocks on the window.
It's my friend, Lily. Oh, you can't see her, but she's come to get me.
I don't want you to go.
I'll visit you, Sally. You might not be able to see me, but I'll be here, watching over you.
Promise?
Promise. Can you please open the window?
Kyra gives Sally a pleading look. Outside the window,
We need to go.
I have to say goodbye. Goodbye, Sally.
Kyra and Sally wave at each other before Kyra and Lily take off into the night sky. Sally continues to wave with a smile. Her mom comes in.
What are you still doing up?
Sally gets back into bed. Her mom tucks her in. She notices the coin in the glass.
Where did that come from?
The Teeth Fairy.
Sally smiles before dozing off. The library.
You okay?
The wing feeling's gone. Will anything else happen?
I don't think so. I got all the magic out in time. So sorry. It's so amazing being a fairy. I wanted you to see it for yourself, so you'd feel better about being a triling.
Lily, it's okay. You gave me wings, and a night I'll never forget.
That's for sure.
And I learned something. You don't need to have a wand or wings to do magic.
Thank goodness Dara was here to help.
Lucky for me, you were.
Dara grins. End credits. Audio description for this episode, Fairy for a Day, was written and voiced by Kyle Work-Matthew. Additional credits: Steve, Steve Nation, Sally, Charlotte Stent, Dawn, JC Lewis, script and story producer, Mark Sheriffs, director of photography, Andrew Conder, ACS, SOC. Original music, Ricky Edwards and Brett Applin. Music supervisors, Pete Dacey and Keith Ridgway. Reform Records. Production designer, Michael Rumpf. Editor, Peter Karadis. Post-production and visual effects supervisor, Barry Landfranchi. Executive producers, Jonathan M. Schiff, Julia Adams. Credits continue. No animals were harmed or mistreated in the making of this series. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons living or dead are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Over Black, a black and white UFO forms the Jonathan M. Schiff Productions logo. Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Schiff Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Sukakoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. The title appears in gold letters, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, Shortcut. At River City High in the gym, Kyra and her friend Matilda practice basketball wearing yellow and blue jerseys.
Could have made that shot with your eyes closed. You all right?
I'm fine.
Glad to hear it. Because tomorrow's game's gonna need everything you've got.
I know, Maddie. I won't let you down.
Okay, everyone, gather round.
They gather in a circle.
Tomorrow's the quarterfinals. We have to get through them to have a shot at finals, and you know we're facing our toughest opponents. Okay, the Gazelles are gonna give us a really hard game, so I need everybody to be focused. I know some of you haven't made it to all the practice sessions. Some of you haven't fully committed to the team for whatever reasons, but
Lily waves. Matilda looks behind her but can't see her.
We're gonna be in it for each other tomorrow, right?
Right.
And that's how we're gonna win, right?
Right.
Dragonflies on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Go Dragonflies!
They disperse. Library.
You can't just turn up and drag me out of basketball practice like that.
You can't keep being late to class either.
I have a game tomorrow and I've already missed a heap of practice. The team's relying on me.
I'm sorry, but this is important too.
Right now, nothing is more important than helping my team win. Lose this game and we're out of the competition.
So getting your test results doesn't matter?
Well done, Imogen. Good work, Lily. Roxy, I think I'll have you run the next class.
Maxwell hands out test results.
Fail? No way, I studied really hard for this.
Clearly not hard enough. But you weren't the only one.
An F.
I failed too?
Nothing that prompt and regular attendance won't fix.
It's not Kyra's fault. She's under a lot of pressure right now.
I have a really important basketball game tomorrow. I didn't have time to study.
I just don't get this whole sporting thing. Why try so hard to throw a ball through a hoop when you can just use magic?
If you use magic, it wouldn't be sport. Professor, can I sit the test again? After tomorrow? I can't let my team down.
I know you have responsibilities in the human world, so I'm prepared to give you some leeway.
Thank you, Professor.
What about me? Didn't I get a second chance too?
Yeah, he did study hard. I helped him.
I know pressure can affect results, and if you think this result is not a true reflection of your comprehension, then we'll allow you to reset the test. What do you say about that, Dara?
Of course he will. And he'll ace it. Right, bro?
Ace it. Sure I will, not a problem.
The cafe.
No, animation is your weak point, but we're gonna work on it.
We are we?
I'm going to make sure you get it right.
Well, it's easy for you to say. You've never failed anything.
You're kidding. I fail. Way more than I should. I try so hard not to, but I still do. And I hate it. Don't you hate it?
I don't have to. You beat yourself up enough for buzzards.
I crammed for the test with you, but Matilda's coming over. It's a pre-match ritual we have. Helps us focus so we can win.
Winning would be a whole lot easier if you used some... It's not a win if you cheat. Still better than not winning. But Dara will be fine. He's not going to fail again, are you?
Thanks for the juice.
Dara gets up from the table and leaves. Kyra with Matilda in her bedroom. They sit on the bed.
The Gazelle's defense is their strong point, so we should work on breaking that.
And their captain, Helen Matheson. She's the one to watch.
No problem. I can take her on. Hey, stop picking up all the anchovies.
Don't order them and I won't have to.
They're only on my half.
So eat your half.
They eat pizza.
I've missed this.
Arguing over anchovies.
Us. Hanging out. Your room has not changed. Still messy as.
I know exactly where everything is.
It's on the floor. How come you've been missing practice?
I've had loads of school stuff.
Like what?
I've been doing extra subjects.
Are you nuts? School already takes up way too much time.
I thought I'd see what it's like to have no life at all.
So there's really no guy involved?
No, I told you that.
Hard not to think it when you've stood me up so many times.
Maddie, you're my bestie.
Which means you can tell me anything, right?
Of course.
So there's nothing else going on. Like, whatever it is, I won't judge. Trust me.
I do trust you. It's just...
Just what?
What do you think?
Love the team spirit, Dad.
Nice to see you, Matilda. I've missed you being around.
Me too, Mr. G.
Go Dragonflies!
Steve wears a yellow shirt and hat. He leaves.
Maddie, you don't have to worry. It's still the same old me.
As long as you and I are good, that's all that matters. Except for winning tomorrow. Obviously.
Kyra nods. Lights glow in the city below at night. In the library, Lily then Imogen.
This basketball game means so much to Kyra. We have to help her win.
Kyra thinks magic is cheating. If she wants to lose, that's her choice.
She's still got the test to sit. How will she pass if she loses the game? She'll be heartbroken.
Roxy.
And that could make Maxwell look bad. Especially if Dara fails again. He won't.
But if he did, and if Kyra fails too, the department might consider replacing Maxwell.
That would be awful. They wouldn't do that, just because of 2 failed exams.
They might. The DMI is very strict about maintaining standards. Dad goes on about it all the time.
So who would we get instead?
I don't know. but they'd want someone really strict to make sure we all pass.
That could delay our graduation.
That's why we have to help Kyra.
No, it wouldn't be right. Come on, Roxy. No one has to know. We would. So that's the end of it.
You're right.
Absolutely no magic.
Later, students enter the River City High Sports Center. A referee bounces a basketball. The Dragonflies and several others gather. Lily and Roxy sit next to Imogen in the crowd.
I can't wait for kickoff.
The correct term for this game is tip-off. I've been researching it. The strategies are quite complex with a strong geometric element. I can think of way better things to do than watch humans toss a ball around, geometrically or otherwise.
Kyra.
Thanks for coming. Your support means a lot.
We wouldn't miss it.
We want to see you win. Win, lose, it's still a waste of time.
Just remember to cheer when my team scores.
She leaves to join the rest of her team. She's number 8. The game starts. The library.
Ready?
Sure.
Relax. You can do this. Your time starts now.
Maxwell turns an hourglass, causing sand to flow from the top. Dara writes on his test paper, looking very focused. Maxwell watches nearby. At the game, Kyra in her blue and yellow number 8 jersey dribbles the ball down the court towards the Gazelle's net. She scores a basket. A montage shows the Dragonflies and Gazelles scoring baskets. The Dragonflies are in the lead with 18 to 15. The timer ends with the score 29 to 35. The Dragonflies are losing.
Kyra's team is behind.
That girl keeps taking the ball. If the Dragonflies don't improve, they'll lose.
Kyra will be devastated.
Roxy, I'm feeling peckish. Would you get me a hot dog? Why can't you get it? You know I'm not good with humans. You need the practice. Go.
Actually, I should go help her.
Good idea. I'm going to the bathroom.
Roxy and Lily leave. Lily makes her way over to the rack of balls and enchants one of them using her wand. It glows and starts to move.
What up, guys? That was a great half. We just keep doing what we're doing. I'm going to take number 8.
Imogen
Good
uses
stuff
her
for
fingers
scoring.
on a girl's
You
shoes.
take the inbound. I'll take it from there. Hands in, guys. 1, 2, 3, Gazelles!
Back in the library, Dara finishes writing his test.
Perfect timing.
Maxwell takes it and looks it over.
Okay.
Well?
Pass. Now for the practical test. You did better with the theoretical, so there's no reason can't do the same with this.
The elephant book.
I still don't see the point. Like, why am I ever going to need to animate an elephant?
As you well know, it's not about the elephant. It's about learning the process so you can apply it elsewhere.
And give me something I might actually need to animate.
Life doesn't always give us what we want, Dara. So we have to make do with what we're given.
I can't do this. Forget it.
Dara!
Dara storms off and rips. Maxwell looks disappointed. Back at the game, Peter carries a hot dog and bumps into Roxy.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. Here.
Sorry.
He goes to his seat next to Steve.
You got mustard.
On Peter's face. Roxy smiles at him a few seats over. Lily returns.
Where have you been? I thought you went with Roxy.
I went to the bathroom.
So did I. I didn't see you there.
I didn't see you there either.
I went to the other one.
Which other one?
The one you didn't go to.
Where's that?
But the other one isn't. What's with you two?
Nothing. Oh, look, it's starting again.
I hope the Dragonflies do better.
I have a feeling they will.
So do I.
The orange ball flies in the air and faintly glows yellow. A gazelle wearing a purple jersey tries to pass the ball to a teammate, but it gravitates to Kyra. She hesitates for a moment, then dribbles the ball down the court and scores.
Come on, Dragonflies!
Number 7's shoes slide across the floor, making her lose her balance.
What's wrong with number 7? Muscle fatigue. She overdid it in the first half.
Come on, Kyra! Come on, Dick!
Kyra scores again.
That's my daughter! Come on, defense, come on.
The score is now tied with 15 minutes left.
Come on, Dragonflies! Defense!
As another gazelle tries to score, the ball reverses direction and goes to Kyra. She scores.
What's working? Whatever the new strategy is.
Come on, Kyra!
The cycle repeats.
Did you see that? That's Kyra!
The scoreboard updates showing the Dragonfly's score as 47, 49, 51. A gazelle tries passing the ball, but it whips around and heads in Kyra's direction. Peter and Steve watch as their mouths hang open. She scores again to everyone's amazement.
How is she doing that?
Who cares? They're winning!
Go, Kyra! I knew things would get better for them.
How did you know?
I just did.
What did you do?
Nothing.
With me, now.
Lily and Imogen follow Roxy into a changing room.
Time out! What are you doing? We're going on the run!
I need a minute.
Kyra follows.
You used magic, didn't you?
No?
I know the attraction spell when I see one.
Lily, how could you?
And what about number 7's shoes? It's like she had oil under them.
So I made them a little slippery.
We agreed not to use magic.
What's going on?
What do you mean? Nothing's going on.
Have you seen what this ball is doing?
Yeah, you're a really good player.
Awesome.
It's not me.
She can tell, guys, it's obvious.
You did something, didn't you?
The gazelles were winning, so we...
Thought you could use a little help.
The ball sticks to Kyra's hand.
What did you do to me?
Lily used the attraction spell.
I may have.
Did you know that the attraction magic has a growth component? It gets stronger the more it's used.
Get it off me!
I can't. I didn't read that part.
Imogen deflates the ball and it falls to the ground.
I can't believe you did this after what I said.
I can't believe you don't want to win.
I do want to win. I just don't want to do it by cheating.
Well, it's unlikely you'll lose now. You're way ahead with only 5 minutes left to play.
Kyra looks unhappy. Now back at the game.
Come on, Kyra! That's it, keep on passing, Come on, make some space!
The timer counts down with less than 4 minutes. Kyra shoots a regular ball and it misses the net.
It's all right, Kyra, defense!
Foul! Number 8.
Come on, Kyra.
Number 7 scores a basket. The Dragonfly is still in the lead. The same girl steals the ball and scores again. The score now reads 51 to 47.
Why is Kyra playing so badly?
She's letting the other team catch up.
I do not understand her.
The score is now tied with only a minute left.
Come on, come on!
Matilda goes over to Kyra.
Fumbled the last 3 goals and given 2 penalties away. Are you trying to make us lose?
Of course not.
Doesn't look like it to me. I'm sending you off.
You can't.
You haven't given me a choice.
Maddie. Do you trust me?
Yes.
Then trust me now. I got this.
Come on, Kyra, you can do it.
The game resumes.
Come on, Dragonflies! That's it, pass it! Make some space!
Kyra weaves past the offense and scores.
That's it, Kyra!
Number 7 from the Gazelles scores as well.
Come on, Kyra!
Come on!
Kyra!
Come on, Kyra! Push it up! Push it up!
As Kyra gets the ball, she tries to shoot it but gets pushed.
Wow! Number 7, stop the clock! 2 shots!
You okay?
What's happening? Kyra gets 2 penalty shots. She only needs 1 to win.
Come on, Kyra, come on.
Kyra stands in front of the net holding the ball in deep concentration. Matilda stands behind her. In slow motion, Kyra shoots. The ball bounces slowly off the rim. It doesn't make it.
It's okay. That was good. You got the next one, okay?
Kyra nods and tries again. In slow motion, Kyra bounces the ball twice on the ground. Kyra, looking determined, shoots again. This time, it makes it. Everyone cheers around her. The final score is 54-53 in favor of the Dragonflies.
Well, that was one of the weirdest games we've ever played. But we got there in the end. I'm so proud of you guys. Dragonflies on 3. 1, 2, 3, go!
Later, Kyra meets up with Lily, Ruxy, and Imogen at the cafe.
What took you so long? I had to talk tactics with the team. Now we're through to the semi-finals.
That's wonderful. I know how badly you wanted to win. You must be so happy.
I'm happy that we won because we played well. We earned the win, not because of anything else.
Okay, we get it. Can we just move on and celebrate now? We are not letting all of this food go to waste.
This isn't just to celebrate. This is to say sorry.
Kyra looks around.
Where's Dara? I thought he'd finished the test.
Kyra meets up with Dara on the bridge next to the river.
I heard you won. Congratulations.
I heard you passed the theory test. Congratulations. Are you going to do the second half?
Look, my sister must be desperate if she sent you to talk me into finishing it.
She didn't.
Good.
So, are you going to finish it? You know, when I was in primary school, I had to do cross-country ones. I never finished them. Most of the time, I didn't even get halfway. My mum was the sports teacher, and she always encouraged me to finish.
Your point being?
I thought she was just pushing me to win. But eventually I realized that it wasn't about winning. She was trying to teach me not to give up. People won't trust you if they think you're a quitter. We won today because everyone on that team knew that no one was giving up until the game was over. Win or lose. I should get back to the others.
Kyra leaves Dara as he looks thoughtful. In the library, Maxwell wheels a cart of books. Dara arrives, causing papers to scatter. He approaches Maxwell.
Oh, Dara. I wasn't expecting to see you back here. Did you leave something behind?
Not exactly.
Oh. Well, then I'm glad that we've got the chance to say goodbye properly, since you decided to give up on us all. Unless that's not the reason that you're here either.
There's, something I need to finish.
He walks over and picks up the elephant book. Maxwell nods to himself. Later,
That is so cool.
Awesome job. I knew you could do it.
I slammed it. Got a pass with theory and practice.
I think she likes you.
Not as much as I like her being out of that book.
Well done.
Wasn't as hard as I thought.
The elephant disappears.
Plus, I had some help.
You're my brother. I was just trying to be supportive.
Thanks, Emma. I appreciate it. But it wasn't about getting a decent mark, it was about not giving up. And someone made me realize that's what really matters.
Kyra smiles knowingly at Dara. Fade to black. Audio description for this episode, Shortcut, was independently written and voiced by Kyle Work-Matthew. Additional cast: Steve, Steve Nation, Orla, Melanie Zanetti, Helen, Amy Raffi, Referee, Adam Derrick, Elephant, Siam, Script and Story Producer, Mark Sheriffs, Director of Photography, Andrew Condor, ACS, SOC. Original music, Ricky Edwards and Brett Applin. Music supervisors, Pete Dacey and Keith Ridgway. Reform Records. Production designer, Michael Rumpf. Editor, Peter Karadis. Post-production and visual effects supervisor, Barry Landfranchi. Executive producers, Jonathan M. Schiff. Julia Adams. Senior script editor, Alexa Wyatt. Opening and closing theme, Brett Applin. Additional music, Thomas E. Rauch, Russell Thornton. Filmed on the Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia. Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. Credits continue. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons living or dead are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Jonathan M. Schiff Productions. Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Schiff Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Tsukukoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. The title appears in gold letters, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode on the beach. Kyra is at the cafe. Dara joins her carrying a juice and muffin on a plate.
Oh, I didn't order that.
I know. Thought you could do with a treat.
A treat would be a 2-week trip to Hawaii.
Hawaii's overrated. Shangri-La.
Shangri-La's a myth.
You kidding? The skiing.
Kyra.
Oh, hi, Peter. This is Dara.
Hi. Sorry to interrupt, but I need to speak to Kyra.
Later.
Peter takes Dara's seat.
Did you get my email?
Yeah, but I haven't opened it yet.
Open it.
A real estate listing appears on Kyra's phone.
Aren't you a little young to be buying property?
My Uncle Terry's selling his house. Last week, a family took a look and their son vanished. He returned after a couple hours saying that he'd been teleported to a beach.
Oh, you know what kids are like. They make stuff up.
True. And the nearest beach is at least an hour away. But here's the kicker. The kid's shoes were full of sand. Even you have to admit that's strange. I asked Uncle Terry if I could take a look. He said I can go around today.
Peter.
I know you think I'm nuts. Really think this could be something. Do you want to come with me?
She considers.
Why do I even bother asking? There couldn't be anything there because Kara Glenn doesn't believe in spooky stuff or magic.
Okay, I'll come.
Really?
I like to keep an open mind.
Music to my ears. Let's go.
Peter answers his phone.
What, Dad? I delivered them 6 baguettes. Why can't they make up their minds? All right, I'm coming. I have to make a delivery. See you back here?
Mm-hmm.
Dara returns as Peter leaves.
Your friend's in a hurry? Problem?
Peter thinks he's found a haunted house. I said I'd go with him and check it out. Does this look like a haunted house to you?
She shows Dara the ad.
Your friend might be right.
What?
We should take a look.
In the library with Lily, Imogen, and Ladder.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Could you move? You're in my way.
I'm not finished here.
You've been here a while.
I wasn't aware there was a time limit.
Lily rolls her eyes.
Ladder, move.
Ladder, stay.
How long are you going to be?
As long as I need to be.
She walks off, leaving Imogen sitting on Ladder with an open book. At the house,
Did somebody you know live here?
Edward Boynton, the architect who designed the library. I met him when my parents had him round for dinner. Talented guy. Elf, obviously.
But the library's awesome and this house isn't.
Our world's hidden in plain sight. It's better to keep things low-key. What's supposed to have happened here?
They pass a for sale sign as they approach the house. Meanwhile, Imogen gets off ladder. Lily steps to ladder.
Ladder, come here, please.
Hey, I wasn't finished. Tough. Ladder, come back.
It returns toward Imogen.
Ladder, here.
It returns to Lily.
Ladder, come here.
Ladder starts to shake. Roxy.
Be careful, that is quite sensitive.
How can a lump of wood be sensitive?
In a backyard.
Nothing inside.
The architect is clever. We could be looking at something magical and we'd never even know.
The boy said he ended up on a beach. I think I'd know if I saw a beach.
You checked outside?
Kyra and Dara split up.
Anything?
Not yet. There's nothing here.
She walks to Dara, but he's nowhere to be found.
Any luck? Dara? Aren't you a bit old to be playing hide and seek?
Something shimmers in front of her between two trees. She approaches slowly. She reaches out and touches it, and quickly pulls her hand back.
Dara?
She walks through and ends up on the beach, running into Dara's arms.
I was wondering when you'd get in.
Where are we?
Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it's a beach.
The beach where that boy went.
That's the portal we both just came through. He must have found it too. Bet he freaked out. We should report it to the DMI. Can't have an open portal around for people to fall through.
I'll call Peter and tell him there's nothing there.
Kyra tries to use her phone.
No signal.
So what's the deal with Peter? Is he your boyfriend?
Peter and I grew up together. He's like a brother, except I don't have to share a bathroom with him. Where's the portal gone?
Should be right here.
It's not. How are we going to get back?
In the library.
Ladder, here.
No ladder, here, please.
Here.
Here!
Here! Stop it! You're confusing the poor thing. It's a ladder. How can it get confused? Ladder, come here.
Out of frustration, Ladder rolls away and crashes.
That didn't sound good.
It's your fault. You both upset Ladder.
Ladder and books are on the floor.
I warned you. You really upset it. It's all right, Ladder.
We better clean this up.
Have fun. You did this too. You started it.
I did not.
Enough! I'm gonna get a juice, and when I get back, you better have this cleared up, or else. Or else what? I've read a lot of these books, so I know a lot of stuff. Stuff you've never heard of. Stuff you don't want to have heard of. Do I make myself clear?
Roxy storms off.
She can be scary.
Let's get this done.
On the beach.
We can't be trapped. That boy got out.
Relax. We can jump.
Assuming you didn't mean to do that?
Well, this place is a magical construct. The rules of magic must be different.
The architect built this?
Like I said, talented guy.
Any idea where that portal went?
Well, if they've been in place too long, they can become unstable. Appear and disappear at random.
So it might come back.
Or it might not.
We should look for another way out.
They walk off together. Meanwhile,
Kyra, where are you? I'm ready to go. Call me.
Oh,
I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
fine.
Don't I know you?
Hot dog boy from the basketball game. You had mustard on your chin.
Fashion choice, obviously. It's all the rage. Dragonflies or gazelles?
What?
Which team are you supporting?
Oh, dragonflies?
Great win, eh?
Yeah.
So, do you know Kyra Glenn?
Yes.
Have you seen her? She's meant to meet me here.
she shakes her head.
We were meant to check out this haunted house. Of course it's not really haunted. Only an idiot would think that. But something odd did happen there. I better get going. Who knows? Might want to buy it. Kidding. Go Dragonflies!
Wait. We should go together.
Why?
Because I like looking at houses. It's my hobby.
Looking at houses.
Is something wrong with that?
No, it's just unusual. I'm Peter.
Rexy.
In the library, Ladder is upright again. Lily starts to put books on a nearby shelf and starts to hum to herself. In reaction to Lily's humming, Imogen gives her an annoyed look. Imogen uses magic to turn on a record player. Lily stops humming and starts to dance.
Why would the architect build a beach?
Well, according to my dad, he was a celebrity. He designed the DMI building too, and then one day he just dropped out of sight.
So, where is he now?
Good question. Once the library was built, he was never seen again.
They walk along a path.
Hey!
Kyra,
Maybe he's still here. Hello?
give it up. Look, he's gone. There's nothing here.
You were saying?
A small shack.
Mr. Boynton! What are you doing?
Going in?
What if he's, you know, dead? And his body's in there.
Not scared, are you?
Well, I'm just cautious.
Kyra peers through a window before opening the door with a green-tinted window. Kyra and Dara enter to find what appears to be a workshop. A shelf on a wall contains various bottles and other items.
I hate spiders.
These are drawings of the library.
This must be where he designed it.
Is that him?
A picture.
Yeah. I wonder what he's so happy about.
Is that?
Cute mermaid. No wonder he's smiling.
Meanwhile,
So when I heard this kid disappeared, I'm thinking, maybe he fell into a parallel universe. Have you heard about that stuff?
You mean like the multiverse?
You know about it?
Why are you surprised?
No reason. It's just unusual to find someone who knows about it. I mean, unusual in a good way.
they arrive at the house.
Looks pretty ordinary to me.
Appearances can be deceiving. We should take a look.
That's trespassing.
My uncle's a real estate agent. He said it was okay. Come on.
They go through the front gate to explore.
Well, nothing strange here. We should go.
Aha!
What?
Sand.
What's so interesting about sand?
Uncle Terry said that the kid who disappeared came back with sand in his shoes. How do you explain that?
There was a sandpit here. Come on, let's go.
I suppose. I was sure there'd be something here. Maybe I am not sorry.
Ow!
What's wrong?
I twisted my ankle.
Are you okay?
I think so. Can you help me out to the street?
Sure. This place is a bust.
The portal faintly shimmers. In the library, Lily is still dancing.
call that dancing?
The lights dim and Imogen joins in. Meanwhile, inside the shack,
No one's been here for ages.
Maybe he took off with the mermaid. We should check the beach.
Dara exits. Kyra investigates some more. She finds a small black chest. She opens it to find nothing inside the fabric interior. She touches the interior and her fingers glow. She closes the chest and puts it back where she found it. She approaches the library blueprints. Her hands appear to magnetize them. Inside her eye, she has a vision of flying books and Lily and Imogen dancing in the library. Outside her vision, her hands glow with golden light. She pulls herself away, ending her vision.
Dara! Dara!
Dara runs in from outside.
You okay?
That drawing.
What about it?
I touched it, and then I was in the library.
You mean you imagined you were in the library?
No, I was there. I could see Lily and Imogen. I could see them, but they couldn't see me. How is that possible?
Some kind of magical connection, maybe. Can you do it again?
I don't know.
Try.
With a furrowed brow, Kyra approaches the angels and puts her hands up. She has the same vision. She pulls away.
Still dancing.
My sister is dancing. Are you sure that's her?
She's not bad either. What do you think it means?
You know what? He might have just found us a way out of here.
At the house,
Sure you're okay?
It's fine. I just must have stepped in it the wrong way.
Sorry to drag you off in a wild goose chase.
It's okay. Sorry you didn't find anything.
It's cool. Thanks for coming. I guess I'll see you around.
I guess.
they both smile at each other and Peter walks away. In the shack.
Try and attract their attention. Call their names.
In Kyra's vision.
Lily! Lily! Imogen! Lily! Ladder, move!
Ladder moves.
It's no good. They can't hear me.
So much for that plan.
But I think Ladder did.
Well, if Ladder could talk, he could tell them where we are.
Dara, you're a genius.
I could have told you that. How do you mean?
In the library, Roxy turns off the record player. The scene brightens.
Good job.
Thanks. You took your time.
I ran into Kyra's friend Peter at the cafe, and guess what? We went to the architect's house.
You didn't. How did you know it was his house?
I don't only read books about magic, you know.
What did his house look like? I bet it was big.
Small, actually, but there was a portal in the backyard.
Ladder moves to a shelf and a book falls onto it.
What's Ladder doing?
The shack.
Ladder!
She looks down at the map.
Aisle 75, shelf 3.
In the library, Ladder goes and fetches another book.
You didn't upset it again, did you?
No. Aisle 26. No, wait.
Kyra moves her head left and right. Ladder mirrors her movements. She tilts her head, causing Ladder to turn. Kyra smiles.
What?
I've got movement control.
Ladder continues to get books.
Ladder, what are you doing?
Kyra disconnects.
You okay?
But dizzy.
Come on. Let's get some fresh air.
They exit the shack. The view focuses on the empty chest. In the library, Ladder comes to a stop. Imogen climbs to retrieve the books.
A book on Boynton, a book on ships, a book on beaches, and a book on houses. What does this mean?
Maybe the books are wrongly shelved and Ladder didn't like it?
Boynton, the architect. Funny, I was just at his house. Boy had sand in his shoes.
Realization dawns on Ruxy.
The books are a message. Architect, house, beach, and that flag on the ship, it means help.
Someone's trying to tell us they're at the architect's house.
Kyra, you said Peter couldn't find her.
He also said the boy who visited the house found a beach. And now Kyra's on it.
How is that possible?
Through the portal I saw, and she needs help to get back.
That is so clever.
How did Kyra do this?
The group arrives at the house.
Where's this portal? It's gone.
How will we get Kyra back?
We need to look for magical residue.
On the beach.
How will we get out of here?
If you had to be stuck somewhere, this place isn't so bad.
Dad lost Mum. If he loses me too, it'll be the end of him.
Don't worry. We'll work it out.
There it is! It's almost gone!
We need to re-energize it.
What if they don't get it?
Then we've got a beach house with $1 million view we don't have to pay for.
They smile at each other. Behind them.
Roxy! We're here! We're here! Hurry before it closes!
They make it through.
It's okay, Lily. We're fine.
You all right?
Of course. Wasn't worried for a moment.
You're such a liar.
They head off. Night, in the library.
Even though I wasn't in the library, I could make Ladder pull out the books that I wanted. How is that possible?
It's a mystery, you'll have to admit. Did you notice anything in the shack? Any peculiar objects?
None. Has anyone else ever done this?
Not to my knowledge, but we'll check. The main thing is that you're safe. But in future, don't go poking your nose into places you don't understand. You'd look unsightly without one.
Has anyone ever told you you're funny?
Yes, but they were joking.
Kyra gives a small smile before walking away.
Lucky your message got through.
Yeah, imagine if we'd been stuck on that beach.
We would have driven each other nuts.
Total disaster, for sure.
Kyra and Dara walk off together. Cut to credits. Audio description for this episode, On the Beach, was independently written and voiced by Kyle Wark-Matthew. Cast: Kyra, Kimi Tsukukoshi, Imogen, Elizabeth Cullen, Lily, Mia Milnes, Dara, Julian Cullen, Ruxy, Rainbow Waddell, Peter, Jamie Carter, Professor Maxwell, Christopher Sommers, Architect, Joe Pierce, Mermaid, Kylie Loveday, Script and Story Producer, Mark Sheriffs, Director of Photography, Andrew Condor, ACS, SOC, Original Music, Ricky Edwards and Brett Applin, Music Supervisors, Pete Dacey and Keith Ridgway, Reform Records. Credits continue. The characters' events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons living or dead are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Jonathan M. Schiff Productions. Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Schiff Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Sukrikoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title appears in gold letters, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, Uncharted Waters. Day. In the library, Maxwell addresses the students.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
I hate it when he says that.
The bad news is that today's class is cancelled.
I think you have good and bad confused, Professor.
Then let me tell you the good news. The department has assigned 2 magical outbreaks for you to handle. You'll find everything regarding your tasks in these. Now I must be off.
What if we need you?
Lily's the senior fairy in charge of you, so you'll be fine.
Maxwell leaves through the wall. They read the folders. Elsewhere in the city, a silver water fountain activates by itself, spraying water in the air. Lily and Ruxy watch from the distance as a boy tries to use the fountain, but nothing comes out. As he walks away, water sprays in the air behind him.
That's our magical water fountain. It doesn't look very magical.
The boy approaches it again and gets sprayed in the
It's
face.
not funny.
Yes, it is.
A water fountain with a mind of its own is no laughing matter.
Since when did you get all serious?
Since the professor put me in charge, this magic could spread through the plumbing and affect the whole city. Let's go. I want to get this done before the elves.
It's not a race.
It's always a race with Imogen and Dara. Come on.
Ruxy follows Lily as they walk towards the fountain. Meanwhile,
Why did you invite Kyra? This is a chance to impress the department.
Kyra needs to learn. And you taught her how to jump.
Remember how long that took?
As I remember it, pretty quick.
Kyra approaches.
What exactly are we looking for? A special kind of tree. What's special about it? It's a magical tree created by a wizard for his garden. Bird must have eaten a seed and dropped it here. We have to deal with the tree before it becomes too active.
Active as in?
You'll see. First task is to locate it.
How?
I'll know it when I see it. We should split up and search. Kyra?
You're with me. Good hunting, sis.
Kyra and Dara walk off. Maxwell walks up to a small booth. He talks to a man inside.
Oh, Professor Maxwell. Haven't seen you in a while.
Well, the library keeps me off the streets. You're looking well, Trevor.
I can't complain. Wouldn't make any difference if I did, eh?
They both nod. Then, Maxwell walks towards a yellow building with signs near parking meters reading, Reserved. He passes through the wall and enters a lobby where people mill about. A man wheels away a fridge. Orla greets Maxwell as he walks up to another man at the front desk.
Maxwell! Come to check up on us.
Just a quick meeting with Sean.
Anything I should know about?
Some academic matters. Boring, but necessary. Nice to see you, Orla.
He walks away from her and follows Sean into his office. They sit at his desk.
I presume this is about Kyra.
Lily told me what happened. Was Kyra really able to communicate remotely with the library?
She was.
I'm a little concerned you didn't tell me about it first.
I wanted to think about it. That level of ability is unusual.
To say the least. Perhaps you could give me a full report now.
Meanwhile,
Ruxy, I'm going to let you go first at this.
Is that because you don't know what to do?
Of course not. I'm letting you go because it can't be too complicated or the DMI wouldn't have given us this chance.
they stand around the water fountain.
I'll try a basic removal spell.
Ruxy uses her wand on the water fountain.
That should do it.
That seemed very easy.
Well, you said the DMI wouldn't give us anything too hard.
Ruxy uses the fountain, only to get sprayed in the face.
You said it wasn't funny.
Elsewhere,
Do you think this is the tree?
There's one way to tell. We can see if its aura's been affected.
It's aura?
All living things have an aura. Humans can't detect it, well, most humans can't. But all magical beings can.
Sounds like a fairy thing to me.
Well, elves can detect auras too, we just don't boast about it.
Dara uses his fingers on a tree. Its leaves blow.
This one's normal. No magic. You want to try?
Mm-hmm.
Kyra tries on the same tree.
It should feel like a very gentle vibration.
I can feel it.
Imogen approaches.
It's this way.
Back at the fountain.
I don't think you've quite got the hang of this removal spell, Roxy.
They swap places.
So watch and learn.
Lily uses her wand on the fountain. She gets sprayed.
Oh, what am I meant to be learning?
Meanwhile,
This is the tree.
Go on. Try it.
Kyra approaches the tree. She touches the tree and feels something.
Wow. Feels like it's been electrified.
That's how you know the tree is magic.
It just needs to be deactivated. I'll put a spell around the roots and the tree will suck it up.
You're gonna do this on your own.
You don't think I can?
It's supposed to be a team effort.
I could do this in the time it takes you to go to the cafe and get us all a juice. So why don't you?
You'll never do it.
I'll go slow. Give you extra time.
Watermelon, orange, and mint, yeah?
Thanks.
I'll be back before your fingers start to glow. Loser pays.
Dara rips.
We need to talk about my brother.
At the DMI,
You said yourself that Triling's powers were unpredictable. Perhaps remote magic was one of them.
So why does it only appear now? On a beach which apparently does not permit the normal use of magic.
And yet she sent a message to the library. How do you explain that? Because there's only one answer I can think of, and I would rather not be thinking of it.
Sean projects a white glowing orb.
Exposure to the Lemurian orb, which you and the architect were sent to recover.
That's simply not possible, Sean. Edward and I never recovered the orb.
But what happened on the beach would suggest otherwise.
At the cafe, Peter watches security footage on his laptop. Matilda approaches his table.
You know, there's an upside when your parents are separated. Drop a hint about something you want, and you get it. The worst thing is, they both get the hint and get you the same thing twice.
Wireless earphones.
Earth to Peter.
Wireless earbuds. Cool. These ones with the GPS.
Yeah, so you don't lose them. I thought maybe Kyra could use them when she goes running. I hardly see her these days, so maybe you could...
Sure, I'll get them to her.
She leaves. Peter continues to watch the footage of the armor. He replays footage of Dara disappearing behind two girls. He looks at the footage perplexed.
Can I get 3 juices to go, please? 1 tropical and 2 watermelon, orange, and mint.
You're kidding me.
He picks up the boxed earphones, then takes out his phone. On his phone screen, a message reads, "Tap to pair."
You're Dara, right? I saw you here the other day with Kyra.
Peter.
Yeah. So, how did you two meet? I haven't seen you at school.
I didn't go to your school. We just sort of bumped into each other.
Did you hear about that suit of armor the other week? Crazy publicity, son. It went right by here. You didn't happen to see it, did you?
I was in school all day. Exams.
Right.
Right. I better be going. Nice seeing you.
Same. Hey, you wouldn't be seeing Kyra sometime today, would you?
Actually, yeah. Why?
Could you give her these?
The earphones.
My friend Matilda asked me to pass them on.
No problem.
Dara slides them into his back pocket as he walks away. Peter stifles a smile. He pulls out his phone to check the location of the earphones.
What is going on between you and Dara?
Nothing.
I'm his sister, Kyra. He's been acting different ever since you two came back from that beach.
Dara looked after me. That's all.
Then why was he so keen to have you come with us?
Like he said, he's trying to help me learn. What is with you, Imogen?
Lily and Ruxy at the fountain.
If we don't fix this, we'll never hear the end of it from Imogen and Dara.
You could call your dad. What's the point of having a father who's the head of DMI if you can't ask for help occasionally?
Nobody is calling anyone's father. The professor put me in charge. We're going to fix it ourselves.
How?
They both think.
I was wondering if it needs both of us, you know, double the wand power.
Well, if we use more power, we might attract attention.
Then we'll do it discreetly, from both sides. What do you think?
Lily shrugs. They position themselves at opposite sides of the water fountain.
3, 2, 1, now.
Lily and Ruxy both use their wands on the fountain. The fountain erupts, sending water into the air. It comes splashing down on the girls. A boy casually approaches it and drinks from it, not noticing Lily and Ruxy. He walks off.
It worked.
Discreet, huh?
With Kyra and Imogen.
Don't worry. I've got this.
Imogen uses her fingers on the enchanted tree.
Too easy. Looks like Dara's paying.
A vine snakes along the ground and wraps around the girls' feet, stringing them up on the tree.
Too easy, did you say? You're not funny. Okay, I'm shutting this thing down. Ow! You're making it tighter. Stop! Now what? I'm thinking.
Meanwhile, Dara walks down a street carrying 3 juices on a to-go tray. Peter is not too far behind on his bike. Dara is nowhere in sight. He checks his phone to see Dara on the other side of the city. He bikes off in Dara's direction.
Hey, stop struggling. Ow! You're making it worse.
Don't say it.
I see you're a little tied up.
Hilarious. Now hurry up and get us out before anyone sees us.
I can fix that.
Don't!
Why?
The tree uses magic to make more vines.
I thought this was supposed to be a simple job.
Maybe it's a test of our ingenuity.
Dara, go back to the library and look in the folder. Find a way to get us out of this.
Okay. Back soon. Don't go anywhere.
Typical. Brings the drinks, but forgets the extra long straws.
The girls notice Peter arriving.
What's Peter doing here?
I don't know.
He gets off his bike and notices the 3 abandoned juices on the ground. The vine snakes toward his foot.
How's he doing that?
The vine retracts as he leaves.
Pretty odd he turned up here just now, don't you think?
Library.
What happened to you?
Job done. And we beat you back.
Where's Kyra and Imogen?
We, ran into a problem. You wouldn't happen to know anything about Stranglefix?
As it happens, I did flick through your folder.
They open the folder. At the architect's house,
Kyra told me that the portal to the beach was decaying.
Careless of Edward to leave it here.
Sean uses his wand to strengthen the portal.
Safe now. After you.
Maxwell walks through, followed by Sean, on the beach.
This is an extraordinary creation.
It's not listed on any DMI register.
Edward was gifted. I'm good at keeping secrets, as it seems.
Let's see if he left anything behind. This must be where he designed the library.
In the shack,
The orb's not here.
Unless the trialing took it.
Kyra's no thief. If she found it, she would have brought it to me.
And how do you explain what she did?
She's a trialing. We have no idea what she's capable of.
I understand you feel a certain kinship with the girl. But she's not truly one of us. You keep an eye on her. Let me know if she exhibits any further abilities. Clear?
after Sean leaves, Maxwell picks up and opens the chest Kyra found.
I will not be beaten by a tree. Take it easy. Darren will be back soon. You really want to rely on him? Why not? I know my brother way better than you. He needs to be focused on where he's headed. He doesn't need any distractions.
What distractions?
I've seen the way he looks at you.
I'm sure Dara is capable of making his own decisions. He doesn't need you to protect him.
No, you've got it wrong, Kyra. I'm not protecting him. I'm protecting you.
Problem solved. The tree's hungry.
It's trying to eat us?
It would discover pretty quick that you're not to its taste, especially you, sis.
You are so not funny. What's with the gumboot?
This type of tree feeds only once a year and has a strong preference for sea slug slime.
Peter hits the brakes on his bike and checks his phone.
How is he doing that?
Dara dumps green slime onto the ground near the tree.
Oh, that smells rank.
Almost done. There.
I can't feel my arms. How long before it lets us go?
The folder wasn't entirely clear about that.
The girls fall down, face first, into the slime.
There you go. The tree won't need to feed for another year. I just made a tree throw up. How brilliant is that?
Genius. Let's get out of here.
Come on. That was a good one.
Dara follows. Peter arrives at the bookshop. Maxwell, Dara, Kyra, Imogen, Roxy, and Lily gather in the library.
When you report back to the department, there's no need to go into detail.
We contained the threats, right?
The point of them is to learn, which is what you did. That's all the department needs to know. I wish that's all they wanted to know.
I bumped into Peter at Harvey's. He asked me to pass these on.
Earbuds? Peter was at the tree after you arrived. Did he follow you?
How could he? I jumped.
Pretty big coincidence he turned up when he did.
Customer.
In the bookshop, Peter looks around, still holding his phone. He approaches the back wall.
Peter, how can I help?
Hi, Max. I was just checking to see if that Trinity of Justice Volume 3 I ordered had come in.
The shipment came in yesterday. Give me a moment and I'll check.
As Maxwell checks, Peter walks closer to the wall.
No, Peter. Sorry.
No problem. I'll check back next week.
Peter walks out. Kyra emerges from the library.
Oh, you were all talking about Peter. He was just here. Still a coincidence.
It must be.
Peter's a clever boy. You sure he doesn't suspect?
He's my oldest friend. If he knew anything, he'd have told me.
And wouldn't you tell us if he did?
Of course. Don't worry about Peter. I can handle him.
Kyra exits the shop, and Maxwell closes the blinds. Maxwell walks through the back wall. The view shifts to reveal Peter hiding behind a counter recording a video of what just happened. He slowly stands. Cut to credits. Audio description for this episode, Uncharted Waters, was independently written and voiced by Kyle Warwick Matthew. The credits appear over words and illustrations from books in the library. Credits: Kyra, Kimi Sukakoshi. Imogen, Elizabeth Cullen. Lily, Mia Milnes. Dara, Julian Cullen. Ruxy, Rainbow Weddell. Peter, Jamie Carter. Professor Maxwell, Christopher Sommers. Orla, Melanie Zanetti. Trevor, Stephen Lunovich. Boy at Fountain, Kieran McGinley. Businessman, Kyle McCallion. Armor, Darko Tuscan, Wayne Quilliam, Nick Torello, Jace Lee. Sean, Nicholas Bell. Credits continue. The characters' events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons living or dead are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Jonathan M. Schiff Productions. Kyra touches the floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Schiff Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Sukakoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Weddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title appears in gold letters: The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, a fairy tale. In Kyra's room, Peter shows her the video he recorded earlier on his phone. Kyra sits on her bed while Peter stands in front of her.
Peter's a clever boy. You sure he doesn't suspect?
He's my oldest friend. If he knew anything, he'd have told me. Don't worry about Peter. I can handle him.
What's going on?
Please, Peter. You need to forget what you saw.
Or what? You're gonna hit me with some memory zapping ray like in the movies? Is that how you're gonna handle me?
We did that already.
You wiped my mind? You seriously did that to me?
I'm sorry, they gave me no choice.
Who's they? I've already uploaded this footage to the cloud. If you don't tell me what's going on, I'll dump it on the web for the whole world to see. I'm not kidding, Kyra. I'll do it.
You can't do that. You don't know what's at stake.
Okay, let's start with an easy one. Who's Maxwell really? Don't lie to me.
He's an elf. Well, half elf, half human. I mean it, he really is.
Are you one too?
Not exactly. It's a long story.
I'm listening.
You have to swear to tell no one.
You have my word. Show me what's behind that wall.
Later that night, they arrive outside the bookshop.
It'll be locked. How do we get in?
Kyra jumps Peter inside.
How did you do that?
Come on, then.
Still holding Peter's hand, she walks through the back wall with him.
What is this place?
Ladder approaches.
Easy, ladder. Peter's a friend.
Peter's mouth hangs open as he looks around.
You just spoke to a ladder.
It's a magical library. What'd you expect?
How is this even possible? What's in these?
When dangerous magical objects get caught, they're sent here to be stored.
A box shakes.
That's a progress stick that jumps on its own. Don't touch anything. Seriously.
Magic. Oh, it all makes sense now. Kind of. The flying chair, the suit of armor, the black...
That's it. You've seen enough. Let's go.
No way, we just got here.
You don't understand. If they find you here, we're both in serious trouble.
Roxy appears. Kyra hides Peter. While Kyra and Peter hide behind a table, Roxy rounds a corner and picks up a book.
It's Roxy.
Roxy? She's one of them?
She extracts fairy dust from it. Peter only sees the purple glow from her wand.
I can't see her.
Magical people can't be seen by humans. Hi, Roxy.
Kyra, what are you doing here?
I was so fascinated by all the new objects, I thought I'd have another look.
I can't blame you. There's some pretty impressive artifacts.
Peter peers over a box.
Those ones hold a lot of fairy dust, huh?
He finds a book titled Thrilling Tales from the Forbidden Forest. Opening it, he sees a picture of a forest on a page. It glows as he touches the picture.
Dad, you coming?
I might hang for a while.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Roxy flies off.
That was way too close. We're getting out of here. Peter? Peter? Peter?
The book remains open. Meanwhile, Peter wakes in the forest, identical to the one in the book. He sits up and frantically looks around.
Kyra?
He gets to his feet. He pulls out his phone and raises it, trying to get a signal in the dense forest.
Great. Kyra? Kyra?
He walks off. Meanwhile, Kyra searches the library for Peter.
Peter? This isn't funny. Peter? Peter, where are you?
The next morning, Kyra wakes on the library couch. She answers her phone.
Hi, Dad.
Where are you? I've made some freshly squeezed orange juice.
Sorry. Went for an early morning run.
You're keen. You want me to whip you up an omelette?
No, thanks. I'll grab something from Harvey's. See you later.
Righto. Bye, love.
Peter? Hello? Answer me! Where are you? Nothing. No one.
Were you here all night?
Must have lost track of the time and fallen asleep.
Good morning.
Lily, what are you doing here?
Professor Maxwell's going to a book fair, so I'm looking after the bookshop. What are you doing here?
The library is just so fascinating, I can't keep away. You know, the professor always does his bookshop shelves every morning before he opens.
He does?
You should get cracking. Roxy, why don't you give her a hand?
I think Lily can manage.
I better go. See you.
All right, what's going on?
What do you mean?
You were here all night. You're jumpy, trying to get rid of us. Something's up. Spill it.
Kyra laughs, shaking her head, but Roxy doesn't believe her.
My friend Peter saw Maxwell and I walk through the wall. He has a video that he threatened to reveal to the whole world unless I showed him everything.
You brought a human in here, Kyra.
He gave me no choice.
We have to erase his memory now. Where is he?
He's vanished. I spent all night looking for him. Help me find him, please. I've looked everywhere. He could be in danger.
I don't know where I am or how I got here. But if anyone finds this phone, there's a secret place in Maxwell's bookshop in the...
In the forest, Peter stops. He sees a man chopping wood.
Who's there? Come out.
Hi, how you going? I'm a little lost. Could you point me to River City?
Who sent you? Was it the evil thing of Crocrag?
The evil what?
The evil thing.
What thing?
The evil witch. Oh no.
He claps his hands and stomps his feet.
Keep the witch away.
Don't think I know her.
She be evil? She be a witch? Not again. Keep the witch away.
Actually, I think I saw a road back that way.
Two more men ambush Peter.
Who we got here then?
He has to be here somewhere. He can't get back through the wall.
You're already here. Let's get started.
Doing what?
Where were you yesterday?
The professor wants us to catalogue all the stuff in these boxes.
I don't remember Professor Maxwell putting you in charge. You can start on those books.
This is going to be a long day.
Roxy and Kyra, you can sort through that lot. We're never gonna find Peter with them around.
I got an idea.
In the library, Dara puts the storybook on a shelf. Kyra opens a box. A magical pogo stick emerges.
Help!
What did you do?
Nothing. It just started going crazy.
How did it get out of the box?
I can't control it.
Kyra grabs it and jumps to the park.
I'll get her.
Kyra's inexperienced. It'll take the two of you to get the pogo stick under control. Professor Maxwell put me in charge. You go. But I'm a junior. A magical object escaping? That's a senior's responsibility. Way beyond me.
Imogen reluctantly jumps out to follow Dara.
I am in so much trouble.
Roxy walks off and Ladder approaches.
Not now, Ladder. Peter! Peter!
Lily works behind the counter in the bookshop. She dusts books using a pink duster. A female customer, Sophie, enters. Lily walks up to greet her.
Hello. Welcome to Maxwell's Bookshop, the home of quality pre-loved books.
I'm just browsing.
Sophie walks off as Lily smiles.
Right here if you need any help.
In the park, Kyra runs with the pogo stick.
Keep still, you stupid thing!
She stuffs it into a dumpster, chaining it shut. The lid shakes as it tries to get out.
Hey, you okay?
Where's the progress stick? I couldn't hold on to it. It took off. Great. Maxwell put me in charge. I can't mess this up.
Let's go back to the library. Maybe Roxy will know how to control it.
No, that'll take too long. We just have to find it. Let's split up. Dara, come with me.
In the forest,
Get in there.
Please let me go. I don't belong here.
Silence. Why is he dressed all strange like? Perhaps he's a sorcerer. An agent of the evil thing.
Who?
The evil witch. Keep the witch away!
Peter's locked in a cage.
I just answer these questions.
He finds jewels inside a case.
Because you asked me a question. Wow. You have come to steal our treasure.
Not stealing. Just looking. I mean, if you hit it a little better.
Silence!
Look, I don't belong here. Just let me out. I'll be on my way.
Oh, eat first.
Then you let me go.
No. Then we go to Misty Mountain.
Why?
Well, because we have to repay the ogre the money he lent us. You can carry the jewels up the mountain.
Okay. I'll carry the jewels, then you let me go.
Oh. It's a one-way trip for you. No one ever comes back from Misty Mountain.
Peter looks worried. Meanwhile, Sophie continues to browse the bookshop. Lily follows her from a distance. Looking annoyed, Sophie goes to another aisle to look at another book. Lily peeks around a corner and approaches her.
That's a good one. I recommend it.
Do you mind?
Not at all. Happy to help. Oh, that's a good one too. Which means you can't decide, can you?
It's a present for my gran. I don't know which one she'd like more.
Lily takes a book.
This one has nice quality paper and a lovely old-fashioned look.
She takes another and smells it.
This one smells like it spent years in a home filled with flowers.
Sophie smiles.
Maybe I'll try elsewhere.
Lily touches her as she turns to leave.
Look into your heart. Think about what you love most about your gran and the choice will become clear.
She accepts a second book.
Oh, this is so sweet. Gran will love this. Thanks. You're really helpful.
At the front counter, Sophie pays and leaves.
Which way did the progress stick go when you lost it?
It jumped so fast I couldn't see. I just saw it.
Where?
Well, over there. You go ahead, I'll double back around and cut off its escape.
As Dara leaves, Kyra jumps to the library.
Have you found Peter?
Not yet.
Not now, Ladder. I can't keep Dara and Imogen busy much longer.
Okay, run it past me again. What happened last night?
We heard you coming and then we...
I think Ladder's trying to tell us something.
Kyra and Roxy follow a ladder to a shelf containing the storybook. Kyra pulls it down.
Thrilling Tales from the Forbidden Forest.
It's an enchanted child's book. The entire print run was pulped when it was discovered that it pulled readers in and made them part of the story. This one must have survived.
Do you think Peter...
Leave it with me. You go back to Imogen and Dara.
Roxy takes it, and Kyra leaves.
Oh no.
She opens the book and sees a picture of Peter trapped in the cage. In the forest, one of the men carries an axe. Peter peers out the bars with a creased brow. In the park, the pogo stick escapes from the dumpster. In the forest, the men eat.
Oh. Needs more crushed grasshopper. No, you ruined it last time. No more insect guts. What's that?
The
finger crack!
The men run off, and Ruxy emerges from the mist, holding her wand, which emits a purple glow. She approaches Peter's prison.
Roxy? Get back.
It's not working. The lock must be enchanted.
Hurry, they're coming back.
Cover your eyes.
She blasts the lock and frees Peter.
Witch!
Keep the witch away!
Witch!
Keep the witch away!
How do we get out of here?
Hold on.
Keep the witch away!
While the men are distracted, Ruxy jumps Peter to the library.
Thank you. I thought I was a goner. Hey, how come I can see you?
Because I'm letting you. You shouldn't be seeing me. You shouldn't be seeing any of this. You forced Kyra to reveal it to you, which put you and others in great danger.
Where is Kyra?
I thought you said you saw it.
I must have made a mistake. We'll just have to keep looking.
In the park, the pogo stick peers from behind a tree.
There!
Derek and Imogen use magic on it, and it falls to the ground.
Peter! Oh, Roxy, thank you.
Kyra, you won't really
Not
hold it.
now.
Kyra quickly jumps Peter out.
Kyra's not here?
Well, someone's had it easy today.
Later,
The DMI has a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to human knowledge of magic. I'm sorry, Peter.
It's my fault. I made you tell me. You shouldn't have threatened to release the video. Friends don't do that.
I would have told you what happened, but I had to keep the magical world secret.
Which is why you have to make me forget everything. I know.
It's better this way. You can't miss what you don't remember.
I understand. At least I get to experience something incredible, even if I don't remember it. Roxy, before you do the mind zap thing, I just wanted to say, I know how much of a risk you took to save me yesterday. When I saw you appear, you look like, well, you look like an angel.
Roxy smiles.
Saying thank you isn't enough, so.
Peter gives her the blue jewel from the storybook.
Here.
It's beautiful.
All right, I'm ready. Did it hurt last time? I wouldn't remember anyway, would I?
Ruxy considers, then gets up and walks away.
Is that it? I don't think it worked. I can still remember everything. Where's Roxy?
You, my friend, just worked a little magic of your own.
Kyra and Peter both smile as they sit on the bench and look out at the lush landscape in front of them. Cut to credits. Audio description for this episode of Fairy Tale was independently written and voiced by Kyle Warwick Matthew. Credits: Kyra, Kimi Sukakoshi, Imogen, Elizabeth Cullen, Lily, Mia Milnes, Dara, Julian Cullen, Roxy, Rainbow Waddell, Peter, Jamie Carter, Steve, Steve Nation, Cedric, John Manning, Silas, Sam Cotton, Sophie, Cleo Massey. Script and story producer, Mark Sheriffs. Director of photography, Andrew Condor, ACS, SOC. Original music, Ricky Edwards and Brett Applin. Music supervisors, Pete Dacey and Keith Ridgway. Reform Records. Credits continue. The characters' events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons, living or dead, are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Jonathan M. Schiff Productions. Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Schiff Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland, and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Sukakoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Somers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title appears in gold letters, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, Aisle 13. Daytime. Kyra and Peter walk down the front steps of River City High as they talk. Peter points to various people.
Him. I bet he's an elf.
Peter.
I'm just asking.
You've been asking all day, and I'm telling you, magical people don't go to human schools.
You do.
I go to both.
You're lucky. Has Roxy mentioned me?
Peter, forget Roxy. Forget everything you saw. Don't talk about it to anyone, ever. Okay?
All right.
Promise?
Yes, I promise.
See you later.
Off to your other school?
Peter.
Sorry.
Kyra walks away. Later in the library, Kyra wheels a cart of books down an aisle and is about to put one on the shelf until her phone rings. She answers it. It's Matilda.
Hey, Maddie, what's up?
You know what we haven't done in ages? A sleepover.
I guess.
My dad's away for the weekend and Mum's at some conference thing, so I was thinking maybe tomorrow night. How about it? It'll be fun.
Sure. Why not?
As she places a brown book on a shelf, her fingers spark with golden light, and her eyes close.
Kyra, are you okay?
Yeah, fine.
See you then.
They both hang up. Day turns to night. In Kyra's room, she's asleep in bed. Images flash of Kyra's dream, which takes place in the library. Books begin to float off the shelves. One falls to the ground. In her dream, books begin to stack one on top of another. In reality, Kyra stirs. The cover of one of the books glows bright. In reality, Kyra opens her eyes, her brow furrowed. Morning. Kyra arrives in the library.
Hello? Anyone here?
Aisle 13, Kyra.
She follows Maxwell's voice.
What's going on?
I think Lad has developed a sense of humor.
That's not possible.
You know something about this?
I had a dream about it.
You dreamt you were stacking books?
I dreamt I was in the library and books were flying off the shelves. They were stacking up just like this.
You did magic without being here.
Like when you sent the message when you and Dara were trapped on the beach.
What's going on, Professor?
Hard to say. I've never seen anything like this.
I thought you knew everything.
I have been known to give that impression, but in this case, I'm flummoxed.
I know this book. It's the one I was touching when I got zapped by Lily and Imogen.
Kyra, you all right?
Kyra touches Maxwell and he disappears.
Whoa, what was that?
Kyra?
That's our teacher.
Or was.
What did you do to him?
I didn't do anything. It just happened.
Transformation magic, that's senior level.
You have to get him back.
How?
I don't know. We haven't studied transformation.
Lily picks up Maxwell, who is now a guinea pig.
Poor Professor Maxwell. What are we going to do?
Kyra answers her phone.
It's Matilda. We're having a sleepover.
Cancel.
Hi, Maddie.
Hey, I'm at yours. Where are you?
You weren't supposed to come over till 5.
Oh, Mum dropped me off early. When will you be here?
I'm just finishing some stuff I had to do.
Oh, it's no problem. Your dad's here. He let me in. I've made myself at home.
Great. See you soon.
You can't be with Matilda. What if you turn her into a guinea pig?
She's at my house. I have to go.
Imo and Lily, go with Kyra. If anything happens, you can help with damage control. Roxy, we need to find a counter spell to help the professor get back, and he can work out what's going on with Kyra.
Well, well, look at the boss man.
Got a better idea?
Later, outside Kyra's.
Hi, Dad. Hey, Maddie. Sorry I took so long. I was on the way home and I ran into a couple of friends. This is Lily and Imogen. Meet Matilda and my dad.
Hi.
Nice to meet you, girls.
I feel like I've met you guys before.
Oh, they came to our game with the Gazelles. Total basketball tragics. I've invited Lily and Imogen to the sleepover.
I thought it was just gonna be the two of us.
It was, but when I ran into them, I thought the more the merrier.
The same book glows in the library.
Come on, Maddie, it'll be fun.
Okay.
A wheelbarrow follows Kyra.
Did I say how pleased I was to meet you? Because I really, really am.
Kyra moves toward it, and it reverses.
What's going on? Am I doing this?
Imogen zaps it.
Don't worry, I've got you covered.
In Kyra's room,
There you go. Comfy as. And you can borrow my PJs.
Oh, pretty, thanks.
Where's your stuff?
It was a last-minute thing.
Where do you live?
Close.
So why don't you go home and get something?
Not that close.
What school do you guys go to?
You wouldn't know it. It's kind of small. Boutique.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. Kyra, can we have a word before I go?
Kyra nods and follows her father.
What do your parents do?
Mum's a vet. And Dad's a policeman.
Does he work with Kyra's dad?
I wouldn't know. And Imogen's dad is he...
Imogen eyes the basketball.
Sells basketballs. And your mother? She
hairbrush.
She cuts
Toenails.
hair. She works in a salon and cuts hair and toenails. Let's see where Kyra's got to.
You should have asked me first, Kyra. I don't know these girls.
I'm sorry, Dad. It was all a bit of a rush.
Well, do their parents even know they're here? I should call them.
They're working. Probably not a good idea to disturb them.
Yeah, but
Dad, stop stressing. You better scoot. You don't want to be late.
Well, have fun.
Steve leaves. Matilda enters the kitchen.
No offense, Kyra, but your friends are kind of weird.
Look, I know they're a little unusual, but they're really nice. Trust me, you just have to get to know them. Whew, I'm hungry. How about we get dinner started?
In the library, Roxy and Dara bring books over to a table and sit. Guinea pig Maxwell is on the table.
If we can't find a way to turn Maxwell back, then we'll have to tell the DMI.
We can't.
We can't leave him as a guinea pig.
We can't let the DMI find out it was Kyra who turned him into one either. Have you forgotten when Orla was here?
She wanted to banish Kyra.
We're not giving anyone a reason to do that. So we keep looking. Got it?
Maxwell munches on a carrot. Dusk, in Kyra's kitchen.
So here's tonight's menu. 1 Hawaiian pizza, though I cannot understand why anyone would want fruit on their pizza.
Put pineapple on my half.
And 1 vegetarian pizza. Lily and Imogen, you can make that one. Just chop up some veggies and put them on the base.
In the library, the Conjuring book glows.
What was that? What? That capsicum just moved.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did. I saw it.
Oh, that was me. Hello, I'm Carly Capsicum. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Charlie Capsicum.
We're Carly and Charlie, the vegetable twins. We love to sing, we love to dance.
We love to twirl, we love to prance.
Sing, dance.
Twirl, prance. We're the vegetable twins.
You two are so funny. Aren't they funny, Matilda?
Hilarious.
Later that night, Imogen uses magic to brush her teeth in the bathroom.
Knock, knock. Imogen, what if I'd been Matilda? Little circles round and round, little circles up and down. That's the way. Do you want me to show you how to brush yours too?
I'll pass, thanks.
Toothpaste remains around her mouth.
Are you two finished?
Imogen and Lily leave. In Kyra's room,
I don't know how much longer we can keep this up, especially when a certain person is so careless.
That's how I always brush my teeth.
Do you think Dara and Roxy found a way to turn Maxwell back?
If they had, they'd be here.
They better hurry up, otherwise Matilda will see something.
If only she'd go to sleep.
Sleeping spell.
No spells.
Just a teensy-weensy one. She'll feel wonderful when she wakes up.
Lily, no spells on Matilda.
Lily disappears. She's on top of Kyra's dresser
Lily, I'm sorry.
I'll just change back.
and looks small.
My wand won't appear. My magic's not working.
I'll make you big again.
Ah! Stop, that hurts!
That's not good.
Try again. They've got ears.
Imogen's pointed ears.
I can't get rid of them.
Kyra grabs a green and yellow hat for Imogen to wear.
This is totally out of control.
What do we do?
Shut you in a cupboard. You're a menace.
Lily hides as Matilda enters.
What was that?
What's what?
There's something on your dresser.
There's nothing on my dresser.
Nope, nothing at all.
So why are you both standing there?
I was showing Imogen how nice my room looks from this angle.
Yeah, way better than over there.
Must be the light.
Must be.
Why are you wearing a beanie?
My
Bad
head's
head.
cold.
Lily sits.
Right. Where's Lily?
She went for a walk.
Now, it's dark.
She wasn't feeling very well.
Oh, she seemed fine before.
It came on really fast.
Was it because of my pizza?
I'm sure it wasn't. I'll go check on her. I'll try the library.
I don't think it'll be open.
Our school library is.
Imogen leaves.
Why would you go to your school library if you feel sick? At night? In your pajamas?
If it helps her feel better, why not?
Well, it's no more weird than anything else they do. So, how do you know them?
I told you I met them at the basketball final. Hey, how about some ice cream?
I couldn't. I am full.
Matilda flops down in Kyra's bed. Blonde Lily peeks out from behind the picture frame. Pedestrians walk past Maxwell's bookshop. In the library,
Kyra shrunk Lily. I've got ears, and we're both visible. So you better tell me the professor's not a guinea pig anymore.
I wish we could, but as you can see...
You lost him?
He was here a moment ago.
Well, find him.
Professor!
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 in Kyra's room,
Are you glued to that dresser?
No, I just like it here.
Kyra, what is your problem?
Problem?
You've been acting strange all night. Although not as strange as your kooky friends. Look, I was really hoping that we could talk
Did you
about...
find Lily? Lily wasn't at the library. The poor little guinea pig seems to have disappeared.
Yeah, well, if she's feeling sick, she's probably gone home.
You were right.
So, I guess it's bedtime.
I should put these in the wash.
You're doing your washing now.
They're a bit pongy. Oh, wouldn't want the smell to keep you awake. Imogen, why don't you keep Matilda company? Back soon.
Matilda eyes Kyra suspiciously as she leaves.
Isn't this a great sleepover?
In the library, the search continues.
Maxwell.
Professor Maxwell! He's a guinea pig. He can't answer us.
Maybe he'll recognize our voices and come looking for us. Well, it's okay. We'll find it.
Stay away. I don't want anything to happen to you. I'm gonna try down here.
Professor! Maxwell!
In Kyra's room,
Are you gonna stand there all night?
I'm doing some stretches.
That's no good. Let me show you.
No.
Why not? What is on the dresser?
Nothing.
I need to take this. A little privacy, please.
Matilda eyes Imogen expectantly.
Hey, Mum, I'm at Kyra's. Do you mind? It's personal.
Imogen gazes in the direction of Lily's hiding spot,
No problem.
then leaves.
Mum, it's okay, I get it. You and Dad tried to make it work, but you couldn't. Yes, I know that you both still love me.
Lily peers over the top of the framed photo.
Lots of kids have parents who get divorced. It's no big deal. No, the announcement just was a bit sudden, that's all. I'm fine. Honestly.
Matilda and Lily look sad.
It's all good here. We had pizza. Look, I should go. I love you, Mum. Bye.
She hangs up as she gets emotional. In the library,
Professor Maxwell? Professor?
Professor. Professor.
they find Maxwell.
Professor, don't move.
Professor.
In another aisle, Kyra nears the stack of books. The Conjuring book glows gold around its logo. She reaches out slowly and touches it. The glowing book starts to float up into the air. Kyra looks wide-eyed. The view of the book changes to show the Lemurian orb. Roxy notices Kyra in a trance.
Kyra?
Meanwhile,
Don't move.
Dara crawls toward Maxwell. The orb gives off a bright glow. She slowly reaches out and touches the book again. She collapses onto the floor. Maxwell is back to normal. At Kyra's, Lily grows to full size.
How long have you been standing there?
Are you okay? I think so.
Later,
I'm sorry I turned you into a guinea pig, Professor. I didn't mean to, it just happened.
That would explain my craving for carrots.
What did you do to turn him back?
I don't know. All she did was touch the Conjuring book.
at Kyra's,
I know things have been a little strange tonight. And what you really wanted was to talk to Kyra.
How did you know? Were you listening?
No, of course not. But if you want someone to talk to about your parents...
So you were listening? It's none of your business.
No, Matilda, I could tell it was something sad because you looked sad. I know Kyra's your best friend, but I'm a really good listener.
Later, Kyra returns home holding a tray of drinks.
So, what do you do?
When I feel sad, I find that if I
How's Lily?
Oh,
I
good.
tell myself jokes.
She's in there with Matilda.
Here's one.
Matilda and Lily are sitting on Kyra's bed.
What? Here's here's another one. Why do elves make good listeners?
Why?
Because they're all ears.
Sorry I was gone so long.
It's fine. Lily and I got talking. It's just what I needed.
If you needed to talk, you should have said.
There was never a right time. Plus, Lily's been amazing. It's like we've been friends forever.
Replaced me, have you?
Never in a million years.
We should totally do this again. What do you say, Imogen?
Yeah, we should.
To sleepovers.
They each grab a mug, clinking them together. Matilda takes a selfie with her new friends. The next morning in the library, Roxy wheels a cart of books. Kyra to Maxwell.
When I was looking at that book, I saw a glowing sphere. Any idea what that means?
The mind does play tricks. It was likely the product of the stress that you were under, all the random magic going on.
I guess. But why a glowing ball?
Why did you turn me into a guinea pig? Any other random events since yesterday?
No, whatever it was seems to have settled down. But I still can't help thinking it's somehow connected to that book.
Of course I'll look into it. But I'm certain that the book has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Okay, Professor. You're the expert.
But just to be on the safe side, I think we should skip class for a few days until I've had time to look into this properly.
If you think I should.
After Kyra exits the library, Maxwell brings the Conjuring book to Ladder.
Ladder?
Take this to the restricted section. Keep it safe. No one is to touch it. Understood?
Roxy eavesdrops in another aisle. Cut to credits. Audio description for this episode, Aisle 13, was independently written and voiced by Kawark Matthew. The credits appear over words and illustrations from books in the library. Credits: Kyra, Kimi Tsukakoshi. Imogen, Elizabeth Cullen. Lily, Mia Milnes. Dara, Julian Cullen. Roxy, Rainbow Waddell. Peter, Jamie Carter. Professor Maxwell, Christopher Sommers. Matilda, Arnishka Larcombe-Waite. Steve, Steve Nation. Script and story producer, Mark Sheriffs. Director of photography, Andrew Conder, ACS, SOC. Original music, Ricky Edwards and Brett Apple. Music supervisors, Pete Dacey and Keith Ridgway. Reform Records. Credits continue. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons living or dead are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited. Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited and Screen Australia. Jonathan M. Schiff Productions. Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Schiff Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Tsukukoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title appears in gold letters, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, Forces of Attraction. Daytime, Kyra talks to Peter near the river.
So, no more magic school?
Not until Maxwell figures out what happened to me.
I'm surprised he's happy to let you out of his sight, given you turned him into a rabbit.
Actually, it was a guinea pig. And that was an accident.
Peter looks worried.
You're not going to do anything weird like that to me, are you?
Relax. The random stuff stopped happening, thankfully.
Good. What if he doesn't figure it out?
He will. I trust Maxwell.
Imogen, Ruxy, Dara, Lily, and Maxwell are in the library.
It's weird being in class without Kyra.
Especially when it used to be so weird being in class with her.
It's not forever.
Hope not.
Do you know what's going on with her, Professor?
I'm working on it.
Is it something to do with that book? The Theory and Practice of Conjuring? Every time she touches it, something happens.
You concentrate on your studies and leave Kyra to me.
Does the DMI have to know about the random magic she did?
Yes, Professor. What are you going to tell them?
Less talking, more reading. I want you all to finish that chapter on magical auras by this afternoon.
I've got to go out. I'll be back by lunchtime.
Maxwell leaves. Kyra shoots hoops in front of her house. She imagines a crowd cheering her on. Dara arrives.
She shoots and she scores.
Hey, what are you doing here? Has Maxwell figured out what was going on with me?
Not yet, but I'm sure he will. So no random magic or anything?
No, I'm totally fine. It stopped. And you're here because...
Just thought I'd swing by.
Missing me, huh?
Maybe a little.
Aren't you supposed to be in class?
Maxwell's gone away for a while.
So you snuck out.
What can I say? I'm a born rebel.
He uses magic to get the ball. He shoots and misses the basket.
Not a born basketball player.
Let me try that again.
Kyra stops him moments before her dad pulls in. He gets out of his police car.
Kyra? I wasn't expecting to see you home.
I had something on, but it got postponed.
So you invited a friend over?
This is Dara. Dara, this is my dad.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Glenn.
How do you two know each other?
I think we met at the library, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we did.
Well, if it was on a basketball court, watch out for this one. She plays a mean game.
Thanks for the warning.
I'm making some toasted sandwiches. Would you guys like some?
No thanks. I'm not hungry.
Dara?
It sounds...
Oh, Dara has to get going.
Kyra ushers Dara away.
Nice meeting you.
Are you nuts? You almost revealed magic to my dad.
I guess I was pretty careless. I don't think he saw anything, though.
But he could have.
I'll be more careful next time.
Next time?
Well, we don't know how long you're going to be out of school for, so chances are pretty good I'll visit you again.
Any excuse to skip class?
You know me too well.
Thanks for coming. See ya.
They smile at each other, and Kyra goes back inside. In the library,
Did either of you think the professor was acting a bit weird before?
He seemed like he had something on his mind.
He's just worried about what's happened to Kyra.
True. But I think he knows more than he's letting on.
Such as?
He keeps saying there's nothing strange about that book. But why did he get Ladder to take it to the restricted section with strict instructions for no one to touch it?
He did what?
How do you know?
I saw him.
You were spying?
No. I just happened to be here when he did it.
The restricted section is for high-risk magical stuff.
So what's he not telling us about that book?
Imogen stands and walks to Ruxy.
You're not thinking of going in there.
How else will we find out?
We're not supposed to go in there without permission.
Maxwell isn't here, so how will he know?
They walk off. Lily hesitantly follows. Later, they reach an aisle. Red rope blocks their path, as does Ladder.
Ladder, can you please let us through?
Ladder, move.
Well, I guess we'll have to forget about going in then. Imogen, no!
Imogen uses magic on ladder.
What did you do?
Just a simple stun spell. It'll wear off in an hour or so.
Roxy pushes the stun ladder into another aisle as they pass. She unlatches the rope.
You coming?
I don't like it. Let's go back.
No one's stopping you.
They pass through a spider web. The trio gazes at various magical objects on shelves. A face on a shelf has eyes that glow red.
Something's not right. This is too easy.
Roxy takes something off a nearby shelf and tosses it in front of her. It hits an invisible barrier.
Is there any point in trying to jump to the other side?
I wouldn't like to try it.
So how do we get past?
Lily uses her wand and the barrier lifts.
Guess it's not so scary after all. Coming?
Lily runs ahead. Roxy and Imogen follow. Steve enters Kyra's room. Kyra sits on her bed holding a small book.
Your friend could have stayed, you know.
He had to go.
Because I came home?
Of course not.
Uniform can be a bit intimidating.
It wasn't the uniform.
He sits.
Kyra, your friends are welcome anytime. In fact, invite him over again. He can come for dinner.
He's really not that much of a friend. I hardly know him.
Didn't look like it to me. In fact, I think he quite likes you.
Dad!
One of the advantages of being a cop, I notice things.
Hi, Matilda. What's up? Nope. Just some highly questionable parenting.
Steve gives her a look before walking out.
Love to. See you there.
Meanwhile, in the library,
There it is.
Easy. Good. Grab it and let's get out of here.
That's not what I'm looking for.
We were looking for the book Kyra touched. This is it.
I know, but I'm also interested in any other books the professor might have looked at.
Roxy uses her wand on a small cabinet and pulls out a piece of paper.
The Orb of Lemuria.
I thought that was a myth.
So did I. So why would Maxwell be reading about a myth?
Didn't Kyra say she saw a glowing sphere in her vision?
A sphere is a kind of orb.
We need to find this book.
Better hurry up. Maxwell said he'd be back by lunchtime.
Where do we start?
How about aisle 327, section 12?
They walk off. Maxwell meets with Sean near the river.
Lily told me about Kyra's random magic. I've been waiting to hear the full story.
This all happened without Kyra using finger or wand.
Any triggers for these events?
None that were obvious. Do you have any idea what might cause such magic?
Well, the only possibility is the Orb of Lemuria, but we both know that was never recovered.
Perhaps they're just unique Troiling powers.
Perhaps. But it does raise the issue of what the girl is capable of. If her magic is so arbitrary, she could reveal us to the human world. My job is to protect the secret. You'll continue to keep an eye on her.
If that's what you want.
I know we haven't always seen eye to eye on DMI methods, Maxwell, but I'm sure we both want the magical world to remain safe.
Don't worry, Sean. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know.
Sean walks off. In the library, Lily and Roxy peer around a corner before proceeding down an aisle. Lily holds a slip of paper.
That's the one.
Roxy reads through a book.
Is this going to help us?
Give me a minute.
Imogen approaches a flower which has orange petals. She cocks her head, and the flower follows her. It glows purple, and Imogen nears closer. It sprays her in the face. Kyra is at an outdoor basketball court with Matilda.
I still can't believe you're free on such short notice. You are always busy these days.
I know things got sort of weird for a while for us, but it feels like they're getting back on track.
Yeah. And once I start thrashing you, it'll really be back to normal.
You wish.
Oh.
Kyra steals the ball from Matilda and scores. Dara watches nearby.
Do you know that guy? I swear I've seen him at Harvey's. No? Seems interested. Want to say hey?
Oh, we're in the middle of a game.
But he looks so lonely, sitting there all by himself.
Maddie, can we play?
Hey! I haven't seen you here before.
I'm sort of new here.
I'm Matilda.
Dara.
This is my friend Kyra. Do you want to play?
Sure.
What? No, he's hopeless.
Wait, I thought you said you didn't know him.
I'm assuming? Besides, he's not exactly dressed to play basketball.
I won't let that stop me.
Great! Let's go.
He walks off with Matilda toward the court. In the library, Roxy and Lily flip through a book with references to Lemuria.
That's it! The Orb of Lemuria.
Lemuria was an ancient land in the Indian Ocean. Legend says that the Lemurian fairies and elves worked together to create a single orb of untold magical power, but there was dissent over who would control such a dangerous force.
Typical. You make something nice and then you fight over who owns it.
There was a war between fairies and elves that resulted in the collapse of the Lemurian Empire and destroyed the very society that brought the orb into existence. What's so funny?
Sorry.
The island of Lemuria sank into the ocean, never to be seen again.
What happened to the orb? Are you okay?
Imogen steals the book.
Hey, give that back!
Make me.
She looks left and right before running off.
That's got it into her.
Back at the basketball court,
Do you want to try that again?
I don't think it'll make any difference.
Kyra was right. You are terrible.
So harsh.
No, seriously, you should consider taking up bowling. Or chess.
Actually, I'm pretty good at table tennis. We should play sometime.
Pretty sure I'd thrash you at that too.
Whatever you need to believe.
Kyra walks off towards the bench and drinks from her water bottle.
I'm gonna take off.
What? Why?
You guys totally have a vibe.
We do not.
Just have fun. You can give me the goss later. It was lovely to meet you.
Likewise.
Matilda leaves. Kyra approaches Dara.
So, how did you find me?
You're surprisingly predictable. I thought, where would Kyra go? Maybe the basketball court? And bingo, here you are.
You followed me, didn't you?
Yeah, guilty as charged.
Why?
I wanted to apologize for that thing with your dad earlier. I should have been a little more careful.
I guess magic is second nature to you. Must be hard doing things the human way.
I thought I was doing pretty okay. So do you want to play some more?
No offense, but there is no way you can beat me. Even with magic, you're a lousy shot.
Who said anything about winning? A friend, I think her name was Kyra, once told me that it's not about winning, it's about playing. So how bad?
Fine. First to 20 points.
You're on.
In the library,
Great. Imogen's inhaled the scent of the giggle bloom.
Giggle bloom's an actual thing?
That's it.
Pretty flower.
Don't look at it. It can be hypnotic. It's used by the tribes of the Amazon. It makes you think everything is funny until the scent wears off. Lily, stop it! We need to find Imogen and get the book, okay? Let's split up.
Absolutely, positively, no way. I'm sticking with you.
Lily holds onto Roxy as they walk away from the flower. On the beach, Maxwell approaches the shack. A photo of the architect and mermaid is in view. Maxwell retrieves a small black chest Kyra found a few episodes ago. He opens it to find nothing inside. Back on the basketball court with Dara.
Sure you don't want to quit?
You kidding? Whew, I'm just getting warmed up.
It's 12-0.
I'm lulling you into a false sense of security.
Uh-huh. Well, this'll make it 15-0.
Kyra misses, and Dara catches the ball, shooting it into the hoop.
Where'd you pull that from?
Getting worried now.
Oh, yeah, I can barely stand the pressure given I'm still 10 points ahead.
Gap's closing.
Quit now. There's no way you can win.
I'm gonna give it my best shot, so you better bring it, unless you want to quit.
In your dreams. Yes!
Imogen.
Imogen, are you here?
In the library.
Hope she hasn't gone outside.
I knew going in there was a bad idea.
Imogen hides under the table.
Come on, Imo. Out you come. Imo, please. How'd you come, Imogen? If you do, you'll get a treat. What treat? The most super duper awesome sundae ever.
With icing and sprinkles on top?
And hot fudge sauce.
Roxy grabs the book.
I'll keep reading. You take care of Imogen.
Take care of her how?
You'll think of something.
Great. How'd you come, Imogen? Maxwell will be back soon. Okay, I can't believe I'm doing this. But if you come out, I'll let you have a go of my wand. Tricked you! Oh, not again.
Lily runs after Imogen. On the basketball court,
You gonna get it? I'm gonna go left. Okay, ready?
Oh!
No! Come on!
Dara scores.
Oh, come on!
Yeah!
14-4.
Kyra avoids Dara and scores. Dara throws the ball backwards. Kyra catches it and scores. They pause, gazing into each other's eyes.
That's enough for today. Let's call it a draw.
Kyra walks off, leaving Dara alone in the court. Back in the library,
Imogen, are you here? Please come here. This is way outside my comfort zone. Imogen. Okay, fun's over. Imogen, pretty please. Please. Imogen.
Imogen steps aside to reveal the flower.
Oh no.
It sprays Lily. Later,
That was fun. You look like you're enjoying yourself too.
I was.
You want to have some more fun sometime? Like go see a movie or go moonlight horse riding with the pixies?
I'd like to.
I'm sensing a butt.
Dara, there's too much going on. I'm lying to my dad. Maxwell still doesn't know what's happening to me. Until that's been sorted.
So, friends it is then?
Friends.
in the library, Ladder wakes and returns to its original position. In the shack, Maxwell takes the black chest and exits. Meanwhile, Ruxy reads from the book in the library.
And though Lemuria disappeared, there's been persistent rumors that the orb survived. To date, its whereabouts remain unknown. Not you two. This cannot be happening. Maxwell's due back any minute. Come on, we gotta go.
At the sound of ladder, the trio hurry out of the restricted section.
This is no laughing matter. Now sit down and look like you're studying. I thought you were Maxwell.
What's with them?
Think of it as some kind of hay fever.
When's the professor back?
Any minute. Why?
Well, Kyra seems to have her magic under control. I was hoping she could come back to class. What's been going on here?
Just some research. Do you know where Kyra is?
Kyra walks to her bedroom, carrying a basketball, and finds Roxy waiting for her.
Hey, Roxy. What are you doing here? It's not like you to just drop in. What's up?
It's the professor.
Has something happened to him?
No.
Then what?
There's no easy way to say this, but Maxwell isn't telling you everything he knows about your magic.
He wouldn't do that. He said he'll investigate and keep me updated.
Has he told you anything yet?
No.
Well, I know for a fact that he knows about the orb in your vision.
How do you know?
I found this in a book about the orb of Lemuria.
I've never heard of that.
Maxwell has. He's lying to you.
Kyra inspects the paper. Cut to credits. Audio description for this episode, Forces of Attraction, was independently written and voiced by Kyle Wark-Matthew. The credits appear over words and illustrations from books in the library. Credits: Kyra, Kimi Tsukukoshi; Imogen, Elizabeth Cullen; Lily, Mia Milnes; Dara, Julian Cullen; Roxy, Rainbow Waddell; Peter, Jamie Carter; Professor Maxwell, Christopher Sommers; Matilda, Arnishka Larcombe-Waite; Steve, Steve Nation; Architect, Joel Pierce; Mermaid, Kylie Loveday; Sean, Nicholas Bell; Script and Story Producer, Mark Sheriffs; Director of Photography, Andrew Conder, ACS SOC; Original Music, Ricky Edwards and Brett Applin; Music Supervisors, Pete Dacey and Keith Ridgway; Reform Records. Credits continue. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons living or dead are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Jonathan M. Schiff Productions. Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Schiff Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Tsukukoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title appears in gold letters: The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, The Eye of Horus. Daytime. Kyra and Roxy enter the bookshop.
Morning, girls. What brings you in here? Looking for a good book? I can recommend several.
Have you got one about the orb of Lemuria?
Maxwell pauses. He puts down his stamp and carries a stack of books to a shelf.
The orb of Lemuria. You know that's a myth, Roxy.
I saw a sphere when I touched the Conjuring book. An orb is a sphere.
Full marks for accuracy. If you don't mind, I've got work to do.
You said the Conjuring book was harmless.
I did, and it is.
Then why did you put it in the restricted section?
Maxwell pauses again and stares at the girls. He closes the shop. Later in the library,
You went into the restricted section without my permission.
Yes.
It's a very serious matter, Roxy. You could go on your report.
Hang on, Professor. Roxy's right. If there's nothing special about the book, why did you hide it?
This is not your concern.
It is my concern. I'm the one who has the magic that no one seems to know anything about.
How come you never mentioned this orb of Lemuria?
Because it doesn't exist. There's no evidence that your powers result in anything other than you being a triling.
But trilings are rare, right? Unprecedented, you said. So how can you be so sure?
I will not have my authority questioned, Kyra. Drop it.
What's going on?
I think he knows more than he's telling.
Me too, but why would he lie?
That's what I'm going to find out.
Find out what?
Dara and Imogen walk outside.
Imo, slow down. We're not going to be late.
We should get to the DMI early. It makes you look keen.
We're just spending the day with Orla. It's not a big deal.
I've been up since dawn researching. It's called preparation. Or is that a new word for you?
Ha ha. Are you going to ask for a job?
Never hurts to make a good impression. You could have made an effort.
Effort? That's a new word. You know the real reason we get to spend the day at the DMI? It's nothing to do with us. It's Dad.
So, he's an important figure in the magical world.
He's loaded, you mean?
You make that sound like it's a bad thing. Let's just hope we see some real action today.
Elsewhere, a man drives a forklift carrying a big shipping container marked fragile.
Hey! I need you over at the loading dock.
The container hits the ground, causing it to partially open. Kyra confronts Maxwell in the bookshop.
What is it you're not telling me, Professor? You know what's causing this magic, don't you? Why won't you tell me? I deserve to know the truth. You once said to me that halflings and trilings should stick together. You said you'd always look out for me.
He glances back at her as he leans on the counter.
I'm sorry I believed you.
She starts to leave.
The orb of Lemuria does exist. I thought it was destroyed. I'd no reason to believe otherwise.
So you were telling me I have these powers not because I'm a triling, but because I somehow came in contact with this orb?
Exactly.
At the DMI, Orla greets Dara and Imogen as they enter.
Good morning. Welcome to the DMI.
Orla, I just want to say what a privilege it is to shadow you today. We are thrilled. Right, Dara?
Oh, yeah.
Your father's generosity has helped the DMI greatly over the years. I'm glad to be able to return the favor. Make sure you keep on your toes. There's never a quiet moment at the DMI.
They follow Orla.
As well as administrative offices, the DMI headquarters houses annexes that deal with every aspect of magic, including
outbreak intervention, new magical research, magical archaeology, human studies, enchantment training.
You've done your homework.
I subscribe to the DMI newsfeed. I think it's important to keep up to date.
Initiative is what we look for.
Becoming a DMI operative is all I ever wanted.
There is no higher honor than to be in the service of magic. But how do you feel about having to live your lives in secret?
It's not ideal, but it's the system we have. It's our duty to protect magic.
Dara? It's all right. I won't tell.
It'd be nice not to have to sneak around.
But magic has to be secret or there'd be chaos.
Yes. There would.
Orla walks off.
I am trying to make a good impression. Why did you say that?
She asked.
You may not give a fairy's wing about a career in the DMI, but I do. So keep your opinions to yourself.
Imogen walks away. In the library, Lily then Ruxy.
The orb is real?
And the island of Lemuria actually existed?
Until it was destroyed long ago.
Maxwell.
By a fight over the orb. Created by fairies and elves who wanted to be more powerful with either fairy or elf magic alone.
So the first coming together of the two different strands of magic led to a terrible war.
Maxwell nods. Kyra.
What happened to the orb?
Some cooler heads hid it to try and end the conflict. No one knew where. Until 4 years ago. At that time, I was an eager young operative at the DMI.
Is that when this was taken?
A photo.
That's Edward Boynton, the architect.
Who's the girl?
She's a fairy, isn't she?
Maxwell stands and turns away from the group, looking somber.
Her name was Giselle. We were in love.
In a flashback, Maxwell and blonde Giselle dance together in the library. They gaze at one another. Giselle smiles. Back in the present,
The three of us were a team keeping magic hidden. We were young and idealistic, and shared a belief that humans and magical beings could coexist.
Kyra and Lily join him.
As you can imagine, that was not a popular idea, so we had to meet in secret and discuss our plans. We gave ourselves a name.
The Bureau of Magical Things.
It was the happiest days of my life. Apart from teaching you lot.
What has this got to do with my power?
Not long after this photograph was taken, Edward, Giselle, and I were sent on a mission. A mission that ended in tragedy.
Meanwhile, the item in the shipping container starts to glow. Egyptian symbols are on the box, and ink rests in a slot. The ink falls to the ground moments later. Ruxy, Lily, and Kyra follow Maxwell through the library as he continues.
After the summer melt, the orb was detected in a remote glacier in New Zealand. The DMI director, your father's predecessor, Lily, wanted us to retrieve it. Edward said that the orb was too powerful, that it should remain where it was.
And you, Professor?
It was an important mission, and I'd just been appointed team leader. I wanted to make a good impression, not only on the director, but on Giselle.
Fairies and elves can live together.
So you persuaded them to perform the mission?
I did. And it was a mistake.
The item continues to glow. The entire shipping container bursts open to reveal an eye shape. In Sean's office.
I feel we've met before. Lily's told me about you both many times.
Whatever she said, it isn't true.
She said she's never known anyone more driven to succeed.
That part is true.
Oh, it's all a showing of the research department. I believe there's been a breakthrough in a spell to stop snoring.
Fascinating.
Contrary to popular opinion, being in the DMI isn't all about subduing magical beasts and saving the world.
A hologram appears.
High-level magical interference and containing out.
I'm on it.
Take us?
I'm not sure.
It's your call, Orla.
We won't get in the way, I promise.
Orla considers. In the library, the group walks toward a globe.
Edward, Giselle, and I jumped to a glacier in New Zealand. A blizzard was blowing. Visibility was bad. It was so cold you could hardly feel your fingers.
Why didn't you come back when the weather was clear?
I didn't want to abandon my first mission as team leader, so I insisted that we go ahead.
Where was the orb?
Buried in the wall of a deep crevasse. Being a fairy, Giselle volunteered to fly down into the crevasse to retrieve the orb. Edward objected, but I overruled him. Giselle had begun to dig out the orb, but an earth tremor hit, and she was struck with a piece of fallen ice. I wanted to rope down to get to her, but Edward was lighter. And just as he went down, a massive tremor hit. There was ice falling around, and I blacked out. And when I come to, Edward was right beside me.
And Giselle?
She died. You have to excuse me.
Getting emotional, Maxwell leaves. The girls stare ahead. Dara, Imogen, and Orla arrive at the location of the outbreak.
What are we looking for?
That's what I'm here to find out.
So let's get going then.
Oh, no. Until I know what we're dealing with, you remain here where it's safe.
Orla walks off. The girls catch up to Maxwell in the library.
Professor?
I didn't see Edward much after that.
Lily and Ruxy join him on the couch.
His last official report to the DMI was that the orb of Lemuria was lost. I had no reason to disbelieve him.
I don't understand. If the orb was never recovered, if he didn't bring it back, why do I have this power?
He stands.
Remember when you went to the architect's house?
A flashback.
A child went missing there. Peter thought something weird was going on, and there was. There was a faulty portal in the backyard. Dara and I went through. It took us to a beach.
Edward used magic to create that beach. I often wondered how he did it.
There was a shack.
Edward's studio. It's where he worked on his designs for the library.
There were lots of drawings, but no orb.
But there was something else, wasn't there?
The black chest.
An old container.
Maxwell retrieves it. As he brings it over, Lily and Ruxy stand.
A container that once held the orb.
How did you get that?
I went to the beach house. What a lovely place it is. This still retains a residue of the orb's magical properties. You must have touched it when you were in the studio, and it awakened the powers that's already in you.
But how did it get there? You said the orb was lost.
You must believe me, Kyra. Edward was my good friend. I had no idea why he would lie.
Lie about what? What happened?
Edward brought the orb back.
Elsewhere, Orla notices the glowing Egyptian object in the distance. A pool of white light begins to form. Chains on a box rattle. Meanwhile,
I'm going to take a look.
Orla said to stay here.
Sean said he's looking for recruits who show initiative, so that's what I'm doing.
You knew right from the start, didn't you?
Not from the start. I only had my suspicions.
Why didn't you tell me?
You were new to our world, Kyra. There was so much for you to take in. The orb is a serious matter. I'm only trying to protect you.
Imogen joins Orla.
What are you doing here? I told you to wait.
I got bored. What is that thing?
Stay back.
Objects get sucked into the light. Orla tries using magic on the light, but it deflects, hitting her. She falls to the ground.
Dara! How do I get rid of this power?
I'm not sure that that's possible.
We're sitting in this huge library of magic, and you're telling me there's nothing here that can help me?
Dara!
Dara!
Dara runs to Imogen.
What is that?
Don't get too close! Dara!
The light hits him, and he falls to the ground. A chain drags him closer to the light.
I've been looking, Kyra, but not much survived the destruction of Lemuria. The records are fragmented.
An image flashes.
I saw Dara. He's in trouble.
Steady yourself. Breathe. If it comes again, let it happen. Don't fight it.
He's somewhere outside.
We should be at the DMI with Imogen.
I can see shipping containers.
Kyra, try and focus. Describe what you see.
I can see a whirlpool of light, sucking him into it. A symbol, kind of like an eye. There's some writing on a wall. I think it's Egyptian hieroglyphics.
Derek, jump!
I can't!
Stay back! There's nothing you can do!
Maxwell opens a book.
It's the Eye of Horus. It's an ancient doorway to the underworld. Once inside, there's no return.
How do we close it?
He searches a page.
Got it. An ankh. Can you see an ankh?
A what?
It's like a golden key.
Kyra focuses as her eyes shut.
I see it! Dara can't hold on much longer.
We need to go there and help him.
That won't work. The Eye won't let magic get near it. There's only one option.
Me?
Orb magic can penetrate the eye. It's the only way to put the ankh back.
She moves her hand. In her vision, the ankh glows gold. As she rotates her hand, the ankh turns. She focuses hard, her eyes now open. She raises her hand, and the ankh levitates.
Who's doing that?
It continues to levitate until it slides into its slot. The whirlpool of light dissipates. Imogen runs to her brother.
Dara's safe.
Kyra breathes a sigh of relief. Imogen and Dara embrace.
You thought today was going to be boring.
How did you get your magic past the vortex?
That's just it. We didn't.
Someone did.
Later, Orla talks to Sean outside the DMI.
The eye is safe in the restricted section of the library. Dara and Imogen are unharmed.
Fortunately, I doubt their father would be too pleased to hear about this.
If it wasn't for them, I'd be in the underworld. I think you'll be very impressed with their efforts.
But it wasn't just their efforts that shut down the eye, was it? There's only one type of magic can penetrate the Eye of Horus. Orb magic.
Impossible. No one's had it since Lemurian times. It was lost long ago.
Well, it looks like someone's found it again.
Sean walks through the yellow wall. In the library,
I'm told I should be thanking you for saving me.
Always happy to help.
How did you do it?
I don't really know. I was nowhere near the Eye of Horus, so why would I be seeing it?
I'm thinking possession of the magical orb has made you hypersensitive to magical events.
But why? I've never touched this orb.
True, but you did touch this.
the Conjuring book.
You touched it when it was caught between two magical energies, a fairies and an elves.
A flashback to Kyra touching the floating book.
That was when you first got your magic.
It took that exact set of circumstances to infuse you with the orb's magic.
Just like in ancient Lemuria, it took fairy magic and elf magic to create the orb.
But how did the orb get inside the book?
I believe that Edward couldn't bring himself to destroy the orb, but he wanted it to remain safe. So he hid it in the last place that anyone would expect. In an elementary textbook in the library that he designed.
The orb's in here.
Yes.
Can I see it?
Try.
Kyra stands in front of the book, causing it to glow gold. The book opens to a page, and Kyra places her hand on it. The glowing orb emerges from the book. It floats up into the air. Kyra reaches out with both hands to grab it.
days. I never thought I'd see this.
It's magnificent.
Everyone stares at the orb Kyra holds in her hands. Cut to credits. Audio description for this episode, The Eye of Horus, was independently written and voiced by Kyle Work-Matthew. The credits appear over words and illustrations from books in the library. Credits: Kyra, Kimi Sukukoshi; Imogen, Elizabeth Cullen; Lily, Mia Milnes; Dara, Gillian Cullen; Ruxy, Rainbow Waddell; Professor Maxwell, Christopher Sommers; Orla, Melanie Zanetti; Architect, Joel Pierce; Giselle, Candace Flanagan; Forklift Driver, Darren Deed; Foreman, Chris Baz; Sean, Nicholas Bell; Script and Story Producer, Mark Sheriffs; Director of Photography, Andrew Condor, ACS, SOC. Original Music, Ricky Edwards and Brett Applin. Music Supervisors, Pete Dacey and Keith Ridgway. Reform Records. Credits continue. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons living or dead are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Jonathan M. Schiff Productions. Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Schiff Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Sukukoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Gillian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title appears in gold letters: The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, Judgment Day. At the outdoor cafe, a group of girls stare at Kyra as she sits with Lily at a table.
Why are those girls staring at me? They're fairies. Better get used to it now that you're famous.
I am?
For saving Dara from the Eye of Horus. Everyone wants to see the trialing with orb magic. You're the biggest thing that's happened to you since Sleeping Beauty woke up.
Dara was in trouble, so I just did what anyone else would have done.
But nobody except you could have saved him. Orb magic is very special. You're very lucky, Kyra.
Yeah, I guess I am.
Elsewhere, Peter rides his bike, then his tire goes flat.
No. Oh, great.
He gets off his bike and looks around. Suddenly, the flat tire repairs itself. He looks around before getting back on his bike and riding off. He rides past Ruxy, who hides behind a tree. In the library...
If I had all magic, I'd never have to come back here again.
No class for you today, Kyra.
We've been summoned to the DMI.
What for?
Relax. Sean just wants to talk.
While we're away, the DMI have sent more items to be catalogued. Lily, could I trouble you to look after the bookshop? New stock to be priced. You might want Ruxy to give you a hand.
No problem, Professor. The bookshop's fun.
No magic. Come along. We can't keep the director waiting.
Kyra and Maxwell exit. At the DMI, outside Sean's office, Kyra sits in one of the two empty chairs against the wall.
Take a seat. I need to have a word with Sean first.
Come in.
Maxwell enters Sean's office. Inside his office, Sean opens a black chest, revealing the orb inside. He lifts his gaze to Maxwell.
If you knew the orb was responsible for Kyra's powers, why didn't you tell me?
Until last week, I only suspected it. Before that, I couldn't believe I had lied about bringing it back.
The orb ended the Lemurian Empire. She could do the same to us.
I've spent a lot of time with Kyra. She would never do...
I know you feel protective of her. But you mustn't let that cloud your judgment.
Kyra would never harm the magical world.
And I'm the one responsible for its safety. If Kyra doesn't measure up, I have to ensure she's not a threat.
You can't mean...
Banishment isn't the desired option, but I will use it if necessary.
In the library.
Item 520, a jar of purple stuff.
Official name is Goo.
Goo, very official sounding.
Very mean sounding according to this. Don't let it out of that jar.
The goo hits the lid as Dara taps on it.
Feisty. Pity Kyra's not here to see this.
I'm not expecting her back anytime soon.
Well, she's only off for an interview.
No one's ever had orb magic before. The DMI will want to know exactly what Kyra can do.
You think they're gonna test her? Well, Maxwell wouldn't let them.
How could he stop them?
Roxy and Lily are in the bookshop.
I shouldn't be here. Not good with humans.
This is a terrific place to practice. Besides, we still have to price those. Oh, good morning and welcome to Maxwell's Bookstore, the home of quality pre-loved books. How may I help you?
I've got Max's morning croissant.
He's not in today. We won't let that go to waste. Yummy.
And I had a comic on order.
Roxy will help you with that.
Lily walks off with the pastry. Roxy looks nervous.
So, how can I help you, sir?
Outside Sean's office,
Sean's interviewing a trial today. I'd love to be a fly on that wall.
two male elves pass Kyra.
She doesn't look very special. I heard she was born human. Then she doesn't belong here.
Orla enters.
You'll get used to it.
Kyra stands.
Hello, Orla.
Here to see Sean? He wants to know about your orb magic, doesn't he?
Is there anybody who hasn't heard?
I doubt it. I feel I owe you an apology. Putting your friend at risk during the Shadow Cloud test.
You were testing my loyalty.
And after your handling of the Eye of Horus, I have no reason to doubt it. I'm sure you'll be working here before long. If there's anything I can do to help, you know where to find me.
Kyra's gaze follows Orla as she walks down the corridor. Maxwell comes out.
He'll see you now.
Kyra enters Sean's office. Inside,
Kyra, thank you for coming. Take a seat. I'll take it from here, Maxwell.
But
Thank you.
Kyra sits as Maxwell exits the office.
Now, I'm sure you know why I asked to see you.
I possess orb magic, which I never asked for and which I'd gladly give up if it's going to be a problem.
Well, I don't know if that's possible, but we're certainly looking into it. But I am relieved to hear you say that. Now, let me tell you what's on my mind.
Meanwhile,
We can't be seen together. You have to go.
I'm a legitimate customer. I'm allowed to be here.
I think this is the one you ordered.
If you're so worried about keeping our secret, why did you fix my tire? That was you, wasn't it?
You're reading this all wrong.
Really? When you didn't do the mind wipe thing, I kind of assumed...
Don't. Magical people cannot fraternize with humans.
And although you have ties to the human world, while you have orb magic, I need to know that you're fully committed to us, to our world.
You're asking me to choose?
Well, my duty is to protect the magical world, so yes, I'm asking you to choose.
I can't turn my back on my dad and my friends.
Kyra looks conflicted.
So your loyalties are divided. Can you see how that's a problem? I can't risk you using orb magic against us.
I would never do that.
You say that, but how can I be certain?
The bookshop.
You need to forget about me.
I don't want to.
You have to. I can't have anything to do with you.
You don't mean that.
Yes, I do.
Really?
Really.
Okay. Fine.
Peter exits. Sean's office.
I'm not a danger to you, truly. Ask Maxwell, he'll vouch for me.
I'm afraid it'll take more than your teacher's endorsement to convince me you're not a threat.
Then ask someone else. Ask Lily.
Lily's not here.
How'd you go?
Okay, I guess. I knew you'd be fine. Humans really aren't very different from us.
Lily appears in Sean's office.
Why am I here?
Lily, tell your father I can be trusted.
Of course she can. See?
Sean wears a serious look.
Dad, what's going on?
So you think this is funny?
Maybe a little.
This is exactly the misuse of old magic that I feared. You thought nothing of using my daughter to prove your point.
I didn't
Lily,
like
this
that.
is not your concern.
I would never have done it if I thought it would hurt her.
I know, but what you did was immature and reckless. You're too young to wield such power. It's all very well for Lily to say that you can be trusted, but your actions speak louder than words, and they tell another story.
Dad.
You can go.
They exit Sean's office. Maxwell waits outside.
Lily, you're meant to be at the bookshop.
It's okay. Roxy's still there.
They walk off. Maxwell looks troubled. Sean comes out.
How'd it go?
No one knows orb magic better than you. Can it be removed?
I don't know.
We'll find out. Quickly.
The library.
I just thought Lily would tell her dad I'm okay. How wrong was I?
Orb magic is new. They're scared of you.
I was trying to show Sean he doesn't have to be.
And you succeeded in doing exactly the opposite. We have some damage control to do.
Any ideas?
Let me think about it.
The goo tries to escape from the glass jar nearby. Later at Lily's,
Who knew a dog would be worried about its looks?
All my canine patients take great pride in their coats.
Greetings, all. Hungry, I am starving.
Lily told me you had an interview with Kyra today.
Ella, let's not go there.
Kyra is Lily's friend. She can't be bad.
Yeah, well, that may be, but I have my job to do. Are you suggesting I'm not doing it to the best of my abilities?
Of course not, but Kyra wasn't born into our world.
She didn't ask for her magical abilities, Dad. She didn't ask for the orb power.
And Kyra's had to learn about it in such a short time. Can you imagine how hard that's been for her?
If Mum can see that, why can't you?
Lily, please, stay out of this. It's DMI business.
Kyra's my friend. She's a good person. She's always nice to me, so why can't we be nice to her?
Lily storms off.
From what Lily tells me, Kyra was simply trying to impress you. And we know how hard that is.
I don't want to discuss this any further.
She gets up and leaves the table. The next day, Kyra bakes a cake in her kitchen.
What's cooking, sweetheart?
Chocolate cake with buttercream filling and strawberries.
Be still my beating heart.
He dips a finger into the mix.
Dad,
Can't wait to try it.
it's not for us.
Then who? It's not Peter's birthday already, is it?
No, it's for somebody you don't know.
Well, whoever it's for, I hope they appreciate it.
So do I.
Sean mows the lawn in his front yard. Kyra approaches him at a distance, holding a container with the cake she was baking earlier. He stops the mower and walks over to her.
You shouldn't be here.
I want to apologize. I made it myself.
You must be Kyra. Lily has told me all about you.
I just came to drop this off. Here you go.
She hands the cake to Sean's wife.
I really am very sorry for yesterday. Goodbye.
Are you hungry? Why don't you stay for lunch? There's plenty of food, isn't there, Sean?
Lily.
Kyra?
She's staying for lunch.
Oh, that's great.
I don't want to impose.
You won't be. Sean's almost finished the lawn, then he'll fire up the barbecue. We're very casual here on the weekend, aren't we, darling?
Yes, very.
That would be lovely. Thank you.
Come inside, Kyra.
Mum will look after you. I'll be back in a sec.
I can't mind the bookshop by myself.
Kyra's staying for lunch. I have to be there. This is her chance to make up for yesterday. You want to help her, don't you?
Of course. Where's the professor?
I think he said he was going to the DMI. You can do this. I know you can.
But...
Lily flies out of the library. The goo squeezes out of the glass jar and falls to the shelf below. At Lily's,
You made the cake yourself. It looks wonderful.
I got the recipe online. It's supposed to be foolproof.
Kyra's so busy. She juggles magic school, human school, dog walking, being a champion basketballer, and she's fantastic at all of them. I don't know how she does it.
I wouldn't say fantastic.
Modest, too.
Yes, Lily, we get the idea.
Lily mentioned you can talk to animals.
Only one dog. She's called Doris.
An old boxer. Doris is one of my patients. I love her, but she does have some curious ideas.
I'll bet she doesn't nag about why you don't have a boyfriend.
Does your family know where you are?
I told my dad I was at a friend's for lunch. He's at work today.
Lily told me you lost your mother. That must be hard.
Dad and I get by.
I'm sure it's made you quite resilient and mature.
And resourceful, and also quite...
Help yourself, Kyra. We don't stand on ceremony here.
Peter enters the bookshop.
Hey, Max. I forgot to pick up my comic yesterday.
Roxy approaches.
Maxwell isn't here.
Oh, I came to get my comic. I forgot it.
That's what happens when you argue. You forget things.
You started it.
I did not.
Two young boys enter.
You got zombie swamp rats?
Your website says you've got a first edition. Where is it?
Right, the comic books are over there. You shouldn't be here.
Not that again.
Got it.
Mum said I could have it.
I saw it first, okay?
I've wanted it for ages.
Give it here.
No.
They fight over the comic. Meanwhile, the goo falls to the library floor. At Lily's,
This is a lovely lunch.
I should have invited you ages ago.
Well, I get the feeling that inviting a trialing over is a touchy thing to do in your world.
Not at all. Is it, Sean?
Well, we both work long hours. It's hard to find time to have dinner with our own family, let alone guests.
My dad's the same.
Oh, he's a policeman.
Which is kind of similar to what you do. You both protect people. Although I guess you don't fly around with lights and sirens on your wings.
Well, we need to be a little more discreet.
It's a job that never stops, right? My dad tries not to bring work home, but sometimes he has no choice.
I know how he feels.
Seems to me that the magic world and the human world have quite a lot in common.
in the library, the goo moves along the floor. Then it jumps to the wall, lodging itself between one of the shutters. Roxy approaches Peter.
Why are you still here?
It's a bookshop I'm browsing.
Can you hurry up?
I don't think Max would approve you talking to a customer like that.
The boys.
Chris, tell him it's mine.
I found it on the website.
I found it on the shelf.
Any reason you can't share? He gets it for a week, then you get it for a week.
Is this your shop?
No, I'm just a customer.
Then buzz off.
I want it.
How about
No,
if
Nate,
one of you
stop
buys this?
Peter turns around and notices the goo. He reaches toward it.
I get this one.
It moves out of reach.
You're not getting it.
Roxy,
What?
you really need to see this now.
Give it to me.
Make me.
I'll tell Mum.
I don't care. It's
Give
goo.
it to me.
Let me have it.
Nate, stop it.
We have to get the boys to leave before they see it.
They're not going till one of them has that comic.
I don't want another comic.
Lily, would you like to give me a hand?
Lily and her mother leave the table.
Thank you. I still can't get over how wonderful your world is. What I've seen is so amazing and precious. I get that you have a world to protect. I get that it's hard to trust someone who has so much power when you barely know them.
Well, it's not just a case of me trusting you, Kyra. Trust is a two-way street. You've got to feel that you can trust me too, or you will never feel secure in our world.
But I do trust you. Absolutely.
How can you be so sure?
Easy. You're Lily's father. She's such an amazing, generous person. Very. I can see she's like that because of who her parents are. I mean, that's why you agreed to the lunch. You could have said no, but you didn't. Because you trust her.
Sean stifles a smile. Meanwhile,
Mm-mm. Can I see that?
Why?
Please.
she takes the comic.
You know what? I just remembered something.
She walks behind the counter. Using her wand, she creates a replica copy and gives them to the two boys.
Just as I thought, we have 2 copies.
Cool.
Thanks. Maxwell's bookshop aims to please. Tell your friends.
The two boys exit. Ruxy changes the sign to closed.
Where'd it go?
They both look around for the goo. At Lily's, everyone sits at the table.
That was so nice. Thank you for having me.
You're not going already?
Sorry, Lily, I really have to.
It's been a pleasure, Kyra. I hope you'll come again.
Well, I've got work to do. Bye, Kyra.
Bye.
Lily accompanies Kyra as she leaves.
My dad's not a bad man.
I never thought he was.
He's under a lot of pressure from work. It's not easy being the director of the DMI.
I can imagine.
He's not normally like this. I don't think I've ever seen him this stressed.
Do you think I got through to him? You can tell me the truth.
The truth is, I don't know.
Kyra looks disappointed as she walks away. In the bookshop,
What exactly is goo?
It's like magical pond scum. We have to catch it before it gets outside.
Why?
Gets to water, it grows. By this time tomorrow, it will be the size of a football field. And did I mention it's mean?
Mean? How can pond scum have attitude?
books fall on Peter's head.
Right. Like that.
Don't move.
It's on the shelf above Peter's head. Ruxy shoots at it with her wand. It falls to the floor. Peter traps it under a garbage can.
Good work.
Thanks.
Her smile fades.
But you can't keep coming here.
I buy comics here. Maxwell will get sus if I stop coming in. We do hang out in the same cafe.
Meaning?
It's possible we might run into each other. Completely by accident, of course.
She smiles at Peter.
It's possible. Very possible.
The next morning, Maxwell enters the library to find Kyra, Imogen, Ruxy, and Dara present.
Good morning. Sorry I'm late. Sean called me in for an early meeting.
He still sees me as a threat, doesn't he?
That is totally ridiculous.
Yeah, Kyra wouldn't hurt anyone.
We should go and tell him.
Now, before you do anything rash, let me finish. Sean told me he had a lunch guest yesterday. Apparently, the young woman showed great maturity. Sean has decided to take no action regarding your powers. You're safe.
A group hug.
He also mentioned that you made an excellent chocolate cake. Any chance of a sample?
I'll see what I can do.
They all walk off together. Cut to credits. Audio description for this episode, Judgment Day, was independently written and voiced by Kyle Work-Matthew. The credits appear over words and illustrations from books in the library. Credits: Kyra, Kimi Sukakoshi, Imogen, Elizabeth Collin, Lily, Mia Milnes, Dara, Jillian Collin, Ruxy, Rainbow Waddell, Professor Maxwell, Christopher Sommers, Steve, Steve Nation, Orla, Melanie Zanetti, Ella, Samantha Fitzgerald, Nate, Cameron Caulfield, Jack, Charlie Dunn, Sean, Nicholas Bell. Script and story producer, Mark Sheriffs. Director of photography, Andrew Condor, ACS SOC. Original music, Ricky Edwards and Brett Applin. Music supervisors, Pete Dacey and Keith Ridgway. Reform Records. Credits continue. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons, living or dead, are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Jonathan M. Schiff Productions. Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Schiff Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Tsukukoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title appears in gold letters, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, The Prize. In the library, Lily, Dara, Ruxy, and Imogen gather around the table.
Only one sleep to go. What are you wearing, Roxy?
I haven't decided yet.
Imo, you should sew with that dress you wore last year. It was so pretty.
It wasn't that nice.
It was. And you know it was.
Yeah, it was pretty nice.
All right. I know you're all excited about prize giving day.
Kyra.
What day?
The DMI Student Awards, 3 o'clock tomorrow.
Right here. We get to host them this year.
No one told me.
I sent the notifications to the parents magically. Your father's not on that list. So sorry, Kyra. Of course, you're welcome to come.
You have to. It's the most important day of the year. All the local magic schools will be here.
So is this the end of term? Does that mean we're about to have holidays?
What's a holiday?
That's how school works. After prize day, you get a break.
Not in our world. Magic never sleeps.
Later,
My dad will make a speech, then they hand out prizes, and after that, there's a party. Which means serious party frocks are needed. So, what are you gonna wear?
I don't know.
Excellent. What? Oh, that just means I'll come over later and help you choose. Dressing up is what fairies live for.
at the cafe, Peter joins Ruxy at her table with the juice.
Excuse me. Does it matter if I sit here?
Of course not.
Good juices here.
The best.
I wonder if you could help me with a little problem I've got. I happen to have 2 tickets for tomorrow afternoon for the new movie Revenge of the Time Nemesis. But there's only one of me. Any chance you could help me out?
Peter, that sounds great, but tomorrow afternoon is my school's prize-giving ceremony.
Oh,
Cheer up, I promise I won't have any fun.
is Kara going?
Of course, she's one of us now.
Outside Kyra's, her dad carries a large bag down the front steps.
You having a clear out?
We haven't used any of this stuff since, you know.
Mum passed away.
Michiko loved the outdoors, and we always used to go camping on her birthday. That's this weekend. So I thought maybe the time was right. I'll hire a car and we'll go away for a couple of days. If I could just find my fishing rod.
You loaned it to Peter.
Right. So what do you think? Are we on?
Sure, Dad. Sounds great.
We'll do everything like we used to. Sing songs, burn marshmallows in the fire.
That's your job.
I swapped shifts and got time off. So if we could leave around 4 tomorrow afternoon.
Could we leave the day after?
But then we only get one night away. I want to get to the campsite before dark. But if you've got something else on, tell me. I know it's short notice.
No, it's all good.
Great. This is going to be a wonderful trip.
Kyra smiles as Steve gets into his car and drives off. Steve pulls up to Peter on his bike.
Whatever it is, officer, I'm innocent.
Relax, Peter. I just need my fishing rod back. Kyra and I are off camping tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah. I used to do it with a mum. And I think we're ready to pick it up again.
Tomorrow?
Right. So if you could drop that rod over...
No problem.
Terrific. Oh, and stay under the speed limit.
In Kyra's room, Lily goes through her closet.
Too casual, too bright, too stripy, too just not right.
How long is this ceremony?
About an hour. Then there's the after party. That's when the fun begins.
Do you think I could get away early?
Kyra, this is the most important day of the school year. It wouldn't be a good look at all. Nope. Nope.
Is nothing any good?
Not really.
Oh, Lily, that's my entire wardrobe. What am I going to wear?
Kyra answers her phone.
Peter, I'm with a special friend right now.
I believe you're going to an awards ceremony tomorrow.
You've been talking to Roxy.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Well, yes, I am. So what?
I just got pulled over by your dad. He told me that you're going on a camping trip. Spot the problem?
I know.
I got the impression that this trip means a lot to your dad. Don't let him down, Kara. Ditch the ceremony.
I can't. It's really important.
You can't do both. Or can you? Is there a spell for being at two places at the same time?
I'll figure something out.
Good luck with that.
Later that night, Kyra and her dad watch a family video on the living room TV.
We need marshmallows, bread, baked beans in case you don't catch anything,
Happy
and...
birthday, Mum. Thank you. Me dancing. Did you know it?
I was backing up everything on this from our last trip and got a little sidetracked. That was a wonderful trip.
Yeah, it was. Except for the part where you hung out our sleeping bags to air and it rained on them.
Oh, yeah.
And you didn't put the top on the ice chest properly and possums got into the food.
Well, if you're going to be picky...
But apart from that, yeah, it was a fantastic trip.
In the video, Kyra's mother does a series of stretches, the woods behind her.
Mom's so graceful. It's hard to believe she was a judo champion.
Oh, you wouldn't say that if she'd ever flipped you onto your back.
Pretty brave to go out with a woman who can throw you around.
Too early. Going away.
I'll do the shopping and load the car when I get home from work. I want to get out of the driveway by 4 p.m, so make sure you're ready.
No problem, Dad. I'll be here.
Steve gets up and leaves the room. The next morning in the library, Kyra, Lily, and Roxy look through pictures of dresses.
That would look great on you, Roxy.
Imogen is nearby.
Imogen, I can so see you in that.
She's working on her acceptance speech when she wins her award.
What if she doesn't get one?
She claims she won't care.
I don't. Yeah, right.
The awards are important, but I want you to remember that today you are representing this school. I want you all on your best behavior. Whether you receive an award or not, I want you to know that I'm very proud of you all.
Professor Maxwell, that's so sweet.
If there was a prize for teachers, you would get one for sure.
Oh. See you all later. I'm sure you want plenty of time to get ready. And no comments on my suit.
In Kyra's room,
Okay, you can look now.
Lily, that's fantastic.
I thought so.
What about my dress?
Kyra wears a yellow dress.
Don't you think it's a little over the top?
You want to make an impression, don't you?
I'm sorry, Lily, but I can't go wearing this. I'll have to wear one of my dresses.
And commit a sartorial sin? I don't think so. Let me give it another try.
We're going to be late.
If you don't like it, you can wear one of your things.
Okay.
Lily uses her wand. Later, people mill about the library. Servers carry trays.
No, thank you.
Maxwell in a white suit approaches Jared, an elf in a black suit.
Nice to see you, Jared. Sorry your wife couldn't be here.
She's skiing in Austria. Doesn't like jumping back such a distance.
Well, I'm sure she's still as proud as you must be. Imogen and Dar have done very well this year.
I'm looking forward to seeing them receive their awards. Any hints?
As you know, the DMI makes the final decisions. Nevertheless, good luck, you two.
Orla eyes Imogen in the distance.
Kara's still not here.
Hope she hasn't changed her mind about coming.
People step aside, revealing Kyra. She wears a black, sparkling dress and an ornate necklace and hair comb. Light glows behind her. Everyone stares at her appearance in amazement. Dara approaches her.
You look amazing.
Thanks to Lily. Why is everyone staring?
Relax. Imagine they're all wearing ogre's underpants.
They walk together over to Jared.
Kyra, this is my father, Jared.
Ah, the trialing I've heard so much about. I must thank you for saving my son from the Eye of Horus.
It was nothing.
It wasn't. It was totally amazing.
Son, why don't you get the young lady some punch?
Dara goes off.
I can see you've made quite an impression on Dara. It's easy to confuse that with other feelings. But my son is destined for bigger things. I'm sure you understand. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Her smile fades as Jared walks off. At home in the kitchen, Steve puts bags of groceries on the counter and takes a carton out of the fridge and puts it into the garbage. Back at the ceremony,
Welcome, everyone, to the annual DMI Awards presentation. And thank you to the Maxwell School for hosting us.
Sean stands at a black podium.
My warmest congratulations to all the students here. Your hard work and dedication to the safety of our magical world is impressive. Today, we give awards to those students who've shown outstanding abilities. So I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The first award is the Blackwell Prize for Advanced Transmutation, kindly sponsored by Jared Blackwell. And the award goes to Nisha Banerjee from the Marjorie Carver School. Congratulations, Nisha, who, by the way, has finally broken the record of Rumpelstiltskin. Not only did she spin straw into gold, but also into silver and lead. So I think there's going to be a few known miners who'll be looking for some work. The next award is for the transformation of the most teeth. And this award goes to Lily Regan.
Lily goes up and gets her picture taken. Kyra's phone reads 3:35 p.m. She looks anxious. Outside Kyra's, Steve packs a cooler into the van's trunk. He checks his watch. Back at the ceremony, Imogen approaches Dara from the podium.
I knew you'd get one. I'm proud of you.
And the Ducks of all River City Magic schools for this year is Ruxy Teveler from the Maxwell School.
Wearing a floral dress, Ruxy goes to the podium. The time is now 4 p.m. Steve closes the trunk. Kyra texts Peter.
Be there soon. Keep Dad busy.
And finally, as head of DMI, I would like to give a special award this year to someone I personally think has exhibited an extraordinary control of magic.
Kyra starts to leave.
I'm giving this award to Kyra Glenn.
Go, Kyra!
Kyra turns around with a big smile. Meanwhile...
And Kyra's phone was about to die, so she called me to come and tell you she wouldn't be long.
Why didn't she call me herself?
Oh, well, because she knew I wanted to talk to you.
What about?
What about? Good question. Well, it's about me becoming a policeman when I leave school.
You're considering a career in the force?
I like solving mysteries. And the uniform is cool. So, talk me through it, step by step.
At the ceremony.
Congratulations, Kyra. As the newest member of our magical community, anything you'd like to say?
Oh, I really wasn't expecting this. I don't know what to say. Except I'm honored. Thank you.
Well, that concludes the formal part of proceedings, so enjoy the music and the food, and as my daughter would say, party on!
Sean uses his wand, and the lights dim. Peter talks to Steve in the living room.
So, after constable comes senior constable, then sergeant? Oh, I forgot first constable. How's it go again?
Did Kyra talk to you about camping?
Yeah, she said she couldn't wait.
She's almost an hour late. She doesn't want to go, does she?
She never said that to me.
Well, I've got the message now. Loud and clear.
With a disappointed expression, Steve walks off. At the party, Kyra approaches Ella.
Congratulations, Kyra. Well done. And you look absolutely beautiful.
It's just a little something I whipped up for her.
Thank you. I really have to go.
Meanwhile,
Giving the trialing an award. What were you thinking? She doesn't belong here. She is not one of us.
Jared,
this
please.
is an insult to all magical beings.
Kyra overhears.
You're with me on this, right?
Jared has a point, Sean. Giving the girl an award makes it appear as if you condone the
Whether
situation.
we like it or not, the girl has orb magic. Now, isn't it better to treat her as one of us than make an enemy of her?
There are other ways of dealing with her.
And what might they be?
They turn to face her.
Kyra, this is not your concern. Go enjoy yourself.
You're afraid of me, aren't you?
Yes, I'm afraid of you. The most powerful being in the entire magical world is a teenage girl, and she was born human. Orla told me how you performed in the test. It's clear where your loyalties lie.
Kyra's friends walk up behind her.
You're right, Mr. Blackwell. I'm not one of you. I'm an ordinary human girl who had an accident that let me enter into your world and gave me powers I never asked for.
What do you intend to do with them?
You are the only one amongst us with orb magic, Kyra. Do you understand how powerful that makes you?
And how uneasy that makes us.
Her friends now stand beside her.
There are people here who accept me for what I am. Not an elf, not a fairy, just me.
Tears well in Kyra's eyes.
I would never do anything to hurt them. That's why you don't have to be afraid of me. Not because you gave me this award. You thought you had to buy my loyalty. If you knew what it cost me to be here, you'd know you already had it.
She rips and appears in her bedroom. She angrily throws the folded up award. She plops down onto her bed and cries. Later, Steve watches a video of Kyra and her mother. In the video, Kyra and her mother hug. Kyra enters.
I'm so sorry I'm late, Dad. I completely lost track of the time. We'd better get going.
He turns off the TV and faces her.
I know you don't want to go.
No, I do.
You're growing up now and you don't want to do kid stuff anymore. Your mum would have got that, and I'm fine with it too.
Dad, I'm really, really sorry. Honest. We can still go.
He gets up and walks out, his brow creased. Kyra enters her bedroom. Lily and Ruxy are waiting for her.
That was amazing what you did.
Dara had a big argument with his dad after you left.
What's wrong?
They sit on the bed next to her.
This was the most important day for my dad in 3 years. I should have been here with him and I wasn't.
Can't you just apologize to him?
It's not enough. I need to make it up to him, but I don't even know where to start.
Then it's lucky you have two fairies here.
She glances at both of them. In the kitchen, Steve pours water from a kettle into a mug. He takes something out of the fridge and stops.
Kyra?
He steps out into the front yard. A campfire is set up. Kyra is alone.
How did you set this up so fast?
If you want something badly enough, you find a way to do it.
He walks down the front steps to join her, looking astonished. Streaks of light fill the sky as her friends fly off.
Strawberry.
Of course. Mom's favorite. Happy birthday, Mum.
Happy birthday, Michiko.
They both drink, the fire softly illuminating them.
I'm sorry about this afternoon. You and Mom are so important to me, I shouldn't have let it happen.
I know you have your own life now. I'm just glad we get to share this.
Pretty perfect, isn't it? Just like camping for real.
There's just one thing missing.
He passes Kyra her guitar. She plays and sings.
Fly as high as you can see. Spread your wings and you'll be free.
The view pulls away to reveal a giant tent behind them.
Hold you down. You will always find the way and you'll be free. Tobinasai, watashi no ko, sekai wa anata no mono, nani mo anata o tomerare ya shinai. Itsumo jiyu ni nareru desho. Fly so high and you will see. Spread your wings and you'll be free.
The view pans up towards the night sky. Cut to credits. Audio description for this episode, The Prize, was independently written and voiced by Kyle Work-Matthew. The credits appear over words and illustrations from books in the library. Credits: Kyra, Kimi Tsukukoshi, Imogen, Elizabeth Cullen, Lily, Mia Milnes, Dara, Julian Cullen, Ruxy, Rainbow Waddell, Peter, Jamie Carter, Professor Maxwell, Christopher Sommers, Steve, Steve Nation, Orla, Melanie Zanetti, Ella, Samantha Fitzgerald, Jared, Paul Bishop, Michiko, Rumi Kiyuchi, Nisha, Priyanka Das, Nisha's mother, Avina Anthony, Mrs. Crowther, Norman Lever, Sean, Nicholas Bell, script and story producer, Mark Sheriffs, director of photography, Andrew Condor, ACS, SOC, original music, Ricky Edwards and Brett Applin, music supervisors, Pete Dacey and Keith Ridgway, Reform Records. Credits continue. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons living or dead are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Jonathan M. Schiff Productions. Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Schiff Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Tsukukoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title appears in gold letters, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, Accused. Day, created and produced by Jonathan M. Schiff. Flowers of varying colors in an outdoor garden. The flowers vibrate. They appear as an alert hologram in the library. Maxwell, Dara, Kyra, Imogen, Ruxy, and Lily are watching.
What a beautiful sound. Do we really have to make it stop, Professor?
Sound of nature's song. It's perfect.
Humans hearing flowers sing, not so perfect.
It is lovely, but shutting down magical outbreaks, no matter how delightful, is what we do.
It's a level 1 threat. I can handle this easily.
Not so fast, Imogen. We might try another method. Kyra.
You want me to go?
No. I thought you might try orb magic.
From here?
From here, if you don't mind.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
In the park, the female attendant notices the unusual behavior. In the library, Kyra briefly closes her eyes as she focuses. The view sweeps over the vibrant flowers. Kyra slowly sweeps her hand from her left to her right. In the park, the flowers shake. They go still, and the park attendant walks off. The hologram disappears.
You did it. You fixed an outbreak without even leaving here. It's actually pretty easy.
Does this mean the DMI won't be needing us anymore?
Night. Inside her home, Kyra plays her guitar and sings in her bedroom.
Nothing here, my friend.
In the kitchen, pots are on the stove, and ladles move by themselves as they stir the contents. Kyra controls them with orb magic.
Hey, Kyra. Something smells fantastic.
Before her dad notices, she stops using orb magic and goes to the kitchen.
How did you get all this done and do your homework?
You know me, Dad. I'm magic in the kitchen.
Steve walks out. At the DMI, Orla enters Sean's office as he works at his desk.
Can this wait? I am rather busy.
You'll want to hear this. It's about the orb.
He looks up from his papers to meet Orla's gaze. Morning. Kyra sleeps in her bed, Lily standing at the foot of it.
Lily! Oh, finally. I thought you were never going to wake up.
How long have you been there?
Quite a while, actually. I wanted to be the one to tell you.
Tell me what?
Last night, I came home from a tooth run, and I heard Dad talking to Mum.
And?
The DMI has found a way to remove the orb power from you. And they're going to do it.
On the bridge.
This process, is it unpleasant?
There'll be some disorientation, but it won't hurt. Kyra will feel like she's woken from a good sleep.
But even if we remove her orb magic, she'll still have her other magic. You can't take that away.
We might not have a choice.
She doesn't deserve this.
What would you have me do?
Call it off.
I wish I could, but the decision isn't entirely mine. I know you're close to the girl, but she's a visitor. She was never meant to be part of our world.
Later in the library, Maxwell enters. Kyra approaches him.
How did you go with Sean?
I tried my best, Kyra. I really did. But the decision is made.
Okay, I get it. No more orb magic. Guess I can live with that.
There's something else. Removing orb magic has never been done before. But the likelihood is it'll take your other magic as well. And quite possibly your memories of the magical world.
Lily.
No! So I'd be just human again?
She's one of us now, Professor. You can't let them do this.
Sorry, Dara.
When will it happen?
Tomorrow morning at 10 at the DMI. I'm sorry, Kyra.
Maxwell wears a pained expression as he walks away. Later, Kyra sits at her window with a forlorn expression. Peter enters behind her.
Hey, Peter. Whatever it is, can we do it later?
I can't blame you. I wouldn't be too happy about losing my magic either.
Roxy told you.
You're the most powerful being in the magical world. Tell them if they try anything, you'll destroy all their wands or turn them into toads.
Can you really see me doing that?
I guess not.
Maxwell isn't certain it will take all my memories.
But what if it does?
Then I'll be the one who became magical, and you'll be the one who remembers it. Funny, huh?
Hilarious.
So you have to remind me of all this.
Tell you about elves and fairies. Get real. You'll laugh in my face.
Guess it would be pretty hard for me to believe you.
Deep in thought, Kyra gets an idea.
There is one person I believe.
Kyra will forget me and she'll forget all of us.
I understand how you feel, but the decision's been made.
It's not Kara's fault she got orb power. It was an accident.
The DMI know that. They just don't care.
They're in the park.
I know you think the DMI is perfect, but this time they're wrong.
You shouldn't say that out loud.
I don't care. It's not right.
Dara gets up and storms off. Kyra explains her idea to Peter, still in her bedroom.
You're not delivering the message. I am.
That's genius.
Now I just have to figure out what to say that will convince me that all this actually happened.
Just do it like you're telling yourself a story.
Peter holds a tablet.
Ready?
Yes, Mr. Director.
And action.
Hello. Me. How are you? I guess you're wondering why Peter is showing you this. You don't even remember making this video, do you? There's a very good reason for that, which I'll get to later, but the first thing you need to know is magic exists. And you're part human, part fairy, part elf.
Excuse me, Orla. Dara would like a word.
I'm in a hurry.
He's been quite insistent.
This better be important.
What the DMI is doing to Kyra is wrong. You have to make sure and put it off until another solution can be found.
It would help if I knew what you were talking about.
You haven't heard.
How did you find out about Kyra?
Dara Blackwell. The boy has feelings for her.
That's unfortunate.
Sean's office.
My job is to protect the magical world.
Of course. And after the magic is removed?
No, the orb will be destroyed.
That was never discussed.
Well, whether it was or not, that is what's going to happen.
There are many who will disagree.
It's my decision. It's not up for discussion. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Orla reluctantly leaves the office. Kyra disappears, then reappears.
This isn't a trick, Kyra. It's real magic. And you could do it.
And cut. You are amazing.
Thanks. Now, about tomorrow,
Hold up. We're not finished.
What else is there to say?
I don't mean to be critical, but speaking as your director, your narrative left me feeling unfulfilled.
Meaning?
The film's too short.
It'll be so weird with Kyra gone.
Roxy.
She's been such a good friend.
The best.
We need to let her know how important she is to us.
You know what we have to do.
Party.
You organize the cake, I'll get Kyra here. Imogen, are you in?
We gotta give Kyra a decent send-off.
Imogen ignores them, reading a book.
You don't think the DMI is right.
Do I have to have an opinion?
You do think they're right. I can't believe you.
Let's go, Lily.
No, Imogen, I know you're tough. But even for you, this is cold.
Just because I don't wear my heart on my sleeve, don't presume to know what I'm feeling.
Imogen storms off. Lily and Roxy share a look. In the bookshop.
Thank you, Frank. See you next week.
As Frank exits, Sean enters, holding something.
Last-minute birthday present.
I want you to keep this here.
The black chest.
Why?
Well, let's just say it would make me feel better.
Is there something you're not telling me?
Just take it. Please. I'm also bringing the removal forward. Sunset today. Would you inform Kyra?
You're making this very hard on the girl.
Well, I'm actually trying to help her. As long as Kyra has the power, she remains a target. And once we draw it from her and return it to the orb, she's no longer at risk.
And then?
The orb will be destroyed.
You'll get no argument from me.
Sean leaves. Later in the library, Maxwell walks down an aisle carrying the container the orb is in. He passes Imogen, who sits in an aisle unnoticed. She closes a book and gets up, walking in the direction Maxwell went. Maxwell enters an aisle and opens a large chest, putting the small orb container inside. Imogen peers around a corner. Maxwell pushes the chest back in and leaves. In Kyra's room,
They've been protecting this secret for centuries, Kyra. They may be fairies and elves, but
she records a video.
they're wonderful people. They were your friends. Give them a chance to trust you. I know you can do it because, hey, I know you. Good luck. Peter, you can turn it off now.
If that doesn't work, I don't know what will. Now what?
They're taking my magic at 10 in the morning, so I want you here at 11.
I got it.
No matter what I say, make me watch the film.
Come flood, earthquakes, meteor strikes, zombie attack, nothing will stop me.
Zombie attack?
Just covering the bases.
You're such a good friend.
She hugs him.
See you tomorrow.
Lily appears.
Kyra, Professor Maxwell needs to see you.
Has your dad changed his mind about me?
Just come, okay?
They enter the dimly lit library.
Why is it dark in here? Where's Maxwell?
The room brightens. String lights decorate the space.
We couldn't let you leave without a proper goodbye.
Kyra smiles. Roxy brings out a white cake. Everyone gathers around it. Roxy lights candles with her wand.
It's beautiful. Thank you.
We're going to miss you.
Kyra and Lily hug.
I'll miss you too. All of you.
Now blow the candles out.
She gets ready to blow.
Really, Kyra?
She uses her fingers instead.
Can't believe I'll see you at Harvey's tomorrow and you won't even know who I am.
Maxwell said no one's ever done this before. Maybe it won't work like they think. Maybe I will remember.
I wish I could believe that. I really think it's goodbye.
Dara looks sad. Maxwell approaches.
I'm gonna miss you, Kyra. Things will be so quiet with just me and these rogues. Kyra, there is one thing I need to tell you.
What, do I get turned into a frog or something?
Sean wants to remove your magic at sunset today.
I guess I've got to go home and get changed then. What does one wear to have magic removed?
Emotional, Kyra quickly walks out of the library. Imogen.
That's that, I guess.
Don't you care?
I get that from the fairies, but you're my brother. You should know me better.
They can't remove Kyra's magic without the orb. If I knew where it was, I'd take it.
Dara walks off. Kyra is in the bookshop looking forlorn. Maxwell.
Kyra? I'm sorry. It was a surprise to me, too.
I know this isn't your fault.
She hugs him.
I wouldn't have survived here without you. Thank you.
It was a pleasure. And you're welcome to visit the bookshop anytime you like.
Even though I won't remember you.
I'll give you the VIP treatment to make up for it.
Discounts on books?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Goodbye. Professor.
Wearing a sad expression, Kyra exits. At the cafe, Orla joins Dara at his table.
Well?
I'm sorry. Sean won't change his mind.
Thanks for trying.
I'm pleased that you came to me for help, Dara.
Roxy notices them in the distance.
Even if you had been able to do something, it's too late now anyways.
How do you mean?
If Sean brought the time forward, the magical removal is happening at sunset. In 1 hour, Kyra will turn back to normal.
Orla gets up and quickly hurries off. Roxy eyes her suspiciously. In the library, Imogen walks down aisles. Ladder stops her.
Come on, Ladder. Remember what happened last time you tried to block me? Glad you see it my way.
It moves aside, allowing her to pass. Ladder emerges into the bookshop.
Ladder?
Meanwhile, Imogen finds the large chest. She opens it.
Imogen. Whatever you're thinking about doing, don't.
Sorry, Professor, I was just...
Yes?
Uh...
You were in here earlier, weren't you? I have a fairly good idea about what you're going to do. And though your motives may be admirable, it would be a big mistake. A really big mistake. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Professor.
I know how much a DMI career means to you, so I'll refrain from taking further action.
Thank you, Professor.
Now run along before I change my mind.
After she leaves, Maxwell checks the chest. He hears a noise and turns to see Imogen.
I told you to go. This is your last chance. What are you doing?
Imogen raises her fingers and sends a blast, knocking him back. He falls to the floor. She checks the orb container and quickly runs off with it. The next morning, Lily appears in Kyra's room as she combs her hair.
I appreciate you coming, Lily, but you didn't need to say goodbye again.
No, it's Imogen.
The library.
Are you certain?
I can hardly believe it myself. Yes.
Why would Imogen take it?
Orla and Sean appear.
Dara, where's your sister?
I don't know. The last time I saw her was at Kyra's farewell party.
Did she say anything?
Like what? Dara, I'm gonna steal the orb.
Imogen's in serious trouble, Dara. Being flippant won't help.
Imogen appears.
I saw the alert. What's going on?
I hope you've come to your senses and brought back the orb.
What?
Are you denying that you took it?
Yes, I'm denying it. What is going on?
And you're not denying that you were here a little while ago.
No.
And I told you to go.
Yes.
And you came back and you knocked me down and you took the orb.
What? No.
Sis, I get that you were just trying to help Kyra, but attacking Maxwell is going too far.
Is it true, Imogen? Did you take the orb?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Imogen, come with me.
Imogen rips.
I'll bring her back.
Orla rips.
What does this mean for me?
Without the orb, we cannot remove your magic.
She reappears.
She was too quick, I lost her.
Put out an alert, we need it brought in. If Imogen contacts any of you, you report it immediately. Understand?
Sean and Orla disappear. Later that evening, Kyra walks to her bedroom and is startled to see Imogen.
I didn't take the orb.
You can't be here. I have to report you.
It wasn't me in the library.
Then why did Maxwell say he saw you?
I don't know.
Are you saying he lied?
No,
I just know it wasn't me.
Tell the DMI.
They won't believe me. Even Dara doesn't believe me.
So what do you want me to do?
Help me find the real thief.
The DMI was about to throw me out of your world. What can I do?
I didn't do it, Kyra. I swear. Just help me. Please.
Imogen gives Kyra a pleading look. Kyra gives a small nod. They stand facing each other as the view pulls away from the window. Kyra sits. Cut to credits. Audio description for this episode, Accused, was independently written and voiced by Kyle Warwick Matthew. The credits appear over words and illustrations from books in the library. Credits: Kyra, Kimi Sukakoshi; Imogen, Elizabeth Cullen; Lily, Mia Milnes; Dara, Julian Cullen; Ruxy, Rainbow Waddell; Peter, Jamie Carter; Professor Maxwell, Christopher Sommers; Steve, Steve Nation; Orla, Melanie Zanetti; Trevor, Stephen Lunovich; Park Attendant, Patrice Cox; Sean, Nicholas Bell. Script and story producer, Mark Sheriffs. Director of photography, Andrew Condor, ACS SOC. Original music, Ricky Edwards and Brett Applin. Music supervisors, Pete Dacey and Keith Ridgway. Reform Records. Credits continue. The characters' events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons living or dead are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Jonathan M. Schiff Productions. Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Schiff Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Sukakoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title appears in gold letters, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, On the Chase. Morning. An aerial view sweeps over River City. Steve walks out the front door moments before Peter arrives.
Morning, Peter.
Morning, Mr. Glenn. Is Kyra up?
Yep, she expecting you?
Possibly.
Ooh, are they croissants?
Still warm. Want one?
You're a legend. Go on in, Peter.
Now, Peter knocks on Kyra's bedroom door.
Kyra?
Peter, what are you doing here?
I have to see you.
Just a sec.
Kyra, come on, it's important.
Come in.
He enters her room.
Are you okay? You look okay. I know you're probably feeling a bit confused right now, but it'll all make sense in a minute.
He takes off his backpack.
What you're about to see may seem unbelievable, and maybe you'll think you're going crazy, but you know how you think magic is only in fairy tales? It isn't. Only you don't remember.
It's okay, Peter. I get it. But it hasn't happened.
It hasn't?
I guess they changed their mind.
He walks over to her window.
Peter, why don't we talk about this later? We can... Ow!
What was that?
What was what?
What I stepped on.
Just my usual mess.
Your usual mess said ow.
Kyra relents.
It's all right, Imogen. Peter knows.
Imogen appears.
Whoa.
How come he knows?
You're an elf.
10 points for observation. How come he knows?
Let's just say Peter's very nosy and he stuck his nose in the wrong place.
And you told him about us.
I had no choice. But don't worry, he's my oldest friend and he's sworn to keep the secret. Imogen, meet Peter.
He goes to shake her hand, but she doesn't accept it.
I've seen you around. Minus the... Kyra told me how you people live among us. It's so cool. What happened to the mind wiping?
In the library, Lily, Ruxy, and Dara talk.
I don't believe it for a second. Why would Imogen steal the orb? It just doesn't make sense.
I agree. All she's ever wanted was to get into the DMI. They'll never take her now.
She didn't come home last night, and Mum and Dad are worried sick.
Things just don't add up. I mean, Imogen can be self-centered and act before she thinks, but she's not stupid, and she would never hurt Professor Maxwell.
The only reason I can think of is that she did it to help Kyra.
How would stealing the orb help Kyra?
If the DMI don't have the orb, they can't take Kyra's powers away.
I wish she would turn herself in, then we could sort this out.
Wonder where she is.
I can't explain it. All I know is I didn't do it.
Some people might wonder why you're hiding out here then.
Not helping, Peter. Let's just deal with the facts so we can try to work out who did do it.
Well, fact one, this orb, whatever it is gone.
Fact 2, Maxwell was attacked.
Fact 3, Maxwell says he saw me take the orb.
Fact 4, you're hiding out in Kyra's bedroom, which doesn't exactly scream innocence.
I know he's your oldest friend, but he is getting on my nerves.
All right, you two. It's clear we need more information. I'll talk to Maxwell, ask him exactly what he saw. You stay here. And Peter, try not to annoy Imogen. She has magic fingers and she knows how to use them.
Kyra, don't tell anyone I'm here. Please.
Not even Dara?
Someone set me up. I don't want whoever that is forcing him to reveal where I am. It's safer he doesn't know.
Kyra nods, then exits her bedroom. Now alone, Peter and Imogen give each other a look. Then, Peter sits on the bench near the window. Imogen sits in a bright blue chair. Kyra appears in the library.
Kyra, you're all right!
The only upside to all this is that you're still with us.
For now.
It's good to see you.
Maxwell approaches.
You gotta be careful, Kyra. People might start accusing you of stealing the orb so you can stay.
That is not funny, Professor.
Oh, it wasn't meant to be a joke.
I just wish Imogen would let me know she's all right. You don't have any idea where she is.
I'm sure that if Imogen wanted to be found, you'd be the first to know.
Kyra follows Maxwell into the bookshop.
Are you okay?
Just a headache from a bump on the head. I've had worse, marking some tests.
Glad to hear it. But I have to ask you.
The answer is yes. As clearly as I see you now, I did see Imogen attack me and steal the orb. I don't like it any more than you do.
Sean enters with Orla.
Is there word of Imogen?
Not yet.
Orla shuts the paper blinds.
Just so we're not interrupted.
The poor girl's probably too scared to turn herself in. Still can't believe she did it.
The thing is, we find it hard to believe, too, coming from such a distinguished family. But there is another explanation.
I saw her take it.
With Imogen nowhere to be found, we only have your word for that.
Why would I lie about it? You think I took it?
You were part of the so-called Bureau of Magical Things with Edward Boynton.
So?
So it's well known Edward wanted the orb destroyed. Perhaps you felt the same.
Even if I did, why would I pull an elaborate stunt like that just to get it? I can assure you, this bump is quite real.
What better way to divert suspicion from you? The poor, injured teacher than to accuse a student.
You can't be serious.
Quiet. This is not your concern.
I'm sorry, Maxwell. You must come to the DMI for questioning.
Orla opens the door, and Sean escorts Maxwell out. Kyra stares after him with a worried expression. At the DMI in Sean's office.
So, I suppose you're wondering why I called you all here.
This is not a joke, Maxwell. You're under suspicion for a very serious crime.
Serious, is it? Then who came up with the ludicrous theory that I took the orb?
The theory fits the evidence as we know it.
Then find more evidence.
Enough. Orla, I think you should leave this to me.
After some hesitation, Orla leaves the office. Sean makes sure she's gone before he speaks.
I know you didn't do it.
And why the charade?
There are things going on here you don't know about. Forces working to destabilize the DMI. The orb could assist their cause, and in the wrong hands, it could bring down everything that we have worked for.
You'd better find it, hadn't you?
In the library, Kyra, Ruxy, and Lily sit around the table. Dara remains standing.
So they think he framed Imogen.
How could they think Professor Maxwell would do that?
I'm sure my dad's just trying to rule out all the options.
Dara sits.
This might all be my fault.
How?
I might have put the idea into Imogen's mind to stop the DMI taking you away.
So you think she did it?
You tell me.
Orla appears.
Are you letting Professor Maxwell go?
Patience, Lily. The investigation may take a while.
There's no way he'd do this.
Cheer up, Dara. It could mean your sister's innocent.
Ladder emerges, revealing a burn mark. It goes off.
Seems you've been given a reprieve.
I would have preferred it to happen some other way.
Of course, you could have taken the orb without even needing to be in here. Until he's cleared, Professor Maxwell has been stood down. The school will be closed and all classes will be suspended until further notice.
Later in Kyra's room,
They're accusing Maxwell of taking the orb and blaming it on me.
If it's true, it would let you off the hook.
Maxwell couldn't do something that low. Imogen, you must know that.
Of course. But if Maxwell's not the thief, then I'm back to being suspect.
Hey, don't let it get to you. We'll work this out. Right, Peter?
Proof that an impossible magical object stolen from a library that shouldn't exist was taken by a mystery elf or fairy? Piece of cake.
Imogen shakes her head. At the cafe,
What if Professor Maxwell never comes back?
He didn't do this. Of course he'll come back.
But what if he doesn't? It won't be Maxwell's school without Maxwell. We'll have to get a new teacher. I'm going to miss the professor's terrible jokes. And Ladder will be so upset. He'll be devastated.
Lily, the professor's not going anywhere.
Did any of you notice that scorch mark on Ladder?
What scorch mark?
That scorch mark on Ladder wasn't there yesterday.
We've lost our teacher. And you're wondering about that?
I'm just wondering how it happened.
meanwhile,
Sean must see it makes no sense for Imogen to steal the orb. I mean, she's always wanted a career at the DMI. Stealing the orb would end her chances forever.
I'm going to see Sean now.
Whoa, hang on. Whoever did this went to a lot of trouble to implicate you. They must know you tried this.
So what do I do then? I can't just let this go on.
I'm hurting too many people.
Kyra, your dad's a cop. How would he tackle this?
He says every crime has two main questions. Who and why?
So who would want the orb and why?
The why is easy. The orb confers great power.
Right. So who wants that power?
Got it. Gnomes. They're sick of people thinking of them as garden ornaments and they want some respect.
Peter.
I could take his voice away.
Ruxy appears.
Hey, Ruxy.
Hey, Peter.
You look nice.
Thank you.
You know this human too? Am I the only one out of this cozy little loop?
What are you doing here?
Kyra took me in. I made her promise not to tell anyone. I didn't take it, Ruxy.
I believe you. Kyra, you've got connection with the orb. Do you think you could sense where it is?
Why didn't I think of that?
She focuses. An image of the orb flickers.
I can see the orb. It's back in its container, but I'm losing it. It's like it's shielded somehow. I don't know where it is.
Great. We're back to where we started.
Ruxy sits on the bed.
Okay. Let's work with what we know.
You mean the facts? We already tried that.
But we never tried an alternate theory of the crime. I heard it on a legal show on TV.
It doesn't have to be permanent. I can make him silent for 1 year, maybe 2.
Imogen, please. Go on, Peter.
Okay, so how about this for a theory?
In a vision,
Imogen. After Maxwell catches Imogen trying to steal the orb, he hides it somewhere in the restricted section. He trips over something. He falls, hits his head, and the last thing he remembers is talking with Imogen. He can't find the orb, so he thinks that she stole it.
Kyra gives him an amused look.
I suppose it's a possibility?
It seems pretty far-fetched.
This whole magical world idea is far-fetched, but it's still real.
Anybody got another idea?
Oh, it's so obvious.
What?
You guys are magical people, right?
Duh.
So what if Max was put under an enchantment? I can't believe I just said that. So that he thought he saw Imogen. So, after Imogen leaves, someone does a spell on Max. So Max thinks he sees Imogen attack him. But really, it's...
A clown holds the orb and laughs.
A clown?
Yeah, but an evil clown. Clowns are bad dudes.
It's an interesting theory.
No, it's completely ridiculous.
How do you know? That library is huge. Anything could be in there.
When were you in the library?
Kyra told me about it.
Actually, Peter might be onto something.
Really?
But what if it wasn't Maxwell under the spell? I need to check on something in the library.
It's shut down.
Perfect. No one will disturb us.
Now they enter an aisle in the library.
Why are you checking student records?
I don't want to say until I know for sure.
Orla appears.
Someone's here. You said the library was closed. Keep looking. I'll make sure they stay away.
Imogen goes off. Orla stops when she hears a noise. It's Imogen playing a magical instrument. Orla's phone makes the same noise. She turns it off. Imogen hides in an aisle, then walks off. Meanwhile,
Not this one. The next year.
Imogen hits a key on a piano.
Who's there?
She hits another, then turns to face Orla behind her.
Well, well. The thief returns to the scene of the crime.
I didn't take it.
Isn't that what they all say?
I didn't do it, Orla.
Imogen's in trouble.
In Kyra's vision,
You're coming with me.
Orla's got it.
What do we do?
using orb magic, she knocks books down, then jumps everyone to her house. They enter her bedroom.
Thanks for getting me out of there. I owe you one.
Did you find what you were looking for?
I did, and it supports my theory.
Which is?
A couple of days ago, I saw Orla and Dara talking at Harvey's.
In a flashback,
I couldn't hear what they were saying, but suddenly Orla left in a hurry. Dara knew Kyra was gonna have her orb magic removed last night, correct?
Yeah, and he was really upset about it.
I think Dara told that to Orla.
Orla McGuire, the reporter.
She's an elf.
Orla, the one who's always saying that the weird things on the news are fake? Oh, I get it. Misdirection.
How do you think we survived for so long?
Guys, focus. Roxy, what's your point?
Orla knew she didn't have much time to get the orb before it was destroyed, so she decided to steal it right then.
Nice theory, but it doesn't actually prove that Orla took it.
Ladder has a recent scorch mark. I think someone used magic on him. When Orla came to tell us the school was being shut down, Ladder was scared of Orla.
I see your point, but Maxwell still says he saw me.
You. Or someone who looks exactly like you.
Meaning?
I know you all think I'm just a book nerd, but sometimes it has advantages. Guess who did their graduating thesis on shape-shifting?
In a book is a picture of Orla among other honor students.
Do you think Maxwell's back from the DMI by now?
He could be.
Maybe we should go check and see if he's okay.
If Maxwell needs us, I'm sure he'll find us, Lily.
Do you think the school ever open again?
Right now, I'm more worried about Imo. As long as she stays hidden, the guiltier she looks.
Dara, Lily.
Where have you been?
I found the orb.
Wait, what?
Where?
In the library.
Imogen's brought it back.
She didn't take it, Orla did. You have to help me destroy it. Come on.
After Maxwell caught Imogen and she left, what neither of them knew was that Orla was already in the library.
I know how much a DMI career means to you, so I'll refrain from taking further action.
Thank you, Professor.
Now run along before I change my mind.
Orla morphs into Imogen. She rounds the corner and approaches Maxwell.
I told you to go.
She knocks him down. Fake Imogen takes the case with the orb inside.
Knowing Ladder, it would have tried to help the professor.
That's when Orla zapped Ladder.
She zaps Ladder on her way out.
I knew you were smart, but that's genius.
You made me think of shapeshifting.
I will never make fun of you for being a book nerd again. And thank you for believing me.
In the library with Lily and Dara, Kyra puts the orb container on a small table. She opens it to reveal the orb.
How did you find it?
It started calling to me. Shouldn't we tell my dad?
Look how much trouble it's caused. If it's gone, problems go away.
But it's not our decision to make.
The DMI wants to send me back to the human world. They can't if we destroy it. I don't want to lose you.
She holds Dara's hand.
Okay.
Thank you. But I need both of you to help me. The orb was created by combining elf and fairy magic. Its destruction will require the same.
In her bedroom,
It's a brilliant theory, Roxy. The tricky bit is proving it.
The one thing I don't understand is why Orla would divert suspicion from Imogen by accusing Max, especially if she's got the orb.
Orla wanted to get Maxwell out of the library.
Because?
fake Kyra waves a hand over the orb. Dara and Lily use magic on it. Real Kyra jolts.
What's up?
Something's happening. I think it's the orb.
Try and connect with it.
She sees fake Kyra, Lily, and Dara. The orb floats.
The orb's in the library.
Is Orla there?
Yes. And she's me.
Fake Kyra touches the glowing orb. Real Kyra appears.
Dara! Lily, stop! That's Orla! You're too late, Kyra.
She rushes towards the orb, and a bright beam connects with her chest. Roxy and Imogen appear, using magic on fake Kyra. She morphs back into Orla.
Stop her!
She quickly closes the container and jumps.
Kyra!
Kyra collapses to the ground.
What have we done?
Her friends surround her looking concerned. Cut to credits. Audio description for this episode, On the Chase, was independently written and voiced by Kyle Work-Matthew. The credits appear over words and illustrations from books in the library. Credits: Kyra, Kemi Sukakoshi; Imogen, Elizabeth Cullen; Lily, Mia Milnes; Dara, Julian Cullen; Roxy, Rainbow Waddell; Peter, Jamie Carter; Professor Maxwell, Christopher Sommers; Steve, Steve Nation; Orla, Melanie Zanetti; Clown, Clint Bolster; Sean, Nicholas Bell. Script and story producer, Mark Sheriffs. Director of photography, Andrew Condor, ACS, SOC. Original music, Ricky Edwards and Brett Applin. Music supervisors, Pete Dacey and Keith Ridgway. Reform Records. Credits continue. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons, living or dead, are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018, Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Jonathan M. Schiff Productions. Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Schiff Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Sukikoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Julian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. A title appears in gold letters, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, End of the Road Part 1. Kyra's friends gather in the library.
Poor Kyra. I feel so sorry for her.
You should. It's our fault her magic's gone.
Ola tricked us.
That doesn't make us any less guilty.
Lily's right, Dara.
Neither of you had any idea it was Ola shape-shifting.
I'm sure Kyra realizes you didn't mean to do it.
Well, how can she? Her magic and her memories are gone. Look, she doesn't remember anything about us.
Dara storms off.
Will he be all right? Losing Kyra hit him hard. It may take a while.
Maxwell enters.
Where's Dara?
You just missed him. Why?
Never mind. Lily, your father needs to see us.
Lily and Maxwell exit the library through the magical wall.
Keto was in Kyra's room last night when we jumped to the library.
So?
When he finds out what happened to Kyra, he might try and make her remember.
Things are changing in the magical world. It's not safe anymore. It's better if Kyra doesn't remember.
Imogen sits in her chair at the table. Kyra lies in her bed. Her dad enters with a breakfast tray.
Kyra? You awake, sweetheart? You slept almost 10 hours. You must have been tired.
Guess I was. Can't think why.
Freshly squeezed.
He holds a glass of orange juice.
What day is it today?
Saturday. You've got work later, remember?
Right.
Me, I'll just be cleaning the gutter and...
Have fun with that.
Steve gets up and leaves the room. Kyra takes a drink of her orange juice. Lily and Maxwell are in Sean's office.
So Ola took all of Kyra's magic?
I'm pretty sure, Dad. Imogen and I took her home and put her to bed. It was like she couldn't see us.
An inability to see magical beings is a clear indication of loss of magic.
Can't even imagine what it'd be like to lose my magic.
Orla enters with Jared.
You thief!
Maxwell, take Lily back to the library.
Let them stay. They'll hear about it soon enough anyway.
Hear about what?
Your resignation.
I've no intention of resigning.
The director of the DMI should be the most powerful magical being in our world, but that's no longer you, is it?
Paula and I and others have discussed this, Sean. We've decided that you are no longer qualified to hold the position.
That's not your decision to make.
Well, given that Orla now has orb magic, I hardly think you're in a position to deny her. It's time for a change.
Give me the orb, Orla.
Don't be naive. I didn't go to all the trouble of getting it just to hand it back.
Remember Lemuria? The elves and the fairies who created it went to war over it, and it destroyed them. Do you want the same to happen here?
That's up to Sean. An orderly transition would be best, don't you think?
Well, I'm not going anywhere.
Sean tries to use his wand, but it fizzles out and drops to the floor.
Dad?
You have 2 hours to decide.
Orla and Jared exit. On the bridge, Kyra runs past Dara wearing a sleeveless black top. She doesn't notice him. Her hair waves in the wind. He stares after her with a pained expression. She encounters Peter on his bike.
Kyra! So what happened?
Huh?
Last night, what happened when you left?
Left where?
Your bedroom? You jumped out to the library to deal with Orla?
Jumped? What are you talking about?
Stop being cute. You, Imogen, and Roxy. You know,
Who are Imogen and Roxy?
a fairy and an elf.
That's a change.
What?
You used to go on about aliens and the multiverse, and now you're talking about elves and fairies. Can't wait to hear what's next.
Do you remember a huge library with all kinds of weird stuff in it?
Peter, I've got to finish my run.
You took me there once, and I was lost inside of a storybook. I was captured by these woodsmen, and they had these jewels and...
Yeah, that's right. And then you went for a ride on a unicorn. You have some crazy dreams.
It wasn't a dream. It was real. You have to believe me. Remember.
Peter, I'll be at Harvey's in an hour. I'll listen to your fantasies all you like if you buy me a juice.
She gives a small nod and heads off. Kyra enters her bedroom and sits on her bed. Using a tablet computer, she video calls Matilda.
Maddie, what are you doing today?
Nothing special. Why?
Feel like a movie?
And maybe a little shopping?
With you, there's no such thing as a little shopping.
Oh, you know me too well. Well, meet me in the high street in like half an hour.
I might be a little late. I said I'd meet Peter at Harvey's.
Oh, then can you bring me a mango and passion fruit juice? Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
She ends the call. On her tablet, she scrolls through pictures. Some feature Peter and Matilda. She stops on the selfie she took with Matilda, Lily, and Imogen. She puts the tablet into landscape and scrutinizes the image with a confused look. They all hold bright blue mugs. Peter waits for Kyra at the cafe.
I'll have a watermelon and pineapple juice and a mango and passion fruit one.
you really need to see this.
Why?
You made me promise to show you.
I don't remember doing that.
Of course you don't.
What are you talking about?
It'll all become clear after you've seen this.
Peter,
Hey, Roxy. I was just about to show
I
Kyra
need
the...
to talk to you.
Can we do it later?
No, now.
Peter, aren't you going to introduce me to your friend?
I'm Roxy.
Kyra. Have we met?
No. Do you mind if I borrow Peter for a moment?
Kyra nods. Roxy pulls Peter aside.
You know what you're doing and you need to stop.
Kyra made a film to help her remember when the DMI took her magic. She made me promise to show her.
The DMI didn't take Kyra's magic, Ola did.
Ola.
It's best for Kyra if she never remembers.
But that's not the way Kyra saw it. She didn't want to forget you. You're her friend.
Peter, sorry, but it's over. If you want to protect Kyra, you mustn't tell her anything.
So, what have you got? Another fake monster movie?
Yeah, it's one of those.
Cheer up, Peter. I'm sure one day you'll discover something truly amazing. Now, about those juices.
In the library,
Orla wants to take over the DMI.
Dad tried to stop her, but she stopped him from using his wand. It was awful.
Surely the rest of the DMI won't allow it.
I don't think they can do anything. Now Orla has orb magic, she's pretty much unstoppable. Edward should have left that cursed thing in the ice.
Jared appears.
Dad.
Jared, what are you doing here?
Dara, Imogen, this school is no longer for you.
Why?
Surely we can discuss this.
Orla informs me that you deliberately deceived the DMI about the orb.
It wasn't exactly like that.
So you say. The point is, I can no longer trust you to care for my children.
And you trust Orla? Have you forgotten she framed me for stealing the orb and she stole Kyra's magic?
Which she should never have had in the first place. Orla has our best interests at heart. Let's go.
No.
Imogen.
Maybe Dad's right. Orla's got the orb. Maybe it's time for a change.
You can't be serious.
We may not agree with everything Dad does, but I think this time he's right.
Thank you, Dara.
And he must have good reasons to back Orla. And having an elf running the DMI can't be bad for elves, can it?
Lily and Roxy stand.
What about fairies?
What's done is done, Lily. You're gonna have to deal with it and move on. Let's go, Dad.
Dara and his father rip. Kyra walks with Matilda.
Oh, did you hear that Marcy and Kate are changing schools at the end of the year?
Yeah, 2 of our best players gone. That'll make the Gazelles happy.
Matilda checks her phone.
Oh, it's just Mum checking in. She's so sweet.
Kyra gazes at the selfie on her phone. She shows it to Matilda.
Do you know these two?
Yeah, it's Lily and Imogen.
I don't know them.
Yes, you do. They were at the sleepover. You know, kind of kooky, but nice when you get to know them.
Did I say how I knew them?
Yeah, you said they were friends, basketball tragics. Why?
Nothing. Movie now?
It's Peter's birthday in a few weeks.
Already?
It's not like you to forget that. We should get him something, and I know just the place.
At the DMI,
We both know fairies can be stubborn. Do you think Sean will agree to step down?
He'll play it down to the wire, but he's a smart fairy. I'm sure he realizes he has no choice.
And if he refuses?
I sincerely hope it doesn't come to that.
Dad?
I told you to stay at home.
Are you kidding? This is the most exciting thing that's happened in ages.
I don't want you here.
This is the beginning of a new era, Dad, and you helped make it happen. I want to be here to see it play out. Paula? Help me out?
Dara's right. This is a momentous day, Jared. Your son should be here to witness our victory.
Matilda enters the bookshop, Kyra behind her.
Oh, this is that place Peter's always talking about.
It's exactly the kind of weird place he'd love.
Matilda approaches Maxwell, who's behind the counter.
Hi.
Good morning.
We're looking for comic books. It's a present for a friend.
And I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. As you can see, all I have here is cats.
Kyra smiles.
Well, I can see that you've got the odd book or two. Do you mind if we browse?
Go ahead. Just don't step on any tails.
Matilda and Kyra both smile and laugh as they walk away. Imogen enters the DMI's front lobby. She looks around, then strides to Dara.
What do you think you're doing?
Just hanging out?
Don't be smart. I don't believe for a second that you agree with what Ola did.
Well, maybe I don't, but it's done.
And you're just gonna let it go down, just like you let Kyra go?
She's better off in her own world.
So the way you said you felt about her, that was all fake.
You don't know what's going on here.
Why don't you enlighten me?
Ola wants Sean to resign. Your hero is going to become the new director of the DMI. Dad's helping her.
And you're getting in on the ground floor of the new regime. Congratulations.
Imogen,
How can you be doing this?
you don't understand.
No, Dad, I do understand. And it makes me feel sick. I hope I never see either of you again.
Imogen storms off.
You know him, Dad. Angry one day, furious the next. She'll get over it.
Kyra and Matilda in the bookshop.
How do we know if Peter will even like any of these?
If it's a comic, he'll like it.
I've never heard of any of them. Zombie swamp rats. What's that about?
Who cares? You know Peter, he lives in a world of weird.
Ola can't make Dad resign, can she?
How can he stop her?
The library.
Maybe if I hadn't forced Professor Maxwell to tell Kyra about the orb, it never would have been found.
Second guessing isn't gonna help anyone. The situation is what it is, and we have to deal with it. I won't let Ola get away with this.
Imogen storms out of the library. Meanwhile, in the bookshop, Lily peers through the ajar double doors.
Professor.
He leaves the front counter and goes to Lily. In another aisle, Kyra browses books.
Lily, what's so important?
She sees Lily and looks at the picture on her phone.
I'm worried she's going to do something crazy.
We all need to stay calm. I'm sure your father has a plan.
Excuse me? Shop?
Go back to the library.
Hi. What do you think of this one?
Oh, Time Nemesis Regeneration. It is a classic.
I like the title. I'll take it.
Great.
Kyra moves toward the back wall. She puts her hand out and it passes right through the wall. She pulls her hand back with a shocked expression. She remembers walking through it. Kyra runs out of the shop.
Kyra?
Matilda runs after her carrying bags. Outside,
You took off so fast you forgot these. What happened?
I went in the back of the shop.
Wait, the back, why?
I don't know, it was like I'd been there before. And then my hand went through the wall. Then I had a memory of going through the wall. First I can't remember stuff, and now this happens.
Concussion can cause confusion and memory loss. Have you had a bump?
No. Maddie, what's going on? Am I going crazy?
I don't know.
Oh, great, I have to go to work.
Do you really think that's a wise idea?
I'll be okay.
Just be careful. Can you call me later?
Kyra takes the bags and walks away. The library.
It's very odd that Kyra would turn up here.
Is it possible she still has a memory of us?
How could she? Orla drained all her magic.
Sean emerges from his office.
You took your time. I'll get Orla.
I know you and I have had our differences, Jared. But is this really what you want?
Fairies have been in charge for too long. Now is the time of the elf.
What's it gonna be, Sean?
Do you really think you'll get away with this?
Yes, I really do.
Well, how about I give you another chance to give back the orb?
And you'll be wasting your time.
In that case, Orla Maguire, I'm placing you under arrest.
Agents approach. Sean drops to his knees.
No! No!
As you are reluctant to see things my way, I'm going to give you a demonstration of what I can do.
The view zips through aisles in the library. It stops at a jar holding Shadow Cloud.
Forget about Kyra. We need to be preparing in case Orla takes over the DMI.
Ladder approaches. It goes off and the group follow. Shadow Cloud appears ahead of them.
Get back!
It vanishes.
How did that happen?
Orla.
It appears at the DMI.
This is what will happen if you continue to resist me.
What is that?
Shadow Cloud. Anything it touches gets vaporized.
We never discussed anything like this.
That's the point of a demonstration, Jared.
Stop this!
Will you stop resisting me?
All right! I resign.
Sean gasps for breath as Orla lets him go.
Thank you.
Shadow Cloud vanishes.
You have no idea what you have done.
Dara and his father walk off together. Elsewhere, Kyra walks Doris in the park.
Doris, stop that. Come on.
They stop at the spot she first touched the book. She sees the faint burn mark. She remembers the night she touched the floating book. Another flashback.
Someone thinks she's a dog.
Is that you?
Uh-oh.
Doris speaks to her in real life.
Are you all right? Oh, you don't look too good. Maybe you should sit down.
I can understand you.
Oh, At last. I've been yakking away ever since we left home, but you've been ignoring me. What's your problem, Kyra?
You know my name?
Oh, enough of this nonsense. I'm not getting any younger. Let's get moving.
At the DMI.
Congratulations, Orla. Thanks to the orb, the DMI is now yours.
I'm not interested in the DMI.
She sits at Sean's desk.
Then what was all this for?
You'll see.
Imogen, Lily, Roxy, and Maxwell walk through the library.
If we can get the orb, then we can drain the power from Orla, just like she did from Kyra. Don't be ridiculous. Orla won't let the orb out of her sight.
There's no way we would even get near it.
So we just give up? What can we possibly do? We can't just sit back and let her take over. Now she has orb magic. None of us are getting jobs at the DMI anyway. So what have we got to lose?
Imogen, what you're proposing is reckless, ill-advised, and quite likely extremely dangerous. You're not doing it without me.
Kyra runs into Peter on his bike.
Hey, Kyra. What's up?
You know something.
I know many things. To which one do you refer?
Don't be cute. What were you so keen to show me this morning?
Like I said, another monster movie. I don't know why I bothered you.
I was at that bookshop of yours today. Something happened. I put my hand into the back wall. Now I can hear dogs talking.
And I thought I was the one with the overactive imagination.
This morning, you were all fired up to show me something, and then that girl made you back off. Whatever it was, I want to see it. Peter!
Roxy said that this is all over.
What's she got to do with it?
She told me not to tell you.
Now, I'm telling you. I'm not crazy, Peter. Something's going on, and I know you know about it. Whatever it is, you tell me right now.
She gives Peter a stern look. Cut to credits. Audio description for this episode, End of the Road Part 1, was independently written and voiced by Kyle Work-Matthew. The credits appear over words and illustrations from books in the library. Credits: Kyra, Kimi Sukukoshi; Imogen, Elizabeth Cullen; Lily, Mia Milnes; Dara, Gillian Cullen; Roxy, Rainbow Waddell; Peter, Jamie Carter; Professor Maxwell, Christopher Sommers; Matilda, Arnishka Larcom-Wheat; Steve, Steve Nation; Orla, Melanie Zanetti; Jared, Paul Bishop; Doris Voice, Maggie Kirkpatrick; Sean, Nicholas Bell. Script and story producer, Mark Sheriffs. Director of photography, Andrew Condor, ACS, SOC. Original music, Ricky Edwards and Brett Applin. Music supervisors, Pete Dacey and Keith Ridgway. Reform Records. Credits continue. The characters, events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons, living or dead, are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Jonathan M. Schiff Productions. Kyra touches a floating book. Screen Australia and Jonathan M. Schiff Productions present, in association with Screen Queensland, NZDF and ZDF Enterprises, Kimi Sukukoshi, Elizabeth Cullen, Mia Milnes, Gillian Cullen, Rainbow Waddell, Jamie Carter, and Christopher Sommers. Kyra looks out her bedroom window at the night sky. The title appears in gold letters, The Bureau of Magical Things. This episode, End of the Road Part 2. In her bedroom, Kyra watches a video of herself.
Hello. Me. How are you? I guess you're wondering why Peter is showing you this.
Kyra and Peter sit on the bed.
You don't even remember making this video, do you? There's a very good reason for that, which I will get to later, but the first thing you need to know is magic exists. And you're part human, part fairy, and part elf.
At the DMI, Orla places the orb on a small stand. A force field appears around it.
I once asked you how you felt about having to live your life in secret.
And I said I wasn't keen on it.
What are you getting at, Orla?
Imogen enters.
Imogen?
Have you decided to join us?
I'm not here to see you. Dad, I need to speak to you and Dara.
Why?
Now, Dad, please, it's important. Dara?
Sorry, sis. This is where I belong now.
Imogen and her father walk out. Back in Kyra's room. In the video, Kyra disappears and reappears.
This isn't a trick, Kyra. It's real magic. And you could do it.
Elsewhere,
Trevor! Trevor! There's a dragon!
Where?
Lily and I saw it in the park by the river. It was chasing people.
You've got to send down an alert. Hurry.
Not so fast, okay? There are procedures.
If you don't do something fast, humans could get hurt.
Trevor walks off and makes a call. At the DMI, Jared enters Sean's former office.
What's going on? Thought you had everything under control.
It's Sean. He's testing me. Watch the orb.
Dara walks toward the orb. In Kyra's room,
They've been protecting this secret for centuries, Kyra. They may be fairies and elves, but they're wonderful people. They were your friends. Give them a chance to trust you. I know you can do it because... Hey, I know you. Good luck.
It's all true. We made this so you'd remember.
Dara paces near the orb. He puts a finger toward the barrier and gets zapped. Lily and Ruxy appear.
Stand aside. We're taking the orb.
Why do you think I'm here?
But you're with Orla.
After what she did to Kyra? Come on.
They all use magic on the barrier. Meanwhile,
Find out what it is. Shut it down.
Is the dragon you're doing?
What dragon?
What do you think the alarm is for?
I warned you, Sean.
I know nothing about a dragon.
in Kyra's room, she stands, her back turned to Peter. More memories of her time in the magical world flash.
This is the library of magic.
And I'm a fairy.
You're telling me that magic is real?
What? My mind?
I can hear Joris
The
talking.
world does exist.
Do you want to have some more fun sometime?
This is insane.
Goodbye, Professor. You're too late, Kyra.
She jolts.
Are you okay?
She turns to face Peter.
I remember. I remember everything.
Meanwhile,
Why is Orla doing this, Dad? And why are you helping her?
This is not the time, darling. Just go home and we'll talk about this later.
I am not your little girl anymore, Dad. You never do anything without a good reason. Whatever it is, I need to know.
This is taking too long.
Keep going.
Fairies have been running the DMI for too long. Orla wants to make sure that elves are properly represented, that's all.
Jared?
You... me?
one of the Jareds morphs into Maxwell.
I read your thesis on shapeshifting. Rather simplistic analysis, in my opinion.
The barrier breaks. The trio grab the orb and leave. Orla hurries to her office to find it empty and the orb gone. The trio appear in the library with the orb.
No, Imogen, he's with us.
Pretty convincing performance, eh, sis?
You hobgoblin.
Imogen embraces her brother.
I still can't believe it. Magic really exists.
Try yours. Huh? Your memory's back. What about your magic?
Kyra looks around for a few moments. She focuses. Using her fingers, she levitates a small basketball and dunks it into a small basketball net. Using orb magic, Orla sees the group in the library surrounding the orb.
Orla used an elf and a fairy to take the orb magic from Kara,
So we do the same to take it from Orla.
and then we destroy the orb.
They all step back a few feet. Just as Dara uses his fingers, he floats off the ground and falls to the floor. Orla appears. Imogen, Lily, and Roxy are jumped to the bookshop by Orla.
Where's the orb? Lily and Roxy took it. They're going to remove the magic from Orla and then destroy the orb.
In the library, Orla raises her hand. An electrified barrier appears on the wall outside the library. Imogen reaches out to touch it, but gets zapped.
What is that? Some kind of magical barrier.
Outside the DMI, Trevor stands up straight and notices the same barrier covering the yellow wall. It appears under the skylight inside.
Orla's locked us in.
In the bookshop, the trio use magic on the barrier.
There's no way we're getting through that.
Kyra appears behind them.
Kyra?
Do you know who we are?
Of course I know who you are.
You're back!
I was trying to jump into the library. How come I'm here?
Orla sealed the library. Nothing can get in or out.
She's taken over the DMI.
She's in there with Dara and the orb.
In the library, Dara stands up. He tries using magic on Orla. A chair flies across the floor, securing Dara to it.
You're wasting your time. Your magic no longer works against me. I'm very disappointed in you, Dara.
So what now?
Maxwell has quite a collection of magical objects.
I don't suppose you're here to give him a clean.
On the contrary, I think they've been locked up for far too long.
In the bookshop,
How did you get your magic back?
You guys interrupted Orla when she was removing my orb magic. My elf and fairy magic must have remained.
How can that be possible?
Obviously it is, because she's here.
Fascinating as this discussion is, it's not helping us get into the library.
I'll get my dad.
If Orla's smart, she'll have sealed the DMI too. I think we're on our own.
a hologram appears.
Attention, magical beings of River City. For too long, we have been the servants of humans.
From today, we will take our rightful place in the world.
I'm going to release magical objects from
The library into River City. The humans will be desperate for our help, and we will come to their rescue. Humans will realize that we are their superiors.
If I had known that this is what she'd intended, I never would have helped
Many
her.
challenges lie ahead, and
I hope you will join me in helping to usher in a new era
of magical supremacy.
You can't be serious.
You said you were tired of living your life in secret. This way, magic will be restored to its rightful place.
The group sit on the floor in the bookshop.
We can't let her get away with this.
Orla's got the orb magic and we're locked out of the library. What do you suggest?
Can't just give up.
We're a bunch of students, Imogen.
A bunch of students trained to deal with magical outbreaks. Isn't that what this is?
It is a bit bigger than bringing down a flying chair.
Or shutting down an enchanted water fountain.
We've come up against big problems before, but we kept trying. We didn't let anything stop us. Besides, there's no one else. We don't have a choice.
The room shakes. In the library,
What are you doing?
Releasing an old acquaintance of yours.
the Eye of Horus container glows, then disappears. It appears outside the Corporate Center 1 building. Pedestrians stop in shock. The gold ankh glows and floats away. It appears in Orla's hands. The eye reactivates, forming a whirlpool of light.
Orla,
bring it back. Please, humans are gonna get hurt.
No pain, no gain.
Peter stops on his bike and notices. Steve arrives in his police car. He gets out.
What is that?
Something gets sucked in.
Come on, back, everybody! Back!
We need to get in there. We tried using magic on the barrier. And? Do you think we'd be standing here if it worked?
If your other magic came back, maybe you still have old magic. You could reach through the wall.
I tried. It's gone.
Kyra answers her phone.
What, Peter?
Where are you?
I'm in the bookshop. Look, I can't talk right now.
Check this.
The whirlpool of light appears on Kyra's phone.
We need backup and I need it here now. Back! Everybody back now! Back! Clear!
Isn't that your dad?
Everybody back now! Back! Come on, back! Clear!
The light knocks Steve to the ground. Moments before he is sucked in, he's jumped to safety by Kyra. Ruxy, Lily, and Imogen appear.
Steve! Are you okay?
Paula can't do this. People will get hurt.
I don't think she cares.
We need to find a way to stop her.
How? No one can get through the wall into the library.
No magical person, but... What about a human?
Peter films on his phone.
You really think this will work?
Later, Peter wears the armor.
The armor was designed to penetrate magical defenses.
Yeah, 300 years ago.
This kind of magic has a long shelf life.
You certain?
It'll be okay, trust me. Once the suit goes through the wall, the barrier will disappear.
I'll signal Lily and Imogen, then we'll storm in and take Ola down.
Easy for you to say. Hey, I need those to see.
Ruxy magics Peter's glasses.
Now you'll be able to see even better. Magical beings will no longer be invisible to you.
I didn't know you could do that.
We're already breaking so many rules. What's one more? Ready?
Bring it on.
Good luck.
Ruxy puts his helmet on his head. They turn him to face the wall.
I can't see a whole lot. How do they have a fight in these?
Keep walking straight ahead and you'll be fine.
Straight ahead. Got it.
He stumbles forward, knocking objects onto the floor. Kyra applauds. Ruxy smiles.
I'm good.
Peter continues onward. A narrow view from the helmet shows Peter holding the sword as he approaches the wall. The sword penetrates the wall. Meanwhile, outside Corporate Center 1, Steve's car gets sucked towards the light. Imogen and Lily try to hold it in place, but it's no use. The light hits Imogen. She shakes her hand. The car is gone. Steve stares with his mouth open. Peter emerges into the library and falls to the floor.
He did it!
Kyra and Ruxy rush in.
Peter!
You. Ruxy's wand gets thrown away. Kyra's pinned to the wall. Orla approaches Kyra.
Well, I'll give you one thing, Kyra. You're persistent. But you're simply a human girl who had an accident.
A rubber duck.
Did you really think you could defeat me?
No, Ola, I didn't.
It appears outside.
We're in.
It was never going to be just me.
Lily and Imogen appear. The trio use magic on the orb. A red beam connects with Orla, draining her of magic. She drops to her knees. The orb glows white in Kyra's hands.
Kyra, yank!
Dara stands. Kyra rushes over to the Yank. Using orb magic, she places it in the eye's slot. It deactivates and disappears. The barrier at the DMI also deactivates.
We did it. I never doubted it for a second.
The trio embrace.
Kyra!
Just as Orla is about to grab the orb, Maxwell smashes it to pieces with the sword.
That should have been done a long time ago.
Agents approach Orla.
The opposition at the DMI is terminated.
They escort her away.
Excuse me, a little help here?
Peter lies on the floor, still wearing the armor. Sean wears an inquisitive expression. Steve drinks coffee on the porch. Kyra arrives.
Kyra. Where were you? I tried to call you, but you didn't answer.
I'm fine, Dad.
You will not believe what happened today.
I'd believe that my dad was a hero.
You saw the reports? That thing, it swallowed my car and then just disappeared. You know what the strangest thing was? I was being sucked into it, and I felt someone take my hand and transport me away. It was like I was being protected by a guardian angel.
That is amazing.
Or am I starting to sound like Peter?
Well, maybe Peter's not wrong. I'm sure there are a lot of things that we don't understand.
They get up and start to walk into the house. Dara calls Kyra over.
Kyra. You did good today.
We all did.
Dad's pretty shaken up about everything that's happened with Orla, so he and I are gonna go to Europe to be with Mum.
You're leaving?
Just for the winter. Plus, it gives me a chance to try out my new snowboard. So I guess I won't see you until I get back. Unless you happen to...
Be in Europe? You know, I've always wanted to learn how to snowboard.
Dara grins. A view of the river. In the library, Maxwell takes a book from Ladder, bringing it over to the table.
Thank you, Ladder. Despite the recent distractions, your transformation assignments are due on Friday. All you need to know is in here.
Kyra.
Professor, what's going to happen with my orb magic?
I was getting around to that, Kyra. With the orb being destroyed, there is no way to remove it from you. For better or worse, you're stuck with it. And it appears with us, too.
Sean appears.
Morning, Director. This is unexpected.
If I may.
Please.
Orla is now in custody, and the magical world owes you all a great debt. You should be very proud.
I know I am.
I foresee some promising careers at the DMI, but until you graduate, it's back to your studies. Your lives will return to normal.
How? How can anything be normal after this?
What do you mean?
Kyra stands.
All this happened because the magical world is kept secret from humans. The way Orla went about trying to change that was wrong, but in a way, she had a point.
That being?
That magical people have to live in secret and serve humans. Don't you think it might be time for that to change? Even just a little?
She raises an eyebrow.
What exactly did you have in mind?
On the bridge.
I can't believe Sean bought it.
We're gonna be our own special team.
With all the DMI resources at our disposal. And dealing with magical outbreaks. And not just the easy ones.
Magical beings and humans working together. So, Peter, are you in?
We wouldn't have beaten Orla without you.
On one condition. Can I have a badge?
Yes, Peter, we can get you a badge.
Cool.
Our team should have a name.
How about Maxwell's Magicians?
Seriously?
How about the Bureau of Magical Things?
The Bureau of Magical Things. I like it.
So do I.
Once upon a time, I didn't believe in magic. But then, I discovered something.
Kyra turns to Sky from day to night in the library.
Magic is all around us. You don't even need to go looking for it. If you believe, magic will find you. And anything is possible.
She smiles and jumps toward us. Ladder rolls by in the distance. Cut to credits. Audio description for this episode, End of the Road Part 2, was independently written and voiced by Kyle Work-Matthew. The credits appear over words and illustrations from books in the library. Credits: Kyra, Kimi Sugakoshi. Imogen, Elizabeth Collin. Lily, Mia Milnes. Dara, Julian Collin. Ruxy, Rainbow Waddell. Peter, Jamie Carter. Professor Maxwell, Christopher Sommers. Steve, Steve Nation. Orla, Melanie Zanetti. Jared, Paul Bishop. Trevor, Stephen Lunovich. Doris Voice, Maggie Kirkpatrick. Armor, Darrow Tuscan. Wayne Quilliam, Nick Torello, Jace Lee. Architect, Joel Pierce. Mermaid, Kylie Loveday. Sean, Nicholas Bell. Original music, Ricky Edwards and Brett Applin. Executive producers, Jonathan M. Schiff, Julia Adams. Credits continue. The characters' events, places, and organizations portrayed in the program are entirely fictitious. Any similarities to actual persons, living or dead, are purely coincidental. Copyright 2018 Jonathan M. Schiff Productions Proprietary Limited, Screen Queensland Proprietary Limited, and Screen Australia. Jonathan M. Schiff Productions.